for tonight. You know the rules, don't you?
Yep.
Fuck, I'm fat.
Oh, I've put on about 10 kilos since last year.
I put on a bit of weight during COVID. Not that much. I've had this shirt for 10 years.
Since I left high school.
All right, we're on. All right, everyone, welcome aboard. Ozcong off 6. We've got Danny Fazakli here this year. Oh, sorry. Danny Fazakli, one of the hosts here. Neil Cairns, myself, Phil Day, and Aaron Raynor, who's going to be in tomorrow. He must have got caught up tonight, or maybe he wasn't coming anyway.
I think he's just started a new job, so I think he's pretty tied up. So.
Yeah, a lot of changes this year with the show, so to speak, the commentary. We won't show that tonight, but we'll go through it. We'll see you tonight at the level 3, because level 3 is tonight, Donkey Kong level 3. Mm-hmm. So we'll see a lot of that. Direct feed from the machines, how we can switch from machine to machine, which is going to be pretty exciting. And also, of course, the whole thing's put together by BPAC, and we'll go through some of our sponsors later, particularly Evolution Trophies, who gave our trophies this year for level 3. We'll be showcasing those.
Is that so?
Wait till you see those bad boys.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'll give a bit of a rundown on those fellas. They've got great nicknames. One's called Chuck. Before Chuck Norris his last name's Norris.
Yeah, right.
And the other one, he's got the best nickname in the world, Doggy. His last name's Doggett, but yeah.
Been there.
Anyway, so I thought before we get too caught up in that, because we've got the Anzac ceremony at 6, and they'll be inducting a few people, including Neil Cairns here, who's been getting inducted. So
Mr. Spectre himself.
And we'll have it, So we'll talk about that later, but let's get into the rules before we lose time. So Donkey Kong level 3. Now, I know a little bit about it, because I sort of put the idea of the track together, but I don't know how the rules work when it comes to the tournament itself.
Yeah, so the format's pretty simple, really. It's a head-to-head competition, choosing at random who you play it up against. It's the best score to the end of level 3.
Yep.
So shorter matches, a bit more exciting, and definitely a lot more point pressing for the better players.
Yeah, 100%. And I think one thing to take mind of that is you've got all your men that you start with. You've got all those to use within that time frame. So it's not like who can get there. It's who can get the most points out of the men they've got, and you can use them all up, and that's a part of the final score, which just for people who aren't familiar. Yeah.
So they'll be sacking them on probably the last stage, rivets, or where's the best place to sack for extra points? Probably on a barrel?
Well, I'll
probably say level 3 barrels is going to be where the majority of the more technical players will go for. They'll
100%.
I think for the most of them, they'll probably keep a man in a spare man, just because you've obviously still got the rivets to get through, and you've also got the pies, which they both those obviously go either way. Yep. If you really want to push it, you'd be sacking all your men on the one level 3 barrel board, but that's a risky game, because then you might not have those. You could have something happen on the pies, and not be able to finish off the
especially with the wild barrels, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Alan Stall says he's been reading up and he's found a new way of identifying wild barrels. Not the standard where the barrel drops through the middle, but he won't share it.
Yeah.
Well, he is the Grand Master. So.
well, if he's got one, good luck to him. I hope he has. He says he doesn't have. Oh no. He always gets confusing talking to Alan. He said one thing, then contradicted himself.
I'll just quickly mention one of the other rules of the competition is it's a double elimination.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
So explain. So how does that work? So say you're playing against Danny.
Yep.
Danny wins. What happens?
So I believe I go into a loser bracket, and then
I'm not really sure.
Yeah. So
I've only ever lost, so I don't know what it's like.
Yep. But the point is, if you lose twice, you're out of the competition. So it only takes 2 head-to-head games to lose, and you're out.
Yep.
Which you'll see me do later.
So we've got some stats, haven't we?
We sure do.
Yeah, definitely.
Which stats you want to go through? Are we going to go through?
Well, I thought we'd look at the previous winners, Andrew Barrow and Matt Tecchio.
Yeah.
We don't have many stats, do we? Because this is only our 3rd year into this.
I know that they're about. It's just trying to hunt them down, which is very difficult.
That's what I'm saying. If we talk about them, so we're like you were saying, yourself, Danny. You've always, because it's a pretty easy one to lose.
Yeah.
And it's no surprise that Barrow won 1 year and Matt Tecchio. Mm-hmm. And my original idea was I thought this might be an evening. Like it might even out the playing field a little bit with a chance, but it seems that those guys are still picking up bottom hammers and really pushing it, aren't they?
Yeah. They're going to be for someone like Matt, for example, he only really knows one way how to play, and that is to maximise every single screen to start with.
Yeah.
So whether he will, take a few additional risks, to press a few more, but whether that's worth it, that's going to come down to if he's going to be playing someone who isn't as high calibre as someone like Barra, for example, in eliminations. He'll probably still play the same, but obviously if he's playing against someone who's like a 400,000 player, he's probably going to know he doesn't have to push it that far. But he also probably knows that even if he does play his normal game, that they're probably going to bomb out. And what he'll do with 3 lives spare to level 3, like it's impossible for him to sort of probably lose a match against
definitely comes,
most people.
Yeah, it definitely comes more natural to those players who are used to like trying to get a good start. And that's how they usually play the game.
Yeah.
So like for someone like Matt Tecchio, it's very natural to play that way.
Yeah, but I guess there's still like I've watched enough Kong games now to see how quickly it can turn. So there is a really solid chance of someone can find themselves in a losing bracket, know how good they are. Like obviously having the skills, it's not a game of luck.
Yeah.
But a bit of bad luck does push hard, doesn't it? Like you can drop really quickly.
100%. Like if you got to think, those variables such as like your wild barrels, for example, like they can catch even the best players off guard. Same as like especially when it goes into level 3, when you've got the pies to deal with, even though it's only like a 3 fireball start, they can still lay themselves out where you can get yourself trapped or get caught on a ladder. And if you've haven't got that man spare, for example, you've probably got a good chance of not being able to get your full potential. So it's going to be a mix, I reckon, for the most part, especially for the sort of midfielders, of sort of knowing where to take the risks and knowing where to sort of play it safe.
Yeah.
It's a really good competition because like the more experienced Kong players know that like the first 3 levels are the most extreme. Like although they come down at a slower pace or might not seem as fast, it's the most random 3 levels that you can get. So anything can happen, and a lot of the good players, like if you die in the first 3 levels, you're restarting your game.
100%,
so,
and that's obviously we won't say because they can't.
I mean, it wasn't a big idea of mine. Like I don't play Kong, but I know they have a level 5. They do a start or the end of level 4, or maybe up to level 5 for the Donkey Kong Forum. They do track a score like that, don't they? They have a track for that, and I felt that still advantage those top players who could steer barrels. So I thought, well, why don't we end it at level 3? Because I'd watched enough Kong-offs and also qualifying games where people just fall apart. It just happens. So with only 2 years in, no surprise who's won, but looking at the level of playing that's been happening this past 12 months and even in this past 3 months, 4 months, like yourself,
the lead-ups,
Kelly, there's a lot of people putting up some good scores, and all these guys can, like so many, I think we've got something like 12 or 13 or 14 kill screeners that are coming. J Max not here this year, and of course Johnny Bonds hasn't been here because he's got back in Denmark.
Luke might not be able to make it.
Yeah, but we've still got a ton of people, like in the top 16 for the qualifiers, they're going to be the vast majority of kill screeners. Like yourself, Danny, you've kill screened this year, and therefore I'm not saying level 3's a walk in the park, but there's a lot of room to show a really good score there, and there's a lot of people who want to push harder. I've seen Tecchio, lose on a wild barrel, 2 men in one on one board,
and it can happen. Like even if you're just even doing a basic strategy of like you're running boards, for example, like you look at someone who's as a top tier as say Shane, for example. Like what happened to him in the Kong-off 4 final was like. Even the better players, when it comes down to like if it's like the semis or whatever, something like that can happen quite easily to even the best players. And like Tecchio lost to man on level 1 in the finals last year. It can happen to anyone, and that's the variables that makes Donkey Kong such a challenge, I think.
Well, that you bring up a really interesting point, because looking at level 3 and overall Kong-off anyway, the idea of tactics and strategies and the difference to those two things. Shane's a good example of someone he's got a lot longer experience in Kong-offs than Matt. Only by one more Kong-off, admittedly only one more. But what he has done is he's found himself burnt out at the end of Kong-offs because of the length of his games. Now this year, people like Jeff Sutter's a good example. Barrow. There's all those top players. Shane. What Matt's going to have to do, there's a good chance some of these guys they've been kill screening, like particularly Sutter a lot. We're getting off level 3 here, but it still ties in. That it could push some players to play a lot of big games before they get to the end. Do you know what I mean? And
100%.
that's obviously we saw it with Shane. Like only disappointment for Shane for himself, but it was obvious why he burnt out. Like he played so many big games that year when he lost to Barrow that he was just exhausted. Like it wasn't him playing. So this is one where you don't get that burnout level 3. So everyone's fresh, including the top players. But I don't know. I still think it's. Those, like what you're referring to, and we'll talk about later, the awesome foursome, there's every chance that one of those guys is going to go through the top of level 3 and win. but I will not be surprised if it's anyone who's got a kill screen, I think, could win this. I really do. I think that it only has to go a little bit one way or the other.
Yeah.
And there's a good chance you'll win.
I think it expands beyond that, to be honest. You don't need to be a kill screen player.
Oh, no, you don't have to be.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there's that many kill screens, you can't exclude those. Then anyone who's getting 500,000 points above could win.
Yeah.
But the thing about those guys, their score where it is, probably is a representation of holding themselves psychologically together. We saw Matt, not picking on Matt Ticket, but he fell apart year after year. Except for his first year, he did really well. Then he put pressure on himself, and then last year he blitzed it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, whether he goes in this year feeling super relaxed and plays better, or he starts putting pressure on himself, thinking, "Oh, I'm not doing as well." I don't know. I don't have the mind of a DK player or anything like that. That performance anxiety.
You don't want it.
Yeah.
Well, no, looking at the field, I don't. But I think that there's a lot of things. So when we talk about strategies and tactics, everyone's going to be pretty much doing the same tactics. There might be, you can't really group many barrels up to level 3.
Yeah.
You can't steer them very well.
Yeah.
So there'll be a lot of stay alive, but there will be people who's picking up the bottom hammer.
Yeah. So
I think the majority of players are probably going to, even if they're not bottom hammer players.
So you will be?
We'll see how I feel. I think I'll see how I go in the first round. I'll probably definitely play it safe, I think, especially level 1. I don't see a real advantage based on when I played at home to going double hammer. And it's not worth losing a man on the first board, because then you're just setting yourself up for failure. Well, not failure, but you're sort of digging yourself out of a hole when you don't need to be, when you can just sort of save that man and have the death points later.
So the first level's not going to give you much more point bonus.
Well, at the end of the day, if you think about it, if you just run the board, you're clearing the board, and you're on about at minimum about 6,000. If you push it to the extreme, you're lucky to get 10,000.
Yeah.
But pushing it past that first hammer, you probably got a good chance of dying.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why I won't be doing it that way, because I know from playing at home and freaking around that it doesn't pan out well for me. 9 times out of 10. So,
well, sorry, you go.
I think the main tactic that we're going to see is where people sack their men.
Yeah.
So, most people, I feel, will be getting to the last barrel board and sacking their men then if they're experienced enough.
Yeah.
Whereas someone like me who doesn't feel as comfortable with doing that will be using the very last board, the rivets board, to sack there.
And you can point press, but if you get a good setup on level 3, you can point press to the point where you're probably going to get 9,000 or more. Roughly,
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
which is still a pretty decent sort of basic level 3 hammer setup. So it all comes down to, I guess, we all do it. That's the beauty of the game. Is you get that thing in your head, I'm just going to try and do this, and so why the hell did I do that? Whether it be, I've done, the double back jumps before, why not to give those a go? Yeah. And then realising that, why the hell did I do that?
Yeah. I think I think this year's going to be really good, because we're 3 years into this level 3 competition, and I think everyone's going in with different ways and different strategies.
I know, so I was going to say that, sorry to cut you, but I just wanted to say that earlier, was that just as what Danny and you were both saying, was that when I first did it, my idea when I first pitched it to BPAC and Jimmy was that, Jimmy Nails that is, was to say, hey, let's have this just to soften people. Come in so the tense qualifying day is not there. You come in, you play a game, everyone loses, they win, you think, that settled my nerves, and you got something. But now, the first year was, we'll get in and play a bit. The second year was I want to win this. And now I feel that there's people out there really putting the effort in to try and win. Yeah. And I've got my pick of someone to really watch. So there's the obvious ones. All right, we'll say going back, Matt Tecchio, because he won last year. Andrew Barrow won the year before. Then we're going to have people like Shane Saul, Jeff Sutter for recently. He's an obvious one to watch this year. But who's an outsider, dark horse, you reckon?
Well, I'm going to say this really has, this whole event has the potential for Jeff to take out, obviously the big one. I don't he's well versed and more well practiced going into this than I think anyone else that's here.
At level 3 though, who's your dark horse? I mean, Jeff's obviously
but
up there.
He knows the same strats as someone as good as Barrow and Tecchio.
He's not really a dark horse in that sense, is he? He's really.
But he hasn't. True. Yeah.
But
outside of those 4 players, I don't know. I know Shane's a great player. I don't know how he'll go with level 3. I don't think that's his sort of jam.
No.
But like a dark horse for the comp tomorrow, we got, compared to, even though last year's event was unreal with like the competition, I think the level of playing, which is we've seen exponentially just continue to get even more intense. Like, we've got people like, Neil, recently did it, Kill Screen Live at Netherworld. We got this coward, which is Sean, which don't pay attention to him.
Sean J. Rowland.
Kibby's been playing really consistent as well. And when it comes down to that, like that finals day, like they're the sort of players that people probably don't think about, but they can play very consistently, quite regularly. Even like and that mentioned obviously Denny. Like, even though he hasn't got his kill screen yet, he's been playing more consistently in the...
Who was that, sorry?
Dennis.
Dennis.
Edmonds.
Oh, yeah, Dennis.
Been playing very consistently in, like, the 400 or 500, 4 to 600,000 point games, like, every credit. Like, that's something that I know I can't do. Like,
I've got one that I think, unless you've got one, Neil, you want to add there?
Oh, I've actually got 3.
All right, yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah, of course.
So I think we're sitting alongside one of the good contenders as a dark horse, and Danny, you've been practicing the level 3,
and had a bit of a crack.
So Danny was getting like 100k, like that was like more of your better games. But somebody that can pull up 100,000 on a level 3 is certainly a contender.
That's probably not. Again, that's going to be the strategy that I sort of worked out. It's not something I'm going to do tonight. Only because like that's involving how many restarts. So I can consistently get safely around about 80 to 85. But I think for the first few rounds, like I'm just going to probably still stick with that because it's consistent. It's not taking the risks that are going to make me bomb out at 20,000.
I think the point is like you have the ability like to change your game to that. True. If need be, depending on how much you're looking at other players. Correct. So it's good to have that skill in the bank. If you've been practicing it.
I can do a double back jump, but then it's again risk versus reward.
An
extra 100 points.
Certainly.
So who are your other 2 then?
So the other 2 would be Aaron Raynor. Last year Aaron actually practiced for a 5-minute. There was like a competition for the best score for 5 minutes. And he was really up there with like this was a competition on the on K.
I remember that one. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
So he actually performed really well. So somebody with that skill certainly has a chance of like causing a massive upset.
And he does have a few tricks up the sleeve, which because he doesn't sort of play consistently, but he knows some of the tricks that the big score people have as well. Like he knows how to do like the when they final barrel's coming down and do the double jump forwards. Like I've never even tried that. But he knows a couple of little tricks like that. Whereas if you're burning at the end of the level, if you know how to do that, that's going to double the bonus timer for you, for example. So
and the last one would be Mike Culligan.
Mike.
Another one that's been practicing like
I love Mike.
He's been practicing really solid starts to level 3. Just something that he plays around with because he doesn't want to play a full game of Donkey Kong when he goes to Netherworld.
No one does.
So like,
Apart from you apparently.
So I think people like that where they're not practicing for the Kong for this competition, but they have interest in building like really strong starts in other competitions or just for fun. Those people are going to be really dangerous in this competition.
No, I think they're all solid. It's a good thing we've all got different ones in mind. I've only got one because there's all the ones you've mentioned. I could say that as well, but the one that I think and everyone is overlooking, because I do a bit of a ring around before the event, of course, the weeks leading up, and someone who's said to me that he's only playing to try and win at the Commonwealth is Patrick Silver.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and because he's not in the Brisbane crew and he's not in the chat so much, I think he's probably doing quite a bit of things at home. Like he rose pretty quickly up from last year to this year, and he's not interested in trying to even chase 1 million points.
Yep.
And that doesn't mean he won't pick up tactics that might lead to 1 million, but he's really keen on trying to win a Kong-off, and whether it be level 3 or the Kong-off itself. Obviously, probably there's a preference there, but we'll say both.
And he's I only got introduced to Paddy at last year's event, and he's one of those blokes that, like, as soon as you met him, like, he just fell straight into the clique of your mates. He's a great bloke. He good at giving it as good as he can get it, sort of thing. Obviously he had the film crew here last year, which goes to show that I didn't know who he was, but obviously he's somebody that now we've got to know kind of thing.
He's got a really interesting story because when Pat was going for a kill screen, he only had his local arcade bar, so it was he went to 1989 to practice playing DK down in Sydney. And it was interesting because most of the people who go for the kill screens, they know about the community and then go for the kill screen. So they're in the arcade scene and think to go through it. But he was actually on his own, and we actually somewhat found him because he was going for this record.
He has got that sort of stray dog sort of thing about him, doesn't he?
Certainly.
And that's why I'm not saying but I think he's just an interesting watch because he's not in the chats from what I understand. He's doing his own thing. The community in Sydney's not as active as but they're spread out, and the Melbourne one's a bit different, but they sort of catch up and do stuff, but it's more interesting that he's not distracted by. Well, I don't think not distracted is not the right word, but he's not got the proverbial carrot of a world record or the Donkey Kong Forum. The event is this for him. I think he 100%. Said this is my thing. This is the thing that I come to. This is why I play Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing I spoke to him about it, and I didn't go into lots of detail with him, but he made it quite clear that he was practicing for both of these events.
Yeah.
Now that doesn't, anything can happen, but I'd just be curious to see him this year compared to last.
Yeah, and that's probably one person that we've failed to mention, which is Alan Stoll.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what sort of. I don't know if I don't think he knows the same sort of tactics as say someone like Barra and Jeff, for example, practice or Tekio, but he's a very solid bottom hammer player. So just for a basic bottom hammer and not going too far, he's definitely someone to watch out for tonight as well, because I think he does have the skill. I reckon he's probably more around that. He'd be able to consistently get say 95, I'd say, just based on his sort of play.
Yeah.
But definitely someone who I'd be very surprised if he didn't make the finals. It'd be.
Alan. I mean, Neil's stats will show that Alan is, and I've said it all the time. He goes oddly in the actual scores and the leaderboard, and he doesn't go under the radar, but people's opinion of his ability goes unchecked for some reason, and he is a consistently he's in your awesome foursome, as you say.
I've kind of in my stats I've created an awesome foursome, and then we'll go a bit more into that tomorrow morning. But there's a really big difference between the top players and the rest of the players, and his skill to obviously he can consistently get decent scores every time he plays
when he sits down.
That's it. He's a great one to watch, I think, tonight.
And last year, I know you're the stats man, but in the general comp, he was he was mid to high 700s, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
His qualifying score, and the Alan that you see on stream is completely different than the timid lost puppy that's here right now.
It's Jekyll and Hyde.
100%.
It's not making light of it, but it is quite schizophrenic. In
a positive way.
But it's quite. I'm not making light of that or anything, but I just mean that it is a different personality. What the screen is, all the jokes and that. He's actually very reserved, almost. It's almost like someone who gets more confidence in front of the camera at home than out here. He barely says boo.
Yeah, I think once you get him on commentary and stuff like that, he'll
chat a bit, but not like he's at home. I was going to say, because as we're leading into this, we've got 2 Kong-Op winners already. Matt Tekio and level 3 winners, Matt Tekio and Barrow. So should one of those win this year, either run a hat trick. If someone gets not in a lead. Matt could be on a hat trick. Barrow most one. But either way, 2 out of 3. There's a So I'm not, and I just. I'm not saying it can't happen. I have a feeling that may not be the case this year with people like Jeff and other people. It doesn't feel as confident as it did last year.
I'd 100% Tekio obviously, and Barrow as well. They're both in the top 10 all-time current leaderboard. But for someone who's put the time in, I'd be honestly, it'd be pretty silly to not think that Jeff's really, really got a very good chance of winning.
And psychologically too, he's got nothing to lose.
Yeah, and he's practiced. I think that'd be if I. As much as I'd love to see all my mates win, but they can't. You know what I mean? But I think someone who has really put the time in and made himself a really integral part of the community down here as well as Jeff. So I'd love to see him win. Like it won't be a different emotion because Barra's already won. Tekio's already won. Like to see someone new and someone who's put the hard yards in, like Jeff, or get like an unexpected win, or obviously it'd be a national holiday if Alan Stall wins.
That'd be big news. Like I'd like to see that happen either at level 3 or them. It would just be such a different mood if Alan won. He would retire on the spot. Like an actual retirement.
Oh wow! Like not John Farnham, but actually.
That's it for me. Thanks for watching.
I think it's funny you say that because I think like being a part of the Australian community in the Donkey Kong scene, like you can't lose because one of your mates is going to win tonight.
100%.
So, like you would be happy to see everyone.
And I think that's one. As much you can't. It's understated that how much different I think the Australian Donkey Kong community is compared to the ones, for example, in the US. Like there's no toxicity amongst the players here.
Well, I was going to mention that also because it is the Australian New Zealand, and we've got. Tasmania's number 1 player, yourself, Danny, is here.
First Tasmanian, only Tasmanian.
We've got number 1 Queensland player, which is Jeff Sutter. We've got
from PNG.
Yeah, we've got number 1 Adelaide with Dennis Edmonds.
Yep.
We've got number 1 Western Australia, which is Mike Cooligan.
Yep.
We don't have one from ACT. And we've got number 2 player. I think he might be 2 now, Alan Stall is number 2 in New South Wales, I think, because there's, what's his name? He doesn't come up.
It's Craig Tubby. Yeah. Great player.
And then we've got number 1 New Zealand, and then we've got Aaron Reynolds from Ireland, of course, and we've got Sean Tagg from England. So it's actually quite an international.
Shane
Well,
Saul
it is an
from
international event
Queensland.
when you think about it.
Sorry?
Shane Saul from Queensland.
Did I say Shane Saul?
No, I don't think you did.
No, I said Jeff Sutter's the number 1 player.
Oh, Jeff Sutter, of course. Apologies, my bad.
Yeah, no,
Jeffrey
Sean
Suter,
Tagg.
even him.
So it's more, and like you said before, Danny, we've got 2 of the top 10 players, and it's not only that they're just the 2 of the top 2 in the world, but they're active players. Like that list is good as good. But Hank Chan's not playing anymore. Lakes, Robbie, Wes Copeland's not playing anymore. McCurdy's not playing anymore. It's really Justin Elliott, Tekio,
and that guy that's in Japan. I can't.
He's got like
Azu, I think
he's got a funny. That's not his actual name, is it?
I'm not sure. Tekio would know, but
and Tekio went over recently. Got a bit of a fanfare when over by the DK community over there. Yeah,
he's the king.
But I didn't realise. You just don't. Like, I mean, until they turn up and you know who they are. But to have 2 players local in that top 10 who are active players is pretty exciting,
Yeah.
We're just sort of thinking we've got every continent covered apart from America.
Well,
and Asia.
And Antarctica and South America.
Well, I'm close to Antarctica.
The other thing that's interesting also is we've got 2 players we've got Michael Kibbe, who's a ranked D player on Donkey Kong Forum. So he's knocked on the head Donkey Kong 3, Donkey Kong Jr. and Donkey Kong Crazy Kong.
Yep.
But then Barra, I didn't realise. I thought there were 2, but he's the only rank A player. I thought Wes Copeland was too, but he's not.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure like the next level is to do all of them in like 24 hours or something like that. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, someone may, but that's wild. But the fact that like Andrew Barrows, like he's just so good at so many games. I don't know what it would mean if he just focused on one. I don't know what would happen.
Well, I think
it's like yourself. Like you play so many different games, you sort of pick them up, run them down, pick up another one. And they don't really lend it because the community isn't there to sort of like there is no tournament around some of the games you conquered. But because of this, I suppose people keep coming back to it and back to it and back to it. Like it is the only real.
And Barrow is literally like I think the 2020 slogan for BPAC, unleash the beast. He literally is just someone who can pick up, I think, any arcade game if even he's never played it, and within 10 minutes you'll be
he's such a natural,
be able to master out the basics kind of thing.
One thing that really goes into his favour, like no doubt he's got like a plethora of games that he can play, but he's got a very high skilled Gallagher game, Gallagher is actually very similar to DK3.
Yeah.
Very true.
Whereas like the other is a much more platform like DK.
Yeah.
So
I played DK3 here last Kong off. It was here.
Yeah.
And it's the first time I played it because I know George Riley very well.
Yeah.
Well, only over the phone we talk a lot. And he'll be tuning in when he can.
100%.
And he's a big fan. He almost came out this year. Like he was going to come out,
wow.
but just things didn't work out.
that would have been amazing. Yeah.
And if he did come, I was thinking that'd be great because you got Barra here plus him. If you got Dwayne Richard out or something, you got an actual DK3 tournament.
Yeah.
Because Dwayne said he'd like to come out again. But I did play DK3. Not only is it very similar, but it's a much better game than Gallagher, I think.
It's quite. Like I've only had a brief go of it last year, and then a little bit when I got home. But it's very fun. I think once you understand, I'm pretty simple in the head, so it's like it takes a long time for things to sink in. But once I sort of got my head around it, I was like, oh, this is actually quite a fun game.
Yeah, when I say better, it's more manic. Like Gallagher has once you get good at Gallagher, you have a rhythm to it. It's quite relaxing. DK3 ain't relaxing.
Yeah,
it's got more in common with the Williams game. It's more scattered all over the place. There's more management. There's a lot of management in that game.
And I think another player that obviously will be tuning in quite a lot over the weekend would obviously be Justin Elliott as well.
Yep.
He loves the Australian Kong community. Like I think he probably chats with us more than the guys over there.
Yeah.
But he obviously just got the recent
the
junior world record.
He lifted by 30,000 or something.
Yeah, 30,000.
He's it's only a matter of time until he gets the DK world record, and he's someone that I don't think he doesn't like to toot his horn quite enough, but I think it needs to be tooted for him because he literally anyone that's played, he probably even spoke to you like when you're trying to work to a kill screen, he'll go out of his way and create like a video and stuff for you and be like, oh, well, this is, do you want advice, or this is what I can do if you ask him directly. He's a pillar of like the community to really be. I can't wait for him to be the flagship world record 100%. Holder because he really is that person that deserves that spot.
And on that, sorry, you go.
He's like, although he's not Australian, he's a part of the Australian community.
Well, on that point, pillar of community, we're going to close our commentary now and get up for the Anzac ceremony to actually honour our pillars of community. So we probably should wrap up now, and I've got to make my way up. You can stay here a bit longer, but I need to get up there and get primed.
We'll go do it now, I think. So I'll give Kippy the word. If you guys want to do a closer, I'll go tell him that we're shutting down.
Yeah, cheers.
Love you guys.
That's really loud.
Yeah, it is.
So just don't yell in it.
I'm looking forward to an upset here.
All right, I think we're live. We're good to go?
We
All right,
are.
we're on. Okay, we're at the start of the Donkey Kong Level 3 match. And we have joined with us is Dennis Edmonds over here, thank you, and Aaron Raynor,
Hello,
who's one of
everybody.
our hosts for the weekend. And we're watching Mike Cooligan and Andrew Barrow. Now, Mike performed very well last year in the Kong Off. I'm not
did.
sure where he went in Level 3, and of course Andrew Barrow is pretty consistently good at the Kong Off, so this will be a pretty interesting match for a Level 3. So we've been through the rules and stuff, so we can get straight previously, before the ANZAP ceremony, we went through the rules and what's going on about double knockout and so on, so we can just get straight into the commentary, boys.
Yeah, I mean, Mike is.
Oh, one last thing
Oh,
before we do. Sorry.
please.
I just want to mention these trophies from Evolution Trophies, and our big one's up there. If you want to grab it for us, Dennis, you can be able to lift it down.
I'm scared, but
Um,
I'll do it.
Yeah, you'll do it. These bespoke trophies. Now, when they first were going to do these trophies, they were going to do they talked about doing
So
a
good.
Perspex one, and it was laser cut and all this sort of stuff.
No.
And then I went back, and that was a really good idea. And we thought about it, Phil. We didn't feel that was 80s enough. We want to get back into BMX. So they've got the
Yeah.
right feel for it. They were such good guys.
I love it, yeah.
And so they've done this year. I think they're going to continue to do it, hopefully. But the engraving on the bottom, like on the names, like you see second place, they've engraved it with barrel boards.
Oh,
and
Mikey's
stuff.
down.
And they
Mike's
put,
down a man.
good.
Oh, no.
And don't you love the big heart at the top?
I love it.
They
I
just
love
got
it
the
so
really,
much.
really good stuff.
Beautiful.
Anyway, I just wanted to mention that before we forget.
So good.
And I'll just leave these here at the front because they look pretty cool, don't
So, yeah, Mike opted to actually leech level 1, which is interesting. I would have thought he wouldn't want to lose a man. He'd probably just want to run
Yeah.
boards and safely press
I might
points,
join you on
maybe.
the couch, boys.
Yeah, for sure.
Just because
Scoochie
we're-
was it, Dennis, was it?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah,
squeeze
so-
up. So Mikey hasn't done too bad. He's got some. I think he got about 5,600 death points.
Well,
so
that's
that's okay. It's
Yeah, I suppose you probably.
if you're up against anybody but Barra, then
Well,
it
yeah.
wouldn't be bad.
Hey, before we forget, how good is this news? Look at it, look at it.
Oh
It's
my God.
just- how comfortable. We just be cramped on that
amazing.
little desk on
I
some
didn't.
chairs chewing into our ass and so.
I-
I like the intimacy of it, but this is so much neater, isn't it?
amazing.
I didn't mind the. Oh wow, that's beautiful, Mike.
And we've got Michael Kibbe and Sean Tagg to thank for this.
Yeah,
of course,
thank you
Netherworld
very
and
much.
BPAC.
Yeah.
But I just think, how good is this compared to what we've had before?
Dude, Mike
machine
is
put up.
he's leeching like a legend. Oh, he didn't go for the backwards jump on the barrel there to get the extra
Whoa.
100 though. Well, that's going to cost him. Yeah, no, it's an absolutely fantastic setup. So big shout out to Kibbe, also BPAC for
Yes.
getting it all together. It's
and
really, really good. But I
Thank
didn't
you
mind.
thank you also to Adam and Tanya for setting up
Yes,
the video capture
indeed,
off of all
indeed.
these cabs, which has been tuned beautifully. Looks
Yeah,
good.
so
Bruce?
we'll have all the video capture from I believe 8 cabinets this year with a splitter, so we'll be able to sort of cross live in a sense to certain cabinets, which will be phenomenal. For level 3, we've just got the cabinets 1 and 2, so Mike and Andrew for the moment, but we'll hopefully get some live updates as we go from the floor.
Oh, nice one. So I was talking to the lads on here before, Neil and Danny were on here, and we were talking about dark horses, and we had various ones. My pick for the dark horse to watch in this event tonight was Patrick Silva.
Oh,
I'd
yes.
like to do a ring around for all the players and where they're at. You appeared on the dark horse list of people who might be,
What?
yeah, you did.
No
And
way.
Neil
Oh.
said he'd been watching you, been playing really good. There was a 5-minute game, I think you did, in Netherworld, something or other.
That was quite a while ago, but
Either still. It's been a year
yeah.
since then. And I think, I mean, there's obvious ones like Jeff Sutter and stuff, but they're not really dark horses like Jeff's playing so
I know
well.
what you mean. What I really like about the level 3, and I've said this so many times before, it is a fantastic equalizer. If you're a 100k consistent player, I think you are in with not a great shot, but a decent shot at winning this. Because if something goes wrong for your opponent, because it's that knockout, you can win it.
Yeah.
You don't need what? Oh no! Mike tried to.
Oh, Mikey.
Mike.
What
Oh,
happened
no.
there? He just,
So
So
it was-
Mike was trying to press points, but rather up and
Yeah.
left, he
Yeah,
hit
he
up
just-
and right.
oh, what happened then?
I don't know. That's that's a
He's going to be disappointed in that because that was just
yeah.
a
He
complete
was.
blunder. That's
He
a,
wa- yeah, absolutely, 100%.
I mean, that must be just a performance, and just like
Yeah.
like a cricket bowler in the nets, they won't bowl a wide and they get out there. You know what I mean? Like he's
I wouldn't be surprised if what he did is he probably hit right, or sorry, hit right. I wouldn't be surprised if it bounced back into left.
Could've.
That can happen sometimes.
Yep.
so you got a dark horse, Dennis? You think of another one?
So
For level 3, are we talking about? Sorry.
Yeah, level three.
Yeah.
We've talked about Pat Silver, who is a great player and has enormous potential. Alan is very experienced. Probably
Incredibly so.
I would say actually Shane
Oh
Saul.
no,
I think,
Mike
I
just
think
lost
Shane,
another man.
Oh, Mikey.
Oh, no.
He's
I reckon that Shano might be.
But they're so good players, aren't they? They're sort of I'm like, it's very plausible they'll win. Who are the people?
It's not
unplausible,
particularly
ones
a
who are
dark
overlooked.
horse, is it?
No,
Yeah.
no, someone who's overlooked. Alan's so consistent. Like,
Maybe Sean, because
You've got to mention-
Actually,
Sean Rowland has
Yeah.
been out for the last couple of years as he'd been living overseas.
yeah, that's a
So-
good one. Neil had you in as a dark horse. Saying yeah, he had details wide. I don't think he was picking mates and stuff. And Danny had Neil in because Neil's been playing really well too.
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
These are people who think they might perform above expected. Not that they're not solid players, they are. But this is what you were saying, Aaron. Is this is an equaliser? You don't have
Very
to be a
much so.
kill screen
Very
player. You
much
don't have to
so.
be a million point player.
Exactly.
Look out, Mikey. There we
Yeah.
go.
So there you go. Like Mike is a consistent. I don't know his high score. I think is about 500 odd thousand.
Yep.
And
Solid score.
And not only that, he runs the Kong sort of training camps that we've been doing. So
Yep.
he knows this game really, really, really well. He's a really, really good player. Now, not talking down about Mike or anything like that, but those like lives that he lost, like those are just like little things that just happen.
Could be just nerve points. It's
Oh,
the
and
first game we're playing.
That's
but-
it, man. That's,
He's also
that's
up
exactly
against Andrew Barrow. That can't help your nerves.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
being against,
Yeah.
sorry, my mic's before. Being sitting there next to Andrew can't be helpful.
You'd be wanting to throw slide punches, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. Use those elbows.
That's it.
I played Double Dragon.
But
I can
see,
tell you that.
those few losses, they might settle him down in a funny way. You don't know.
Yeah,
He might just sort of go,
absolutely.
there's nothing to,
Well,
pressure on himself now.
no,
Maybe
that's
just
it.
it might go the other way. Might just relax a bit.
That's it.
Yep.
That's
A
it.
bit of a warm up now that he's getting into the groove.
And it's too
There's Mike on the screen. They're actually just taking a swig. We've got the cam in the room there.
Yeah,
get
Mikey.
it into you, mate.
He's a great guy, Mike.
Oh, one of the.
I'm not saying anyone else here isn't, but he's just such a warm
No,
fella.
Mike
I don't think he's
is-
probably ever lost his temper in his life.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, that's. I've never even seen him really get frustrated.
No.
He is Zen incarnate.
He
Yep.
doesn't want anything from the community
Zen
other than the
state.
community. He just
Yeah,
likes
yeah, that's it,
cheering
man,
people
that's
on.
it.
And, I mean, we all do, but I'm just saying. Like,
No,
he's such a great
Mike
guy.
is kind of a bit of a. Absolutely.
Here we go. Mike's picked up the bottom hammer.
We
Yeah,
noticed
so-
Barra's going on the level 2 leg humping at the moment, so he's well ahead of Mikey.
Yeah, and
So-
quite a few men in the bag as well.
Yeah, 1700 on the clock, so quite a lot of points to get.
Yeah.
Typically on the earlier levels, you'll get around about 200 points per bonus second.
Yeah.
Clearly ahead, 40 to 30.
It's interesting how much this game has changed, this track, from the first to now. Like, was once my idea was to bring it in. I was saying before to the fellas, just as a warm up for the other one, but I knew it could be competed.
Yep.
But this year it's just lifted
it's
something
such a-
else, hasn't it? Like, it's really people
Mike,
are really thinking about.
he didn't go for it, but that was a smart move considering.
Yeah.
No, it is. It's a really, really cool format. I really like it. We've actually incorporated it into some of our other tournaments as well.
At
Because
Netherworld
we-
and stuff,
yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. Because we enjoy it
Yep.
that much. And it's what, about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
A quick game's a good game in Donkey Kong.
It's not overly. Barra. My God.
Can't he do?
Yeah. I don't know. Say 6 correctly. That's what he can't do.
Yeah. Him's fighting words.
Yeah, Mike grabbing the top prize there on elevators. That's
Ooh.
He's
he's in a
not
really
quite
safe
far
spot.
enough forward. I think he might be in
Yeah,
the
that
position
just-
where he may get a long spring, and that
Yeah,
might cop him.
that's- Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
actually, no, you're
yeah.
absolutely right.
I saw that before and I thought he was touching just a bit too close. I think he might have just scraped. He must be right on the edge of the pixel collision there detection.
typically-
He
Yeah.
legit needs to be 1 pixel more to the right.
Yeah,
Ooh.
typically you
think
need
he's-
to have your left foot
Correct.
needs to be
Yeah.
right at the end of that girder.
Well, he must be just testing it because he's doing fine. I
Yep.
think he's safe. Obviously, there's been a few long springs since then.
Mm.
Hey, let's point out some long springs again. So if we watch the foot, I'm looking at
Here
Mike
comes
Cooligan's. Yeah, there's one
Oh,
landing high on that other foot.
man, wow! It's like going through him. I love it. That's hardcore.
Barra's still sitting on all his lives.
Of course. But I love that Mikey's putting up a fight and trying to
Bloody
maximise
oath, yeah.
his scoring potential.
I'm just
Good.
looking at barrows at the moment, just looking for any wild barrels. I've been saying that Alan Stall says he's been doing research. He's through the research of other people, he's found another way of detecting wild barrels rather than the usual between the legs drop.
Really?
I don't know how true it is when it comes to Alan, but he
Well,
says there's one.
it's not just that. It's if the barrel's rotating, yeah. Like as Kong grabs it, I'm pretty sure if it's rotating.
Or maybe that's what it is. That
Yeah.
he thought was new.
Barra's going with the double.
Oh, he's leeching
the double jump.
He's not messing
Yeah.
about. He is not messing about.
I'm not surprised. I think this year psychology is going to play a big thing in the tournament over the weekend.
That's not a freezer, Barra.
Fraser.
And he's still messing with it. Oh, it is. It froze on him. Well done.
As I was saying, I think psychology this year is going to play a big part.
Barra, you're going to die, dude. He's going for death points. Of course, it's level 3.
Oh, it's level 3.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's level
sorry.
3.
I didn't notice. I thought it was level 2, but apparently, level 2, level 3. Numbers. Who knew?
Yeah, no. That's interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't risk it on level 3 barrels personally.
I'd be out already a long time ago.
Yeah, I'd be leeching on rivets if I was leeching on anything. It's just what I feel comfortable leeching on.
I'm just curious to see any wild barrels on the
Mikey
on the
might be-
barrows one here.
Mikey may be a bit short here because he's got a fire. What are they called? Not a fireball.
Firefox.
Firefoxes coming up. Yeah.
Where does the term Firefox come from in this? Is it?
I actually think
One's
it's...
got a tail. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
No, I actually think it says it on the cabinet, on that little
Yeah.
label, doesn't it? They're called Firefoxes.
Probably.
Yeah.
It's weird though. Then again, he's called Donkey Kong. He's hardly a donkey.
Well, wasn't it? Well, that's true, but they wanted to show that he was stubborn, I think, is why they chose the term donkey.
I thought it was some typo. Translation error. No. No idea.
Oh, Mike is... You can get it. You can get it. Yeah, good boy.
Geez, Barra's really going for it, isn't
Oh,
he?
mate, he's not...
I think Barra's come primed.
He,
You know.
Just quietly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man, look at this grouping. Oh. Well, I was about to say that's too early.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty safe though.
Geez, I'm just astounded at the level of play of these guys now.
Oh yeah. Missed out on the 300 there. That's a shame.
Hey, are we streaming on the Netherworld
Ooh.
chat? Netherworld Twitch?
Yeah, I think we are.
When you guys are playing, look at this now.
Yeah.
Where would your peripheral vision be? Like, say on
Watch the monkey.
on Barra's side.
Watch. On Barra, I'd be looking at kind of like the sort of, not the very, very top girder, the one below and the one in the middle.
Yeah.
And I'd be keeping an eye on barrels that are coming down. But
Because you're not steering them yet, are you? Like
yeah, absolutely. No, you absolutely will be steering.
But not as confident as you can later.
No. Level 3, you can steer
Oh,
quite
can you steer?
comfortably.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
It's just the wild barrels coming in.
Yeah, so wild barrels can be an absolute nightmare on level 3.
Yeah.
It is the hardest level on the game.
Pies for Mikey. Just go, son.
Yeah. And then you always got to watch the monkey.
He's opted to just finish the level.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, typically you'd go for bottom hammer to try and get a few extra points.
Absolutely.
But
Barra's
Barra's
one
got
to
a
the
wild.
face.
A wild.
I missed it. Just I had to switch my phone off. I've been saying I'm watching for
Wow.
wild barrels. The score. I mean, I know the men are different and all that and where they are, but
Yeah, the scores are actually, they've kind of leveled out now because
Yeah.
Barra took some death points.
Well,
just Barra's just
but
dropped all his men.
yeah, he has. But
When did that all happen? I just saw him lose the men then. And
He short jumped the barrel and then he copped the wall
wow,
to
this
the
is
face.
neck and neck
I
now,
don't-
isn't it?
Yeah.
I
That's-
still think Barra's miles ahead. To be
Well,
honest.
if he loses a man, it's not that much more
Well,
to catch
yeah,
up.
Well,
look,
that's very true.
The score is the score,
Yeah,
That's very true.
because it's not a.
If Mikey can stay there and maximise his scoring against this this fireball, but if it comes up the ladder, he could get some pretty solid points
Yeah.
out of the springs.
Wow, look at this.
So he'll have a freezer now, Mikey.
Not that I'm going
He
for
shouldn't
anyone.
have jumped there. He should. If he hadn't have jumped there, that Firefox or Fireball, whatever the hell you want to call it, would have frozen. But mind you, it's hanging around for him enough. Now it'll freeze here. It'll go down.
That's
It'll
it,
freeze
Mikey,
at the.
do it.
Oh mate, I love it. So So go down, it'll freeze.
I know what you're saying in comparison to, like, if you're talking screen to screen and level to level, then Barrett is clearly ahead in points.
Yeah.
But
There we
Mikey.
go. That's how it goes.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
that's
Springs,
it.
Well,
man.
he
Well
can't
done,
be
Mike.
disappointed with that. That was a good game. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously he lost some men early, but he
Yep.
played really well.
Yep, he finished strong. It was good. Well done, Mike.
Well done, Mike.
Yeah, well done, Mikey.
I mean, you're going up against one of the best in the world.
Yeah.
Literally.
Literally, yeah.
Barrett in top shelf. Weak.
Yeah, what a coward.
No one's tapped him on. No one's tapped him on the shoulder yet. He's still going.
Yeah, so the rule is you don't go near them. If Danny or Jimmy see it, they'll tap him on the shoulder and just let
okay.
him know he's won. But the rule is that you don't say anything
let
to
him
the
play.
person beside you, because there have been times in the past where
Yeah, I
you
mean,
know,
with Johnny
what-
Bond it happened.
Yeah, Warriors just get across to say, "Oh, congrats, you've won."
Yeah. No, I
without
just
realising,
thought
so-
someone might be there to tap him on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh, Barrett's probably happy playing it through.
There we
Bit of
go. I
practice
think
for him.
he's I think he's off now.
Yeah,
Well
there
done.
we go.
So Barra won in the bag. So
Yeah, congrats.
congratulations. Someone hobble him.
Yeah, we'll get him here on the couch.
Well, you guys will be getting off in a minute.
Yeah. So
You'll be
maybe
up.
we'll when the next games are called,
Yeah.
we'll swap out with Barrett and Mike, and maybe they can have a bit of a chat because you and I will probably be up.
Bring it.
It looks like Ruland's up there playing
yeah,
with,
Tanya
against
and
Tanya
Sean
Kelly. I don't know
are
if we can
playing.
switch those over or not.
No, we haven't got the switcher installed just yet.
Okay. You guys have got to off. You got to go.
Yeah. All right, we
All
got to
right.
go.
I'm being
Right.
summoned. Thank you for having us on, Phil.
Yeah, just send
Appreciate
over
it.
Barra and Mike if they like.
I will do that. Thank you.
See you again soon. Best of luck, fella. Big fella. Yeah, we'll see if we can get Barra on the couch, which is looking pretty good. Just throw over it, you know, looking pretty good. Here comes Mike. Just got to make sure we get the mics organised. Here, your mic. Barra, that's yours. This is your mic here, number 2. And mic number 3 if you find it. Should be at your feet somewhere. Should say should say mic number 3 on it. One. There should be mic 3 somewhere. Oh, here it is. Sorry. I don't know how you did that.
Is that what that sound is?
No, that was I just got put there. Good game, guys.
Jeez, that's
It was looking really exciting from here. I realised you're in front in points. In points and also forward. And Mike, you took a few crashes early there.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Where you must have been trying to point press and you jumped straight into Kong.
Yeah, that was the worst. How do you press the wrong way
I
on
just
the
actually
joystick?
said,
I don't know.
"What was he trying to do then?" He goes, "Oh, I know what he was trying to do."
You come back pretty well though.
Yeah.
After that, I just got serious and tried to play safe as
Yeah,
possible.
Well, since your first one through a match there, we were talking about it before, like initially, not to go on about, when we put this track up was a bit of a warm, a bit of a primer for the big event,
Yep.
something like that. And it was, I wasn't saying it was a novelty event, people were competing because there's good prize money in that, but I feel like after last year, it lifted a bit, but this year it seems to have lifted another level, you know.
so
like
far,
but
yeah.
people sort of not like just the lead up to it, people talking about it. And,
Well, the first year there was a level 3 comp, right? Like I won it. I won the Kong off.
yeah.
Last year, Tekio won the level 3. Tekio won the Kong off. So it's a good,
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
what I
good
mean.
warm up for the
Yeah, that-
main comp.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So I feel it's funny you said that because I said a few times with the guys on here and they were too busy watching the game. I said I think there's a real psychological aspect having this year because there's so many people have been kill screening, multiple kill screens. Last year, Matt winning twice. The year before, you winning both things. Both those events.
Yep.
Thinking, how can you get in there? And I was thinking, Barra's putting on because I was watching you play. I was thinking, he's putting a lot of extra points in there on level 3, which is good. But
I actually had a huge game going after my first sack,
yeah.
and then I had a couple of bad hits. I had to play it
that's
safe.
the first one.
I would have ended up like well over 100,000 if I'd had some good boards.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was thinking,
So this is going well.
Yeah, because it's
Until
not.
it wasn't.
I remember the first year people not ran through, but it was pretty quick. But
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
changed a lot. And I was watching you, Mike, like picking up bottom hammer. These are becoming so commonplace in level 3.
yeah.
Oh, you have to. There's so many extra points there.
So it brings that sort of million point playing into the game, doesn't it? At a very low, like not low level, but only for 3 levels.
Because generally, a kill screen player is never going to get the bottom hammer
Yeah.
on any screen,
Yeah.
probably.
And I'm wondering if that sort of behaviour, because people are forced to do it now, whether it's helping people lift their score elsewhere. Like, I'm not saying it did, but there's lots of other things going on. Like this past year, Patrick Silver, Jeff Sutter had multiple, and he's hit 1 million points. Neil's been getting kill screens.
Yep.
Like, I reckon, this will be an exciting tournament tonight, no doubt. But the weekend is going to be something else. I reckon. Like there's going to be
Next level of players.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
people are super
Yeah.
consistent now running boards.
Yeah. Patrick Silver's my dark horse for this event. I don't know how he's gone yet, but I mean maybe he's not been up yet. Not saying he's going to
Oh, for the level three? For the
yeah.
level three,
Because I do a bit of a ring around beforehand who I can get hold of, and he's very keen on. Because he's come into I was saying before, he's come into this community in a very different way, and he's not interested in chasing a million points or anything like that. He just wants to win the Congo.
Yep.
And whether it's level 3 or this, I don't know. Probably both if he could. Of course, it'd be both if he can. But I think his focus, his attention for the year is here. You know. So who are we watching? Shane Saul and Alan Stall. Now this is in the
Two heavyweights of the
well,
DK scene.
Well, Neil's got the awesome foursome, which is yourself, Andrew, Matt Tecchio, and these two fellas. Because he's done the stats on it. You were the top 4. He's put it in a rank A, who have won more games than lost. There's only Johnny Bonds in rank B. He's the only one. There's no one in rank C, and the rest are in rank D.
Wow.
Yeah. And the top player in that is interesting is Shane Saul. He's won more,
Yeah.
and it's true. You can see.
Well, he's been in 4 out of 5 finals of the Congo.
And Alan, like I said, he's continually under the radar, and people thinking he's a potential victor. You know, but I think he really has got what. But it's just holding it together. You know.
I was riding my bike home from work today, thinking how many kill screens did we see this weekend. I was thinking with everyone where they're at now recently in their playing, I can probably see 6.
Yeah.
Something around that.
It'll be a race
5
for
or
a
6.
kill screen tomorrow. For
It
the
will be
bounty.
first
Everyone will be lined up at
first
10
coin
o'clock.
drop at 10 o'clock, I mean, how many have we had realistically in a Congo? I think 2 is the max, maybe?
I don't think we've ever had one in a tournament, in the actual tournament, like finals.
Oh, not the
No.
finals, I mean the qualifying.
It's usually, I think,
1 or 2.
it's
but then-
usually Shane who seems to get it, isn't
Yeah.
it? You know.
Maybe we need to have like a
And what about these trophies,
a
fellas?
second and third kill screen prize.
Yeah,
that
just
would
$100
keep
or
people pushing for it. Yeah.
And what is the bounty for the? What's first, second, third?
Oh.
The trophies, and what's the money, the cash?
Oh, I got no idea.
No, not
There's
sure.
a cash,
Yeah.
isn't there? There usually
Oh,
is,
it usually is. Yeah, it was $1,000 or something when I won it, I think. $1,000 for the million.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I just meant for the level 3. Sorry.
Oh,
level
I'm
3.
not too sure. Yeah. It's always good money though. Like
Oh yeah, it's always good.
And the trophies here look amazing as
Oh,
well.
yeah, it's
Just for level
incredible.
3 comp, that's
I thought they were the main trophies for the Congo. I was like,
yeah, same.
how the hell am I going to get one of those home?
Yeah, you just have to wrap the belt around it and pack it up neat.
Buy another suitcase.
That's a level 3 one. That's level 3 third place. The first place is up there. But they're pretty sweet. Like, not knocking anything from last year and what we did, but Evolution Travel was saying before, like some of our sponsors are just stepping up. We've got so many more sponsors and stuff.
They're next level trophies right there, just for a little level 3 comp.
And they've got
I can't wait to see the belt.
They've got such a retro feel too.
So I think this year they're hiding the belt, right? So it's going to be a big reveal.
they're gonna be
Every other
revealed.
time it's been on display on top of the cabs. This
Yep.
year, ooh, what's going on? Is it a belt? Is it a refrigerator?
Who knows?
Who knows?
I don't know. Maybe maybe they're thinking Alan Stall's got one that's going to be a fanny pack, as they call it, bum bag.
Yeah. Put a
Rocking
few,
that bum
put
bag
a
for
few
years.
extra notches in it for him. Not that I can talk, but you know, excited for that. So hopefully, I'm not too sure when the reveal is for that tomorrow morning. I guess before qualifying, or maybe
it might
before the
be Sunday
finals?
morning. I reckon
Sunday
they'll do
morning?
it. I reckon they'll hold it off till Sunday morning.
Have a chat with Danny. I know Danny's doing something special for it, so
Right. Yep.
there's going to be some kind of possibly
Well,
a smoke machine involved and
Ooh.
multiple lighting
Oh,
setups.
it could be a pole dancing from Danny. You wouldn't know.
We've gone all out this year.
It's interesting also with yourself, Barra, and Tecchio, like, if either of you win either of these events, we're going into like 2 to 1. You know what I mean? You'll have won 2. Same as Shane. You know, he hasn't done the level 3 one, and if Tecchio wins, he's on his way to a hat trick. You know.
Well, no one's won any event twice, right?
No.
Like in terms of Congo.
shit.
That's what I'm saying.
right.
Yeah, no,
So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we've had a different winner for
We've
the
got
Congo.
3 winners.
We've had different winners
and
for
the
level
US
3.
winners.
Yeah.
2 US winners, 2 Australian, and 1 New Zealander.
Yep. So,
So it's quite the international tournament when you say that, isn't it?
yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
Yep.
Just like the Aussie Arcade Champs, but we're not here to talk about that, are we? I'm going to lobby to
Australia.
rename that this year.
It's going to become like the America's Cup, isn't it? It's just the Barra Cup.
I'll happily retire and let you guys fight
Well,
it
there is
out.
a bit of conversation around the Australian Arcade, which I've been talking to John about and a few others. Like, there's a few ideas for mixing it up again, not this year, but a few changes there that may occur in the future. But it's not. I mean, I think I'm at liberty to say that may be the case because there's always changes, in, like in the Congo and anything else. I'll tell you why Shane just bolts down. He just burrows down into the game quickly, doesn't he? He just seems to get so settled early on in these events. Is that
he's Mr. Consistent.
Yeah.
He just does what he does, and he does it well. Almost every credit.
Yeah.
And you have to play exceptional to have a chance against him.
Well, I think that's Shane's not downfall, but he
Look
just
at that
plays
move.
so many games and long games. Like when he went up against you that year.
Yep.
I mean, you played long games too. But if you're gonna
nothing like he
nah,
had,
if you're gonna
yeah.
beat Shane, he's gonna, and that's the thing this year. Like with, like Jeff, if he wants to, like Jeff who's been getting kill screens, you get in the wrong game and you'll be going to 1 million points with against
Yep.
someone like yourself or Tekia. You know, it's that level now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a kill scale in the finals. Hey, did you? Neil has done all these stats. They're awesome. I won't get. They're out over there.
Yeah.
And the average score. This says a lot about the Kong-Off when you think about it. What do you think the average winning score is for the Kong-Off?
Like the final.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty low because we haven't had any like grand finals go deep.
The average, like
Yeah.
What do you reckon? Like
I'd say like 200,000, probably less.
250.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Says a lot. Like it shows, and the level of players.
Yeah.
Like what you're at 550, Mike, as a high.
So that's
personal best?
that's the grand final.
Yeah.
We're talking about. Or
No,
all
the
finals?
overall score. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what what's your personal best? 550 or
505.
So that's basically it's more than double what you need if you want. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
obviously you're up against games that aren't that, but the number of players this year, I think there might be. And I mean, Jay Mack's not here, Johnny Bond's not here, but we got I think as many as 12 kill screeners in this event. You know.
Yeah.
Like
at
season
least,
people.
yeah.
You know. Whereas
I think there's more actually.
yeah, there might be. And when I first came up, there was you, Shane Saul, Alan Saul, Shane Saul, and you. You know.
Yeah, and Graham.
And Johnny Bond.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just something else now. So what have you been watching here, Mike? What have you got your eyes on? Who are we
I've
looking
been following Shane,
at? Let's follow Shane for
He
a
is
while.
points pressing.
Oh,
to
another
the
Alan
different
just
Alan.
took a whack in the head.
Barrel to the face.
He won't.
So what are we? They're both on the same board. So 3-1 barrel screen for level 3. Shane's got more points and he's a man in front. So it's not too close at the moment, but anything can happen on this screen. I call this screen the worst screen in the game. I hate it. 3-1.
Oh, really?
3-1 is the
Yeah,
worst
right.
screen in the game.
Okay.
Because if you're running boards, if you're getting bottom hammers, doesn't matter. You can get a wild to the head at any stage because they're so unpredictable
Yeah.
on the screen.
Well, that was the idea
for the
for the
majority
track,
of the
really,
screen.
wasn't it?
It was.
You know?
Level 4 and beyond is actually easier. So on this screen, I even in my PB game, I didn't get the bottom hammer.
Yeah.
I just
Wow.
ran the board because I don't want to hang around. I just want to get to level 4.
Yep.
There's people that'll hang around on the start boards.
Yeah.
This being one of them forever and ever, but it's just not worth it.
I mean, as much as this game can level out the field somewhat, you're not winning this by fluke. You know, it's still skill.
Yeah,
But there is a chance that skill just goes the wrong way.
Well, that's
I saw
why
you
it's-
got hit
that's
by a
why
wild
it's exciting.
barrel. Yeah, you like I
Because
saw a wild barrel punch you on
It'll
the
be
head.
boring. Like
Yeah.
it'll be like Gallagher if there was no chance to it. You know what I mean?
Well, I've been talking about Gallagher, and I
Which
want
all three of us, I guess, can actually commentate on, can't we? So
Alan's lost another. No, I was talking about Gallagher. I think that it's right for bringing into the Brisbane event like scene up here, but they've got to go to a kill screen track. Then it becomes a finesse game. But it's
Yeah.
just getting people to play it.
Yeah.
Like I know people like you, Mike, Derek Broadfoot, and there's plenty of others could easily turn their attention to get to that, you know, to let it crash at that 256 or whatever it
for
is.
sure.
You know, like it's not as, and that would change the game so much, you know, because it would be essentially like Donkey Kong, like kill, like you know, not to get on about it, but like challenging stages have a greater meaning, you know, point pressing, you know.
Rather than just surviving,
Yeah, just run
emotions.
because there's nothing left to do in the game. Like Billy Mitchell has, I remember he said about Donkey Kong, the three things it got, you know, was it's got the varied boards, a high level skill, but the other big thing, and he's right about this, is a kill screen. You know, if it didn't have a kill
it'd
screen,
be-
we wouldn't be talking. We wouldn't be sitting here.
What would the high score be? It'd be
'cause it would
maybe a
be a
million
25
points.
yeah, it'd be
It'd
just
be level 40 or whatever. You know what I mean?
It'd be a marathon game at probably 12, 13 hours.
It'd be like asteroids.
Yeah,
You know, just play it forever or whatever.
just
It's
running through.
one of those boring games.
It still has all the
Yeah.
sort of weirdness that you could still get out, but yeah, it just wouldn't be talked about in this way. And that's the same if we had TG set that score on an A or a C track where it's got the kill screens on Gallagher. All those things that, well, I mean, you do so well, Barrow, like picking up the 3Bs, which not knocking Amanda, who skips past it. He's a low scorer at 256. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the way he runs, that's
But
not
I
taken
mean,
away from
if
him.
there was
Yeah.
a kill screen on Gallagher on all settings, then it would be a different story, obviously. Yeah. So an unintentional bug really is in both aspects is provided the competition for us. Still on 3-1.
I mean,
Alan needs to get past his board and just make it to the rivets. Just get some points on the board. Try and get in front of Shane. Shane might get a barrel to the head. You never know.
I mean, Alan's got his work cut out for him. If you've seen Shane get up and go away and he's not getting a tap on the shoulder, he'll be sitting there, I mean, he could do it. I think I was talking to Alan this morning, doing an interview with him, and it's kind of funny, he just refuses almost to change his game, whether it's inability to do so, but he knows all these things that would improve his game, but just doesn't employ them.
Yeah, he just can't teach an old dog new tricks, I guess. He's been doing the same things for so long that it's very hard to teach him out of those habits.
Do you reckon for you guys, like, getting good at games, because you play, like you both play so many different games, they must allow you to move, like your mind's more flexible to pick up new tactics and overall strategy, you know what I mean?
Absolutely it does, yeah. I mean, if you're just stuck into one game, you sort of just got tunnel vision, haven't you, for that one genre or one game. But once you've played a few different games, you can sort of use those strategies and those to learn new stuff, and it just goes on from there. It's like a sort of exponential learning, really, to be honest.
And that's where people underrate, like the cognitive ability to do that. It's not luck, there's and Kibby and yourself, like in that Anzac ceremony, like just before the event began, I sort of touched on that with both you guys having a rank in the DK forum, and you can see why, like, because Kibby's come from Nibbler, but a lot of the other people do really well in DK. They don't play any other games, So going from Nibbler, I know he's a good ice cold beer player, and he's got lots of games, but like particularly we were talking about 4-barrel, like with Donkey Kong level 3. Look at all these top DK players who can't get to rank A because they don't play shooters.
Yeah, exactly,
Like if they played shooters like Gallagher or Glax in anything, they would lift that ability, but it's so not relatable. Like DK3's by name.
And there's quite a few people that are good at the 3 Donkey Kong platformers, but haven't really even touched DK3
because
it's so different. It's so out of their wheelhouse, I guess. But
I'd love to get a DK3 tournament going.
Not saying they don't have the potential to play it, but
they've got to do it though.
You got to put the time in.
See, Matt Tecchio's he's quite keen to get on to Gallagher after. He'd like to marathon something, and I suggested Gallagher because it's not crazy.
Yeah, I mean Tecchio, he's a good Gallagher player. Like he's done over 1 million. So
and he
did that pretty quick too. Yeah. So as you know, the game doesn't change after about
unless you get a kill screen, then it changes a lot.
A few 100,000, it doesn't change.
Oh, look, if you can get, like we've always said, get to level 31 without losing a man, you can get the world record if you want to. If you really, there's a lot of motivation, and there is probably some habit in there. I couldn't do what the guys are doing. I just don't have that kind of mindset in that way to sit and play for that long. But if you can do, if the skill set's there, it's just the other aspect of yourself, like Nibbler. I couldn't do what Kibby did. No, I can't remain stable awake for 50-something hours. I couldn't.
I'm struggling at 20 or whatever I'm at right now. I'm struggling. So.
My wife complains that, like, when we first sat down to watch a movie once, I switched. What are you doing? So watch the rest later. She goes, what are you talking about? I said, I can't watch a movie in one go. I'll get up in the cinema and just walk out for no reason. She goes, why? I said, I'll go out there and talk to people.
Pause it.
I just walk out.
Phil needs a break.
I said, just watch the movie for me. And she said, what do you mean? I said, just tell me what happens when I get back. Nothing's going to happen. Theatre's different. I go to a theatre, I'm on the edge of my seat watching it. But it's got to be a really good film. Anyway, what I'm saying is Nibbler. My mind would wander. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah, I get about half an hour into a single game, and I just start to think about other things. If I'm just doing, especially with Gallagher, about 500,000 point mark, my mind wanders and I start to lose concentration. I stop looking. I stop looking down at my ship
But you're one of these Bradford guys. You're just good at games, but you don't push yourself onto one. Like Derek Broadfoot.
I thought you meant Chad Bradford, the guy that won the ice skating. was that his name?
That was Stephen Bradford or something.
Bradford.
I meant Broadfoot.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? But Mike's certainly, if you actually just said, I'm just focusing on this for the year, it's but when I've been in Netherworld with you jump from one game to another because you love it, which is great. Neil's the same, but he just dedicates hardcore, goes
he does
white knuckled on games for 6 months.
An hour a night on one single game
and
just keeps going and grinding, works it out, feels every single bit of the game come at him, and he's already tired as it is when he starts playing, and he just keeps pushing at it every single time, and that's what gets him the world records. He'll get a game and grind away.
Is that Neil you're talking about?
Yeah.
He's super analytical, and that's
Yep.
a huge part of being able to learn some of these games. Is
Yep.
Well,
he gets right down into the minute details of things,
Well,
and that's why he does really well.
Since last come off with the giving Dwayne and Robert's number, he messages and gets info and stuff because he loves all that stuff. He's a big AFL. He's a big Geelong supporter or something like that.
Yep.
He's
Carlton.
And he's watched every Carlton game, old game, anything he could find video recorded. Watch it. Cricket stats. He's just in that
Loves it.
stats
Loves
stuff.
it.
You know.
Yep.
Well, you should see the stats. Like we'll go through them tomorrow at some point. We'll go through them in the detail, but
Yeah.
the stats he's got are incredible.
All right, looks like Shane's taken that one. Alan
Yeah.
just could not find the points on the last couple of
71.
boards,
Yep.
but
Yep.
No, well,
84 is pretty strong though from Shane first
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
How many
Nice.
screens? How many screens left, Barrow, after this? After level 3 rivets.
No, that's the
That's it.
final
That's the
final
last
board
one.
of the.
That's
of
the final
level
board?
three.
Oh,
That's-
right.
That's the last of it.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's just given that one up. Mr. Consistent comes through again.
I reckon some games are going to go pretty deep over the weekend, even qualifying. You know, what do you reckon the lowest qualifying score will be
Oh, fuck.
to get in the bottom 6?
I'm not getting in. I know that.
No, I wouldn't say that.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be much more than 500. Like
Oh shit.
no, like even if it is that high, you know what I mean. Like
Yeah.
it's never going to be 600 plus.
No.
I don't think. There's just not.
But I remember the
As
years
many
coming
players.
up, you'd come in and go, how'd you go? I'll play one more, just sort of warm up, then come back. How'd you go? 450. I'll be in with that and walk away. I remember the
Yeah,
did
well,
that.
I mean,
those days are gone.
Those
haven't
days
they?
are gone. That's why we just wanted to get a game in and get on the piss.
No,
like.
that's right. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They're gone. you know?
No, you can't bank on a 400k score now.
We'll see Edward
No.
Boner, like last year, he went off to the pub and switched on tonight. He's bumped out by Big Mikey.
Yep,
Knocked him
yep.
out.
So who we got now? We've got Tagster, looks like, and
Dennis.
Dennis. So Tagster on the left,
Well, they haven't changed the names.
Dennis
though.
on the right. Kibby's just walked away from the stream. He's
Oh,
just-
okay.
So he's going to change that in a minute. But we've got Tagster on the left, and Dennis Edmonds, the brilliant tech, who's fixed up all these old cabs, on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about that on tomorrow. I'm going to try and get Pelly and Tagster and Dennis on to talk about the maintenance of these machines. You know how important that is because, well, I've got to take my Robotron over to Pelly that's got some here. I don't know what to do with it.
Oh, Neil, I wouldn't have even seen the inside of a cab. I just play the bloody emulator on my computer. So all I do is play the games. I've got no idea how it works. Or
would you want to get a cab at some stage?
well, yeah, I mean potentially, yeah.
Yep.
But we don't you don't really have the room to be honest
Yep. Fair
at
enough.
the moment. But I'll get one eventually. Yeah.
4-way stick, 8-way stick. What sort of
Oh,
games?
I'll just get
Yeah.
I'll just get an OG of some sort.
No, go for something
okay.
super rare.
Yeah,
Get
yeah.
yourself a Sinistar. Go for
Yeah, I think about this sometimes, like top 5 cabs that you'd want.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
if you're stuck on a desert island or whatever that you wanted to play, you could forever or something.
it'd be a
or
Williams
something like-
J-Rock done.
Well, no. I'm talking like one game, OG
Oh, yeah.
cab,
Oh, yeah.
and I'd go for games probably like ones that are fun to play but hard to master. You know what I mean? Like Gravatar.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, you're
Like,
telling me.
yeah. So you could play that for probably 10 years, and you're never gonna even complete the game type thing.
Yeah.
I'd love a Robotron. That's
Yeah.
definitely top 5 for me.
I think Sinistar would send you mad. That's a hard game.
Too hard. Probably too
So hard.
Too hard basket, so to speak. Pole position, I think, is another one.
Oh. All right.
Yeah.
I love racing games.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's definitely get one of those.
I think pole position would wear me out. I mean,
What else? I mean, back in the day, maybe you asked me 10 years ago, I would have said Gallagher, but I'm that's sort of near the bottom of the list these days.
Unless you started playing rank A and rank C, but even then it'd become it's too.
That's what I mean. Like on a desert
It'd
island,
be
you're
like
going to get
having
sick of
Donkey
it pretty
Kong.
quick, right?
Yeah, it'd send you mad.
Robotron, you're not going to get sick of pole position. Wouldn't get sick of that because you're never going to max it out. I mean that's got a week to think about the other two, haven't I?
Yeah.
It's
Yep,
a tricky
yep.
one. I've had this conversation with people, and when it really comes to it, if I had, and I wouldn't, but if I was a multi-millionaire, so all of a sudden I had money with bedrooms, invite friends up. One, I'd have a bowling alley in the house because that'd be
Yep,
fun.
yep.
Just a one-lane bowling,
Yep.
just crazy shit, And I'd probably have an air hockey. When it came to video games, the ones I'd have are things like Jackal, Bubble Bobble, Smash TV. Ones that are just fun games.
yeah.
You could be drunk, goofing off. So
Yeah,
let's get
yeah.
on and play this. Ones you can play together, like just any kind of tandem game where you're
Yep.
working together is
Yep.
a lot of fun.
I'll tell you another good one, Black Widow.
Oh, that is
I know
good.
Black Widow. What's
That
that
is
It's an
one?
good.
Atari Robotron type game. So Victor Robotron, really. You're murdering all the spiders and collecting your grub stakes and stuff like that.
Twin stick, yeah. It's
So
really fast and
so
frantic.
much fun though.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's very fast, very frantic, lots of fun. Lots
Yeah,
of fun.
I think we played it for the American Battle of the Arcades when we played against
okay,
them like
right.
way back.
Yep.
Yeah.
There was a cab at Netherworld actually at one stage. I'm not too sure if it's
They would have been in
still
for
there,
that, yeah.
but, yeah, fantastic game. Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
I really want to get those names changed, but I don't know how to do it. Maybe Jimmy could.
Well, Alan Stahl's sitting there now. Maybe we could ask him, or maybe we should leave it till Kippy gets back.
Oh yeah, don't. ask
That's
him.
right. I mean, so yeah.
Alan will touch it. The whole
anyone-
roof will fall down.
We've got Tagster on the left, Dennis on the right.
Yep.
I might ask Jimmy to change it.
Yeah, you know, worries.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I think for my top 5 it'll probably be Raiden DX,
Yeah,
which
right,
got the Alpha Bravo and Charlie mission, and the Bravo is just like an updated version of Raiden 2, basically.
Right, okay.
like a ROM update.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with the Raiden series. I've played a bit of 1 and a little bit of 2 as well, but not really any of the others.
Yeah, fair enough. Yep.
But I do love a good shoot 'em up as well, though.
Yep. And I'll go Super Sprint as well.
Oh,
The 3-player Super
now
Sprint.
you're talking.
Big wheel,
Oh, now
spin the
you're
wheels
talking.
around, 3 players, get your mates
I
around.
love those sprint games.
Yeah.
I grinded the hell out of one of those at Fun Spot when I was there a few years ago
Excellent.
to get the
Yeah.
high score on there. I think it was Sprint 3 or something, or 2. I sort of lose track of which one's which. But
Did I miss anything?
Those old bird's eye
Yeah.
sprint sort of games. Have you played Badlands?
No.
Okay, check that one out.
Okay.
Stalker. Have you played Stalker?
No.
Probably one of my all-time favourite games.
You're going to have a list that everyone's going to know.
Well,
I think you've lived about 10 lives over one of the
Oh,
years ago.
if you like the bird's eye racing games that have got that sort of jerky Grand Theft Auto 1 type movement.
Yep.
Yeah, you'll love those.
These are classic games still.
Oh yeah, for
Where's
sure,
yours
yeah,
stretch to? Where does gaming begin and end? Like obviously, okay, not Space Invaders, not Galaxian, not Asteroids, probably Donkey Kong.
In what
The
sense?
earliest games that you'd play, like
Oh, early,
historically.
no, I don't like put a year on it or anything.
No,
like that.
which one would be like? You don't play Space Invaders, do you?
No, but I do play things that are that old.
Yeah.
But like Halifire's
Oh yeah,
79,
yeah.
you know
yeah.
what I
So
mean?
where would you come up to then? How
Um,
far into the arcade? Because what was that
I'll
game?
play
one year?
anything, mate.
Yeah, but that Australian
As long as
arcade,
it's good.
the Australian Arcade Championship, and Jesse Bogey was here, and you were playing that game with the balls. It's like a reverse
Puzzle
pit.
Bobble. Yeah.
And he said you knew how to play that game. You
I
knew
did.
the patterns. But that's pretty late. Like in the sense from 1977 or 78.
I sort of don't know the years of those sort of games. Like, have you played Mr. Driller? Okay.
Sounds like
Yeah.
a porn.
No, it's not. I knew you were going to say that, but it's what I've been trying to get it into the AAC, but technical
That's
won't put
great.
it in there because he
Yeah.
knows I'm decent in it. But it's such a fun game. I don't know when that was made. I mean, I'm guessing it's 90s.
Probably
but-
early 90s, yeah.
Yeah, but, you played it right, Mike.
When we bought the PS1 Classic Mini,
I mean,
I was like,
how
all these
good
games
is
are
that?
terrible. And Ree found Mr. Drill, like, what's this? Oh, it looks pretty fun and colourful.
Yeah.
And we just like fell
And
in
then
love with
3
it.
hours later, you're
Yeah.
still playing it because it's got so much replayability.
It is
but,
insane, yep.
I mean, yeah, I'll give anything a go in terms of gaming. I thought I'd put that qualifier in there.
I'd like to see, I was talking a bit about John about with the arcade Australian Arcade Champion. I'd like to see an event just built around run and gun games.
Running guns, yeah,
They're fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm including Rygar, Rastan, those sort of things in there.
So we've got shock troopers in the AAC.
Oh, yeah.
I
Yep.
don't know.
Okay, that's a
I know Narc.
pretty. Narc, yeah,
That's a wild. I'm not saying it's a great game, but it's just so violent.
When I get my Midnight Resistance up and running, that'll be an AAC.
Yep.
It's one of the best games.
another good game.
Hellfire hasn't Dennis got about 4 cabinets or something?
I don't know the story behind it, but yeah, I know Pally's got one as well now.
Yeah.
Beautiful looking cabs, but
Yeah, one went to Mark Bell as well.
Mark Bell.
I think there's still 2 left in Denny's garage.
Is Mark coming this year?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
He is, yeah, and he's not coming tonight though because he sort of went a bit too hard last night, but
Oh, he does that
well-
a bit when he when he comes to Brisbane.
And Big Red's not here though, is he?
Big
this year?
Red Bird's not coming out.
Oh.
Good mate, Big Red.
I only mean that was it last year. He's such a good dude.
Absolutely.
Mr.
legend.
Do.
He now, me and him, we're good friends, but he loves some shit games. I'll be honest. Have you played Bagman?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've played Bag It Man
It's a-
on Commodore.
Oh, okay.
It's probably the same. You're in mines underground and you're like in a different
Nah,
game.
this one's like
Alright.
Anyway, it's a good name about 1 million games. You probably haven't heard of.
So what's Jackal?
99% of them.
Jackal.
What's Jackal? Yeah, I've never heard
Oh,
of it.
Jackal's like it's probably not that common, but it was basically Commando, essentially. But
Yep.
you're a Jeep,
Oh,
and there's two Jeeps, and you go up the screen together, and you can go up so far, and then you can't go back. You know what I mean? And it's got
right.
prisoners of war, and you up guns and stuff as you drive up together and just make your way up through the. So a bit like Xevious on the ground, but a bit like Commando.
Okay,
And you turn around and shoot the enemy. It's just a fun game to work. It's just a game you play together, you know. Like
Fair enough.
And you can't shoot each other. It's not that sort of thing. It's not. That was a great game. Like it's what I genuinely call esports, where the thing's just an adjudicator to people playing each other. Like on the Atari, Combat's a great game. You know?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I'd have that in my, like right, let's battle out in point blank. That's a lot of fun. There's a group, like get a bunch of guys or
Definitely,
lads
yep.
or whoever together and play that.
Ooh, Tagster.
Oh, Tags are dead again.
So he was just on his first man, but he's gone. Lost a couple pretty quick here. So he's sort of even things up. Is that Dennis? He's on level 2. Is that?
Yeah, level
Yep.
2 it says.
Must be 2-3. The rivets. He wouldn't be on level 3 with a score like that. So this is getting close. Dennis going to be slightly ahead.
But
once
isn't Dennis on level 3? What's that say?
I think it must be 2.
Yeah,
You
that's
can't.
2,
36,000 is too low for level
He's going
level
up.
3.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice little trap.
Got him. That's what we call it. Got him.
Well, there's
Nice.
the score.
Score is very, very even,
That's your score sitting on the high score there.
and
21.
it's going to stay there. I'll tell you what, a game I haven't seen since we've been here, Mike. I know you like it. Golf.
Golf.
What's happened?
Do I like it? What's one of today's favourite games, golf.
What's happened to the cab of golf? Is that?
No idea. Yeah, it's been gone from Netherworld for a long time as well.
Oh wow, well, that's surprising. It's
I
a
think
real
it's-
shame if there's something's happened to it, because that's another good game. I've been playing a little bit recently.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's your online tournament at the moment, one of the Olympics tournaments. So,
Yep.
it's got a few of the old favourites in it. Moon Patrol,
Beautiful.
golf, all those sort of good games. But
I know this might think low of me when I say this, but I never liked Gyrus.
Yeah.
I never liked that game.
yeah, it's a tough one to get into. I can't say I'm a huge fan of it either.
No.
I don't mind it. I'll play it.
I just like
For
the
a bit
techno
of
bug.
fun, Yeah, I mean, I think you're either one or the other, aren't you? You're a Gallagher guy or you're,
Yeah,
or you're a
guy.
guy.
That's
And
it.
is it Gyrus or is it Gyrus?
Gyrus, whatever it is.
Or Gallagher? Like, what is it? Tomato?
Well, actually, I think I was saying before, like Japan don't pronounce the L, so it's Garaga. Like it's like God.
Yeah, well, that's
Don't
true,
pronounce
yeah.
it. It's actually,
Yeah.
we're all pronouncing
Well,
it wrong. Yeah.
how about Rally X? Have you played Rally X?
Yeah, that's
And they have the challenging stage.
Oh,
Instead of challenging, it's challenging. Yeah. Just some of the funny translation errors.
I also wonder if it was Gyrus because of the way they'll fit in Australia. I don't know about New Zealand, but you probably maybe not come across them because you're not the right generation. I wonder if they just put 8-way joysticks in, like because it has to have one of those really wild 18-way joysticks, like same as Sinistar. It's got these because I don't got one like that properly here. So you do this and you have to do this, and like it's a bit awkward.
Gyrus,
Yeah, Gyrus, or Gyrus, or whatever it
And
is.
golf's got the flight stick,
It's got the
obviously.
weird
Yeah,
joystick, has it, with the trigger
with
on
the
top.
trigger
Really
like
painful
Tron.
trigger to
Tron's
use.
like that
And
too, isn't it?
after about 2 credits, your forearm's just completely burning.
yeah.
And,
That trigger is such a tiny bit of metal. It really digs in. But the Tron trigger is much nicer. Yeah.
But a lot of fun playing with the OG controls.
Yeah,
Another game like that from Gottlieb is Mad Planets. Have you played that? So that's got a flight stick and a spinner.
That's Dave.
Oh, right.
That's Dave James's favourite game.
Is it? Mad Planets, yeah,
He's-
yeah.
I think he's building one.
You mean a spinner like Tempest?
Yes,
Yeah,
plus
yeah.
a flight
Geez,
stick.
they're rare, aren't
plus
they?
a flight stick, though.
Yeah, like a spinner.
And it's,
like that,
you try and play that on MAME, you just might as well give up.
Yeah.
Play it on a real cab if you ever get the chance, because it's one of the best games ever made.
I'll tell you a game that I thought was really
Much
good.
better than Qubit, the other game they made. Yeah, have you heard of that?
I mean, credit to Warren Davis. It's iconic, but it's. I like it when you're not good at it. It's a bit of fun, popping around and doing stuff. But I've never been big on puzzle games like that. Like when in arcade, I didn't really get into them. I just sort of,
Yeah.
Yep.
Mad Planets, Dave James building one for you.
Yeah.
You heard it right here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm holding him to that. And I'll hit him up right after this. I'd love to see that in the competition.
I tell you, a good game is. I only saw it when we were over in Santa Fe. Was Bubbles.
Bubbles,
Bubbles,
yeah.
yep. Yep, yep.
It's such a goofy looking game, but
Yeah,
man,
it's
it's
one of
fun.
the lesser known Williams games,
yeah,
isn't it?
but it's good.
But that's much more playable on a cab too. Than
Someone was stoned.
that's such a good game. Oh yeah.
In a sink, knocking things down a hole. The sink. It's so weird.
Picking up the broom.
It's
off
more
the,
like a game
yeah.
you'd find on an app now, like Japanese kind of characters, like, you know what I mean?
But that's got I think that original cab has got a 49-way optical joystick in it.
okay.
Wow.
And that's what I mean.
That's, I mean,
it's
49,
so much,
that's like Sinister.
so much more. Yeah, same. I think it's the same joystick.
Gyros
actually,
and
but
stuff, yeah.
It's so much more fun playing that on the cab than it is obviously on main. But it's still a great game. Like nevertheless, it's still playable with
Yep.
normal joystick. But,
I think I played it once when Netherworld had the Williams multicade machine, and that was it enough for me. I couldn't
Actually, I think we've
I
got
couldn't
that.
understand it. I just left
We've
it.
got that over here, haven't we? The Williams multi.
Maybe
Oh,
out,
is it up, is it?
Is out the front? It might be.
Just.
Oh, is it here?
I can see it there.
Yeah, got the mark.
Oh, it is
Williams.
too.
Yeah,
It is too.
so
All right.
We'll play some
It's got,
bubbles.
it's got Joust running in it, yeah, for AAC. Yeah.
But we could play some Robotron and flick it over.
Play some
Yeah,
Robotron,
you gotta show
play
us
some
how to play,
bubbles.
Phil.
Yeah.
I just
All
like
right,
the game.
So what do we got going on here? They're both on the final board. Both got one man in the
This
bank.
feels more like a...
It's in the
This feels
60,000s.
like more of a
Both
game
just
we'd see
finished the bottom
tomorrow.
hammer.
It's gone so long.
Oh, that could have been.
This is going to be very tight. They're going to have to both leech this out.
Hey, buddy. Signature time. Ree's got your games.
So
Sweet,
Tax has still got
sweet.
a couple of rivets, but he's just going to get some points here. He's going to need them.
All right.
I think Dennis is in the driver's seat. He's got 3,000 on the clock. He's going to get 5,000 points out of this. Hopefully he sacks. Hopefully he remembers to sack it.
Ah, there we go. Tags has sacked it.
69.
He'd be hearing those points too, Tags.
Yeah.
Biddle-lip, biddle-lip, biddle-lip. Oh, trying to steal Jerry Scott's lid. Jerry, the biggest patron of the arcade community. We'll get him on here later for a bit of talk.
Tags, they're going for an early leech here on the left-hand side.
Is that dangerous?
Not really. Depends where your fireballs are.
They're
I
all
mean, he's
trapped.
got two freezers up there, so they're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
coming over. So you just got to watch the others. He might as well just keep leeching this out. If one comes up the left-hand side here, just go down and get the hammer. But
Oh, these are getting close, aren't they?
if this goes pear-shaped for Denny, then this is going to be close. This is a tough one to call.
We'll get that hammer,
This
won't we,
is
for sure.
Denny's in
Yeah,
a really bad spot
beautiful.
here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
If
rough.
he gets pinched here and Tags, he gets up the top.
Oh no, look at this.
Okay.
quickly.
Just push it, Denny. Push it down.
Yeah, he's
Push
gonna.
it.
He needs to do something.
That's it. Get down and out. Beautiful. Grab the hammer quick. Yes.
Okay, still going to be
Leave it.
close.
This is where
Tags
we got.
does not have
Guys
much. Doesn't have much left on the bonus timer.
He wants to see the
I'm
end.
being
Barry's been
summoned. I
pulled
want to
out.
see the end. The jeopardy of it all. But I'm being pulled away.
Barrett can't tear himself away here.
Tag.
I might roll off too because I'll be up in a game soon as
No,
well.
you're right, mate.
What did I miss?
Thanks for the chats, Phil.
Oh, you've been knocked. Welcome, Aaron.
Oh, Mike, you leaving us?
Yeah, he's gonna.
No worries, no worries.
No, I might just switch this one off.
Hello, everyone.
One, two, that one there, I think.
Yeah, I'm number 2.
No, that's, you're still in? No, you're.
No, I'm 3. So, oh wait, yeah.
Oh, I can hear. Maybe I'll just leave it. Let's not
It's all good.
ruin the system. I'll screw the O-True a bit until someone comes on.
Fantastic. So pretty good so far.
So hang on, what happened in that game? Oh, so
Oh,
Dennis
I
won.
wasn't watching. Sorry.
Dennis, 77,000.
Oh wow.
That was close though. They won't be disappointed with that.
No, that's
good.
yeah, no. Well, I lost to Sean Tag, so I had some silly deaths.
Oh, hang on. So that's Sean's second game.
I'm unsure.
No,
Sorry.
did you say Sean who?
No, I lost to Sean Tag,
When?
second round.
That was just tags to them.
Yeah. So that's his second game, I think.
Hang on.
So Sean Tag went up against Dennis.
Yeah, you just.
Yeah. Previous to that, he went up against me,
That's
and I lost to him.
Oh,
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. That was Sean's second game.
Oh,
because I'm not.
sorry.
tracking what's-
Yeah. No. I think so. I don't know if it was
Yeah.
second or his third, but yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I went up against. I can't remember the gentleman's name, but I won. I dominated.
Oh, okay.
I did really well.
Is that a new player?
I don't know if they're new or if it's maybe someone I don't know. There are a few people here that are, should we say, like Donkey Kong aficionados, but I don't know them.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right, so we got Patrick and Alan Stoll.
Just 1 second, I'll come back.
Not a problem. So Patrick and Alan Stoll went up against each other in the quarters or semis. I think it was the quarterfinals last Kong off. So there'll definitely be a bit of I wouldn't say bad blood, but friendly rivalry, absolutely, which is why we're all here. And Patrick, maybe is he opting just to steer? I think on the top there, and we'll probably drop down and get the bottom. Oh no, that was silly. Oh, great recovery though there from Patrick. Absolutely phenomenal recovery. So Alan opting for the bottom hammer, but Patrick is not.
Patrick is I was saying before, I'm curious to watch what he does in his level 3.
Yeah, well,
this must be his second game then?
Unsure, sorry. Probably though. I think most people have had 2 games by now. But he's not opting to go for the bottom hammer there. So I think he's probably hoping that, well, maybe not hoping, but his strategy is that I'll play a little bit safer, still get some decent points, but not not try to waste lives early on.
Call an early winner, Aaron? Anyone you really think is going to be unstoppable today?
Tonight?
Tonight.
Listen, it's hard. Like I said, level 3 is it's an equalizer. It is an absolute equalizer.
Well, we've seen some close matches.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about dark horses. Sean Ruland is definitely in that category for me.
Yeah.
And purely for I don't know if he's a dark horse or maybe the unknown horse.
Yeah,
or the hasn't shown up in a wild horse.
He hasn't been there for a while.
Yeah, so Sean was overseas for quite a while, but he's graced us with his presence. The second denizen at Netherworld, so knows his way around a joystick. Phenomenal Donkey Kong player. Has he got a kill screen? Sean, yeah. He has?
Pretty sure he has, yeah.
I don't know if he has.
Who are you talking about?
Sean Ruland.
Pretty sure he has.
Chat, let us know. Not that we can see it, but absolutely phenomenal player.
Oh, I'm not. Oh, Michael, no.
Yeah.
We'll ask someone soon. No hurry, but.
Yeah. Hey, Matthew.
Bring him up.
Come join us, please. Come join us. Matthew Tecchio joining us, the 2022.
For those who don't know who Matt Tecchio is, in the Donkey Kong.
You're in the wrong chat. You're in the wrong stream.
Hey, is Roland Sean? He's got a kill screen, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
he does. Okay, yeah. I wasn't.
Yeah.
When did he get that?
A long time ago.
2 years ago, maybe.
On MAME?
Yeah.
So it would have been while he was in Germany, was it?
Before he went, I think.
No, I believe it may have been while he was in Germany, yes.
I gave him a lend of my board because he hired a Donkey Kong cabinet for a while before he was leaving.
Oh, okay.
And I gave him my board. I was like, because he was happy to do it in a 16 when I'm like, nah, man, do it on original hardware. It'll be so much cooler.
Yeah.
So I gave him a lend of my board. But I don't. Yeah, I know he didn't do it. So he must have done it lame whilst in Germany then.
I believe that is the case.
Okay. Well, I did not know that. I need to 3D print him a Donkey Kong trophy.
And we got Alan and Patrick here.
Yeah,
I hear
neck
Alan
and
lost
neck,
his first matchup. Is that correct?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, up against Shane Saul.
Yes.
He's a hard one, though, Shane. And what about you? Who'd you play in your first round?
The first round, who was it? I know I just played against Dak, so before Dak...
It was Neil, wasn't it?
It was Neil, yeah, and they both put up excellent challenge.
But you got it done?
No, he wouldn't be on the
look at that. Look at that.
That look. Tail between his legs.
That's it.
I'd be crying in the shower if I lost it.
How do you feel this year? Like,
defending champion?
Well, you won both last year. It must be pretty relaxing because there's a couple of years there where you weren't so relaxed. You must be feeling pretty comfy this year.
Yeah, it's interesting. I had no anxiety or no stress. The moment I sat down at that machine and hit the button, my hand wavered a second, and I went, "Oh, that's not good."
But look at the trophy you could win this year. Look at it.
Oh my God!
I heard someone they had to glue it back together. Is that true?
Nah, that's not true.
That's not going to fit in your luggage, mate. You're going to have to leave that at my house.
How much is your house? Can I buy it?
Can you? Sure.
With the Kong off money. Yeah. Look, Kong is difficult at the best of circumstances, best of occasions.
The games have been close. I don't know how close yours was Neil's with. We didn't see that. We're just watching the two front cabins here, but they have been. I mean, they're still doing distance, but there was still room for either to win. But some have been like this one. Look at it. There's not much between.
I watched an amazing one just before between Dennis and what was it, Tag?
Oh, it was Dennis and Sean Tag, and it was like there was 2,000 points in it.
It was really interesting because at one moment I saw that Dennis was losing in points and Sean Tagster had extra lives. I walked away, I came back, and Dennis was ahead on try.
Yeah, wow.
And I went, that's evidence of the work that Dennis has put into understanding where he can get points.
So I was going to ask you that. I think that this is my guess. I'm not sure, but because of the behaviour of level 3, I noticed, especially today, and a little bit last year, but more, I thought this might be the case this year, the amount of tactics that you'd see for people chasing the 1 million point score that are now people embracing in this level 3 because that's where the points are.
I think you have to. I think you have to, yeah.
The amount of point pressing and up and down grouping barrels where they can,
Yeah, so the first game I played on the first rivet board, I did not hit anything with both of the hammers, and that's a very rare thing to happen, right?
Yeah.
So I knew that despite playing a first good board, that put me back even with the person I was up against.
So you didn't get a check? What do you mean you didn't hit anything?
You got a hammer in the middle, you got a hammer at the top. Yeah. I got them. All the fireballs ran
on the
away
rivets.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I heard barrels. I thought, what are you?
And my barrel boards weren't particularly good either.
Yeah, the rivets
But what I was able to do is I was able to say, okay, I know ways to press this game that my opponent does not.
Yeah.
So all I have to do is, execute on those things, and we don't need to worry. So.
Well, I got a feeling we'll see some big scores tomorrow. Of course we will, but also on the finals because of this. Like the level, Jeff's an obvious one has been kill screen. But again, if he wants to beat players like yourself, he's going to have to dig down deep. You know what I mean?
We're all going to have to dig down deep.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying it could become. If you're playing,
if we're all playing at our A game,
you're going to see some big scores.
Of course. If everyone's playing at their A game, then it becomes a tossing of a coin between Barrow and I.
Well, also
that's not how Donkey Kong works.
No, but there's one.
That's actually a really, really valid point. That all things equal, absolutely, I totally agree with that. But the randomness of it, and especially like in the top score, you've got all day. You've got all day to get your game.
Mm-hmm.
In the head-to-head, you could get very, very unlucky on your level 3 barrels and be done and gone. See you later.
But also, I think with again, if their games do go deep like that, one person who's demonstrated year after year for me is that is Shane Saul. He can get in that and exhaust himself.
Player. Very consistent.
A lot of players haven't had to do that so much.
Yes,
because he plays some very big games for whatever reason they happen. I don't know why. Maybe people, settle in with him. I don't know what it is. But if it comes to that this year, there's going to be some people who just might not be as accustomed to that. They might be playing really well,
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think every single Kong off Shane has been to for qualifiers, it's literally on his first credit that he qualifies. He'll kill screen it. He'll come in, kill screen it.
Yeah.
And I think he he budgets in his affording to come up from the Gold Coast and accommodation and all that. He's like, I'll get the first kill screen.
I just think he settles in very quickly.
He does.
He just comes in and settles in.
He's just mad consistent. Mad consistent. It's incredible.
I think it's just his general temperament. He's just a really relaxed dude.
Yeah.
I think that's also a thing that Barra has as an advantage is that he's played a lot of tournaments. He has no qualms about sitting down at a place like this and just going for it and playing.
He's got nothing to prove.
Oh, that was a beautiful
It doesn't matter win, lose.
I totally get it.
If you get a belt, that's twice. That's twice. If you don't,
you missed that, gents. Alan Stoll literally had a wild thrown at his head. Not only did he avoid it, but he point pressed it as well. It was beautiful.
That's not the Alan Stoll I know.
Hang on, who's on that cab?
Can we get him tested for performance-enhancing substances, please?
Alan, it's
he's
funny we joke
consistent.
about Alan, but he's such a good player.
He's a phenomenal
in actuality.
player. And Alan is one of the...
especially the Congo.
He's a competition...
This is his thing.
Absolutely.
And I think if he really just knuckled down and changed a few things, like when I talked to him this morning, there's just things, and I was talking to Barra and Mike before, Mike Cooligan, his inability to be flexible about his game is stopping him from actually being a much better player.
It's the ability to think on your feet. Donkey Kong is maybe like 3 to 8 seconds worth of randomness at a time, and you've got to be able to go, okay, this isn't working. What about this? Is this working? No. What about this? And I think he has rules in his head that help him get where he's going. But the moment the first rule fails, it panics. Yeah. He panics.
See, with the writing I'm doing, and I spoke to Eugene Jarvis quite a bit about Donkey Kong, and it's interesting, and it'll get flack for this when I write it, because I'm talking to these guys. It actually is a pattern game. He can go into details. It doesn't mean it doesn't have random numbers in it. So the thing about it that I think that makes it particularly difficult, there is such a big element of predictability that it can stop you from seeing the things that are unpredictably happening. Do you know what I mean?
I understand.
I'm not talking about lulls you into that false sense of security almost.
I understand what you're saying, and that's why if you really want to kill screen it, you can kill screen it, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Because those patterns do exist.
Yeah, they exist.
But the variables or the outliers that happen within those patterns, which can happen quite often.
Yeah. Well,
so Patrick Silva lost a man there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you can fall into this level of like, I'm safe, but you're not.
Yeah, you can't stop concentrating at any time in the game.
I'm not saying the game's easy.
And that's what kills you.
Yeah.
No, that's what kills you is you'll have players who should be getting 1,000,000 points, and they'll get so close, and they'll forget on that fourth girder, don't jump left, jump straight, because they're lazy. They've been playing for 2.5 hours, right? They've been playing for 2.5 hours. It's easy to forget a simple rule like that, and that's all it takes is one time to forget. And
Alan is playing phenomenally well.
Who is, sorry?
Alan.
Yeah, when he has
What's going
focus. So a competition gives Alan focus.
Yeah.
When Alan has focus, he plays better than you ever see him play.
Because he lost his last game.
Oh my God! Look at that.
Focus, you know? I've watched Alan do some stuff.
God.
You think you're like
He's on
Alan,
level.
no,
why is he?
why?
He's pressing here.
This is an interesting strategy. I considered this earlier because on level 3, if you get good freezes on the right, you can get reasonable, 8,000 or so points.
That's my phone.
But
oh no, someone else's phone.
Is it my phone?
Could be.
It's my phone.
Oh,
sorry about that.
It's okay.
Sorry, you were saying about you thought you were considering this and you thought
I considered this. I considered this strategy when I was playing just before. It's not a bad place to sacrifice if you are confident in your ability to execute high leeching on this board. I'm not sure I can say that Alan can do it as well as he should, but he seems here he's doing good.
But I suppose when you think about it, it is an incredibly safe board to sack on as well.
Absolutely.
Incredibly safe.
And this is actually a really good idea.
Oh, I'm going to steal this.
And you should. If you get to this point and you've got multiple lives, this is a good place.
Okay. Because I feel comfortable leeching on rivets. I love rivets. Rivets is my board, but I like this.
See, he didn't stay underneath the fireball.
He didn't, so it didn't freeze.
But see, I was talking to Alan this morning. He knows the game better than he lets on.
Yes.
Like he's not doing this by
That was
chance.
beautiful.
He like you're talking about stuff, and he actually has the knowledge, but there's just a few other things he just will not execute because he still thinks that, like he knows that there's certain things like he was talking about. Wes Copeland will use the weave on certain levels throughout the game rather than the start. But I'm not saying that he knows this stuff, but I don't know what's stopping him from just that little bit more to push him over. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the decision-making process and being able to do it so quickly.
So he didn't get
and
the
you can't
prize
really improve
there.
that easily.
The only way to improve it is to do it.
Yeah.
And the problem is if you do it, you die. And when he dies, he
smashes the
gets
machine.
sad.
Yeah.
So there's a technique that I haven't been practicing that I need to practice. It won't add much to my score over the entire game, but it might add 1,000 points.
Mate, that's...
But
What's the difference between 1 and 2 in the world now?
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is I'm going to start doing that after the Kong off. But I didn't want to do it before the Kong off because I thought I would introduce it in my game
but also,
and I'll get myself killed.
It is also doing that actually gives you a chance of avoiding any danger as well?
No, it's just a point maximization.
I remember having a conversation with you once, Matthew, and...
was it good?
It was a beautiful conversation, but it was really, really interesting, and you said to me, I'm not playing how I play at home.
Oh, you never play how you play at home?
No, but what you actually said that I'm actually just trying to get a high score. I actually need to press the points.
How long ago was that?
This was quite a while ago, but you were like, you know what? No, I'm going back and I'm just going to play how I play when I'm at home. So I think it was not last Kong off. I think maybe the Kong off before.
Yeah,
you were pretty shaken at that one, though, Matt. Congo before.
I'm an emotional guy.
No, I'm just saying.
I caught him crying in the shower this morning.
Yeah, but that was because I spent the night at your house. That's not appropriate.
No, but I remember you were quite unsettled, you know.
Oh,
but
yeah.
last year you were just so
I had
chill.
confidence last year. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I think
So
you do this year.
Alan decided there now not to sack his last man on.
I think he will once he gets the top hammer and he hits everything. Or
Yeah, but he decided not to use his last man on elevators, on springs, I should
think
say.
considering the difference in points, it's just picking up the prize at the bottom and hitting a hammer. He should be able to grab this, hit a few things, and
If they come down,
Bob's your uncle. Yeah, if they come down.
Bob's your
So
uncle.
he should be over on the right. Yeah, back over to the left.
Do you think Alan's keeping an eye on the score then?
Oh, he was lucky. Well, for
was.
me it seemed
Oh.
lucky.
Don't finish the board, Alan. This would be the greatest. No.
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 He just
Oh, he lost by 200 points.
he didn't look. He just
Alan just lost by 200 points by completing the board.
poor guy. He's going to hate himself.
I just
So
witnessed.
those who are watching, I
I just
level 3,
witnessed something.
I didn't think he was going to do it. I know you're saying don't do it. He's not going to do it. He's looking across now, going.
Oh, he is absolutely furious.
I'm done. I'm done. You can't top this.
Yeah. I mean, he was.
I mean, these
He
rules
wasn't-
are the rules.
He wasn't guaranteed of winning, but he certainly threw it.
No, all he had to do was
walk right at the start of the level and grab the
prize, and he would have had
He
it.
would have beat the fireball because
Oh, because if you had
yeah.
sacked the man.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you had sacked, of course, yeah. Because he wasn't on his last man. I thought, he wasn't on his last man.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay,
Alan's
can please
score.
someone clip that? Clip that on the chat, please.
That's a historic moment in Donkey Kong. Alan defeating himself.
Well, we have an
That's it.
award this year for.
So for
performance.
those, so for those who maybe don't know what's going on, within the level 3 competition, you can't pass level 3. If you pass level 3, that's it, the end of the game. So the strategy is to use your men to sack them to get as many points as you can. However, Alan was just probably in the groove of it, and rather than sacking the man and leeching points somewhere and going and grabbing a prize, he decided to complete it. He maybe might have done the math in his head a bit wrong, looking at his timer. That's the only thing I can say.
Your mum's watching. Oh, Patrick's mum. Well, Patrick's just said his mum's watching and said talking about. Well, I've been talking about all night.
Who's Patrick?
Patrick is a great player.
Patrick Silver.
Yeah,
from New
absolutely.
South Wales.
Oh no,
being silly.
but I've been saying all night he's my dark horse. I'm not saying therefore he's got, I'm just saying I think people have not forgotten about him because he's in Sydney. He's not part of the community in such a heavy way.
Sure.
But I was talking to him like I do, like I ring you up and others before the event, weeks in front, and he's been his focus isn't 1 million points or high scores. It's just to win a Kong off, and whether that's level 3 or whatever. Like he's. So
I dare say that's probably the focus of
he was a bit lucky.
majority
there,
of the.
though,
Can you please stop dropping your phone?
yeah, I'm
I'm going to take it away from you.
Sorry, Mum.
yeah. Oh, here we go. Adam, Lee, and Tanya. Didn't this happen last?
Heart to heart.
Yeah, they're. For those who don't know, Adam, Lee, and Tanya are a couple. But I think last year they were up against each other for
believe
qualifying
so.
at some point.
In the level 3, do you think?
I don't know if it was a level 3 or. But either way, they were up against each other, and it was a deciding, and Adam won.
Oh.
I would have thrown it.
You can't put a
wouldn't.
price on love, can you?
Oh no.
I would
no.
have crushed him like a bug.
Oh,
Well,
fantastic.
Tanya's our only women player in the Kong off
That
still.
is-
Yeah.
And that's sad. I
Yeah.
mean,
I agree. Actually.
I don't think we're a community that gatekeeps.
No.
not at all.
And I think, if anyone at home is watching this and is like, oh, what a boys' club, I wouldn't play this, that's not the case. We would welcome you.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Tanya jumped the wrong way on that one.
Oh, dear.
No. I think within the pinball community, I think they've done a fantastic job of including women.
Absolutely.
And I would really like to see that in the arcade scene a bit more, because Tanya's maybe the only sort of we have a few others, but I think Tanya's the only sort of consistent person within the arcade community, female.
There is a big gaming community out there.
Oh, yeah.
And when I was in the US, I interviewed a girl there who started a gaming community called Sugar Gamers, and it's grown to much bigger. She's done a couple of TED Talks. The name's it's just we've got Howard. I can't think of the first name. I think in a minute. Anyway, but the gaming community I think there's so many games. Unlike pinball, it's pinball. But in video games, well, you could play this, or you could just go play, I don't know, Tears of the Kingdom, Zelda. You know, there's lots of things to play, and the level of competitiveness here. Like, there's so many options in gaming. You know, there's so many women I know who play gaming and love it. You know, and these, I don't know, maybe it's just a different mindset. I don't know. I'm not saying women have a different mindset, but this is still a very niche community. Like,
absolutely.
I think it is, and I think. I think maybe the fact that it's male dominated is sort of it dissuades a few people, but again, I'd urge anybody who's listening if they're keen to get involved, please do.
I think if you look back at the history of arcade games, obviously women went to the arcade back in the day, right? There were certain games that were marketed specifically for women.
Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah, including Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man.
Correct.
So. It's not like they weren't part of the community back in the day. Now, I think sometimes people think there's a huge barrier to entry when it comes to these games, and I don't think that's the case at all, because it's so easy nowadays, moral decisions aside, to be able to get a hold. I mean, even legally, Donkey Kong is on the Switch. The Switch has sold, 100 million units or something.
It's MAME. There's plenty of places.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, all it takes is just a few minutes, maybe, to get in a place where you could play this game and learn about it. And I've been playing games all my life, and I've never found one as interesting from a frustration point of view. It's got a very high ceiling, this game. There are other games out there, obviously, that with higher ceilings that Phil would
of
talk
course.
about. So, this one's got a community behind it.
No,
it's got a
absolutely. Absolutely.
Look, the Donkey Kong forum, what Jeremy Young and Jeff Harris, the late Jeff Harris, what they've got there, what they've put together, there is no equivalent in the arcade community.
That's right. This is it.
Yeah, that's it.
We should give Jacob Ashley as well a shout out there, who does Kong Club on Facebook.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, definitely. And so that's what I'm saying. That sort of level of community. Now, there's other games out there that could have that. But a lot of it's because of the tracks that are written, the way they're written from Twin Galaxies, they're not suitable for competitive play. And the other ones that could be there, the machines are just rare.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Donkey Kong was so popular, they're everywhere. You can get the circuit boards, but
Spectre.
Like for me, like an obvious favourite game, Robotron, like we're talking about all the time. Sinister, well, good luck finding one. I mean, there's J-Rocks, but even they're so expensive now. Like there's and they don't translate into MAME. You can play it on
especially games with controls that are difficult to replicate.
Yeah. Well, we were just on site. We have a sheriff, and it has literally an oven dial for one of the controls. So something like that would be incredibly difficult to replicate on emulation. So with Matthew, you're a little bit in the know. You're a bit of a techie. So what's the deal? Oh, there you go. Within sort of the legal realms, if you own a Donkey Kong board, are you legally allowed to run it on MAME? Like
if you downloaded the ROMs manually and played your own copy of the ROMs, then yes, you would be allowed to play it, because you can have a backup set.
Right, so literally the ROM chips that are on the board, if you take them from
they have to be yours, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's
but
interesting.
even legally, only coming from a point of publishing, it's very hard to defend ownership or something, because you've got to prove, you've got to demonstrate loss of profit.
Yes, considering that this game is available on the Switch and is readily available, I think. Whereas if you looked at many other games that the developers no longer exist, who owns the rights of them?
It's a very tricky ground. It's very peculiar. You know, like like you'd have to say, because they're like. I mean, the exciting thing about, because of my interest in the arts and stuff, you're looking at publishing and and all that sort of stuff. The weird thing about video games is they're so the prosperity on is the software. The cabinets that's a relic. That's a different thing. So the way these things are made available, and the games that you couldn't get if you wanted to, like all the 64 games, Amiga games, things that just aren't there. So you either have them out there and being protected, which could produce more, like the fact that MAME existed allowed, that it sort of gave interest, I'm assuming, for people to actually include them on the Nintendo Switch,
There's a great conversation there to be had.
Agreed.
Especially around game preservation, right? Because you can go to a library and you can take out a book. You're not worried that the last copy of Huckleberry Finn is going to disappear, right?
I was actually on that. I was listening to the ABC the other day, and I think it's from Swinburne University, but there's a professor of digital art, and she has come on and said, actually, we really, really need to look at, in terms of, culture and art, preserving these things, because a lot of games will only run on a certain operating system, on a certain chipset, on a certain machine, all those things. So, it's unlucky, Adam.
Worse with online games.
Yeah, very true.
Where the server backend no longer exists. If you wanted to play The Matrix online, I don't know why you'd want to play The Matrix, but you might.
There's lots
of historical moment.
There's lots of interest in here that like when we were doing the Anzac ceremony, I sort of touched on this, but you could go into a lot more detail. The difficulty of video games, which is particularly interesting, the exciting thing about arcade games is the Donkey Kong you're playing today is the one you're playing in 1981.
That's it.
That's not true of Angry Birds, because they have patches all the time. They can fix them all the time.
That's right.
So it's like watching the Star Wars today. Well, which Star Wars are you looking at? George Lucas has included...
Shot first, you bastard.
Yeah, that sort of stuff.
Absolutely right.
So you're getting into... Or like the director's cut of, Blade Runner, all this sort of stuff. But video games do this so seamlessly that you wouldn't know... And there's games that have improved from it, like NetHack, the dev team for that. Like the amount of stuff they put into that is incredible, and the game has improved on it. But
Tanya Lowe beating
still there.
Adam Lee.
But I think that with
I think they still love one another.
The opportunity for these people to build a library like that. But the problem with it is, like you're saying at Swinburne, a lot of these people are coming to it now because academia. I'm not having a pick at academia, but the research topics.
No, please have a pick at academia.
Well, academia has to find new topics all the time, and to find things like this, you couldn't count the number of video games per week. Like it's just too big, and to sort of trying to look at the culture in what way. Whereas pinball, as broad as it is, it's still pinball, and it's chronologically there. Whereas video games, it just balloons. They're just like Minecraft compared to like these games I've talked about before. Like Elite Dangerous it's a 1-to-1 scale of the Milky Way. Now, what does that mean as a game? Or Untitled Goose Game? What sort of? It's not a point scoring game. It's a very peculiar game. There's lots of games out there even hard to measure as a game. What is the behaviour of this game? Like what's the one? The Nintendo one. It's the.
I want a random something at Conlon.
Well done. The strange country. What's it called? The ones that a lot of kids play it, and you sort of get on for a while. And
No Man's Sky.
No, it's on Mario Kart. One of the
Mario World.
No.
Mario Maker.
You have you go in and you build a museum and all this sort of stuff. My daughter plays it.
Roblox.
I can't believe I can't think of it. Oh, anyway, it's barely a game. Like you've got to wonder. They're just so many, and the fact that the word game it's stuck with this.
Yep.
It's not an accurate indication of what video games are. Some of them aren't really games as such. They're a peculiar, it's a puzzle. Like it's.
Can we update somehow who these people are? Because this is not Adam Lee and
no.
Tanya
So we have.
Who put Alan at the controls?
I know.
He just goes in 6
so it is on the left is Shane, Saul, and Jeff, I believe.
Yeah.
We'll
Do you want me to go and try and
no,
change this?
Yeah, please, if you don't mind. Or if Kibby's around.
Mickey, Kibby or Jimmy Nails will do it.
I can do it.
Headphones, Matt. Cheers.
Yeah, it's an interesting it's an interesting question. Like, what even is a game?
Well, it's one of those sociologist things. Everything's a game. Like, if you take something like Instagram's a game, getting more friends, getting more likes, scoring in that way.
It's an interesting and overly philosophical for this early in the week, but I like it.
Well, it seems it is in one way, but it's not like we're building a life force around it. But from a sociological point of view, watching playing a video game, what's going on, and the nice thing about Donkey Kong, you could put too much of your identity could be wrapped around it. But I think it's much more healthy than wrapping too much of your identity around what people think about you who you don't even know. Like
no,
Instagram
agreed.
Or Facebook or something, So I think, when you look at video games, they're so varied in behaviour that, like if you're playing chess against an AI, that's a video game.
Wow, that's an incredibly interesting perspective, actually. Yeah.
Well,
if it happens in ones and zeros, does that make it a video game?
Yeah, well, I think that's the thing is that like look at something like Just Dance or Guitar Hero. You know, it's like I know a guy, Mike Schroker, learned to play the drums from playing the equivalent of Guitar Hero. Because unlike Guitar Hero, where you got buttons to press, which aren't strings,
Rock Band.
Yeah, Rock Band it might have been. But when you play Rock Band, you hit drum kits with a stick, and then you get onto a real drumstick. You know.
Am I getting called?
No, I'm getting Patrick on. You know, once you get, it's a direct relationship, and this thing actually is measuring you whether you hit a stick or not.
You're saying that video games can often be analogous to the real world in a sense.
Yeah. Well, there's ones
absolutely.
like there's Patrick Silva.
Welcoming Patrick
Just
Silva.
finishing this point
So
quickly.
go on.
So like with games like My French Tutor and things like that, it's a game that actually, because the voice recognition on the game, it won't let you progress in the game until your pronunciation's correct. So it's
My pronunciation in French is appalling.
well, you know.
I can't roll my R's.
You know.
But yeah, no, but that's interesting. It's really, really
We
interesting.
can come back to it later.
Yeah.
We've got Patrick in the house.
We do. Now, Patrick, I have a very, 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 very important question to ask you.
Ask me.
How does it feel?
To knock out store?
Well, hold on a second. I don't think you won that. I
you know
think
what's
Alan
funny?
lost it.
To be honest, I think people have been saying that
hey,
the whole
be
time.
quiet, you're a bit loud. That's all. No, just don't talk too loud. It's pretty
I
heavy
think
hands.
like in that moment, you have to really weigh up what you're going to do before you start. And when I sacked my first man, I sacked it at the worst possible time. And I think he got too comfortable, and that's really on him. Like, he should have just stayed with the... Like, he looked at my screen too much and changed his game plan to suit it, and I think he beat himself. Like,
rules are rules. You won.
Yeah,
You won.
that's it.
You know.
Rules are rules.
Yeah. That's on Alan.
I think he did the math wrong in his head when he saw completing the timer. I think that's what happened personally.
The real thing
But
is,
that's on him. He could have gone down and got the prize.
At that point, it's more about Alan's behaviour, and not about Patrick's win. Like, he could have won, but should have he won? No, because he did something stupid. Not being mean to Alan, but that's what happens. And that's true of anyone in this game. Like, early on, we watched Mike Cooligan jump left when he should have jumped right. That was, you know what I mean? Like, these things happen, and you can say, oh, had I not done that, I would have more points. Well, that's true, but you didn't.
Agreed.
I'd have the world record if I didn't make bad decisions playing Donkey Kong. like I'd have a Harvard education if I didn't make bad decisions. Like, life is a series of bad decisions, and you're judged by them. And
my God.
They judge it by where it says high score.
Are you a poet in your spare time? That's beautiful.
I do have a rap album out.
Oh yes, indeed.
Yeah, that's right. I was talking about that last time.
Yeah,
How's it going?
yeah.
Good?
No, I retired. No more raps.
No, but, like, you had fun making the album and stuff?
Oh, yeah, I definitely enjoyed it. I thought it was like a good experience, and everything builds you up for your next adventure. And I think that was one chapter of my life. And then
good on you. I think that's the thing. You don't be one thing in life. You can be lots of things.
I saw your wiki, and you have lived many different things you've done. Like,
I plot around.
I was amazed by it because
There's a guy in Toronto wrote that when I was living over there. He was interested in what I used to do, and I said, so I just sat there with him and said, I did this and that and whatever, and I've, occasionally, I've
For those who don't know, Phil Day has done more in his short life than many could do in 10.
No, I don't know about that.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's an achievement.
Absolutely.
It's like, I think it's good to. There's certain things I've stuck at that I continue to go back
That's
to
a
all
good
the time.
bottom hammer for Jeff, by the way. That's a really good bottom hammer.
Patrick, I think you're an interesting case. When I rang you, like you were saying, high score and things like that. But you're
Unfortunately,
really
getting
about
caught up there
coming
with
to
the
Commonwealth.
fireball.
This is the event for you for the year. Is you really like to win a Commonwealth?
Yeah, like, I think I played so the level 3 comp is kind of even redundant for me to be in it, with the way I play. And
why is that?
Well, like, if you want to run boards and do the game quick and safely, this is not the way to practice, especially the day before the event starts.
So do you think you're more of a... You consider yourself then a safer player?
100%.
Okay.
100%. If you look at...
Oh my God, Jeff.
Did you just see that?
Oh my God. That was absolute... Oh my God.
Like,
Someone please clip that. That was incredible.
But I thought, when I spoke to you, I thought you'd been practicing for level 3, but I've got that wrong. I've been saying all night, you're my dark horse. Not to win, but I think you're going to perform better than people expect. But you're not... You haven't altered your game for this at all.
No, so level 3, I ignored it. I
well,
always ignored level 3, but you are right to say, like, I will compete with anyone at anything at any time. So, like, if anyone wrote me off, like Alan did, like he should have, like, focused and done, I can win. And I feel like I've played enough of the safe way to know like I can get some more points if I need to, but I have my style,
So
and
you
that's
know
the
where
way.
you know where the points are. You just got to.
Yeah, I haven't planted the seeds.
I'm gonna put that down just a bit there. You got to. You're throwing your voice a long way.
I'm used to a pop filter.
No, just yeah, because it's just loud. Made my better. Aaron must be used too.
But yeah, I think like the points are there and you can go for them, but the points mean nothing if you're going to die at 21-5 like last year.
Oh, yeah,
so you saw me one board away from the kill screen. I made a stupid decision and I could have farmed more points, but what difference does it make if you're going for the kill screen and you're trying to, like do that in qualifying? Because an extra 5,000 points doesn't mean anything to me there.
Yeah.
Patrick, are you a kill screen player?
I've had 5.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Sorry. You're talking like you want to get your first one almost there.
I guess it's like I always want a kill screen. It doesn't matter if I had 30, I still want another one.
Okay. So you don't look to maximize points. You just want to complete the game.
Yes, I do want more points as well. But I want to finish everything.
$1 million though, are you?
Nah, I'm not chasing $1 million now. And Donkey Kong's not going anywhere.
But last year you weren't. This time last year you weren't a kill screen player, were you?
No, I had one.
Oh, I had one. Sorry,
One or
my
two.
mistake, yeah.
I think I had 2 maybe.
Oh, sorry. I thought
And then I had 2 PBs a month ago, like out of nowhere. I had
Congratulations.
Yeah, because I was thinking you.
a year of no PBs and then bang.
Maybe the focus to come.
Something just clicked, eh?
Yeah, or like my board had not enough voltage.
Let's not mention the war.
Yeah, but it's just not the war. Like I'm concerned of how it took a year to get there.
No, I think with anything it can sometimes be that all of a sudden maybe something clicks or you
get better.
Yeah, and I think it's in talking with Matthew Tecchio, he was saying there's all these nuanced ways where you can push yourself just a little bit more. Yeah.
This is a big game, Jeff and Shane.
Yeah. So Jeff down a man, but from what I've seen, he's been
Pretty hot. Like he's doing high risk stuff though.
he agreed.
But
He who dares wins, however.
if he does it after a hammer grab and he's got points already, then he can lose a man there, and he's that good with a hammer that it's not like he's getting death points no matter what.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And geez, he's gotten so good so quick.
Oh, yeah.
Just the.
What are they calling that?
I'm just
I am unsure.
the Jeff's playing on Barra's score, so that's still sitting at 91,000. It'll be interesting to see if that goes over.
I think if Jeff has good luck, he could put it like 100.
It's a big score.
Definitely. It's just this is a random game.
Well, this is the game it could happen on because they're both going to be. I mean, if one has to push the other and they just keep going well, then we might see both those top scores drop from just on those two cabinets.
I'm of the opinion that with level 3, I don't think players should be next to one another. I think there should be a cabinet space between them, and I don't think you should be allowed to look at the other person's score.
I think that would be awesome to.
Yeah, I actually.
That's an interesting idea to introduce.
Yeah, I think it really I suppose you gotta. Oh, that was yeah.
That was messy.
Shane, I don't think could have done much to get out of that. To be honest with you. Yeah, it's maybe jumped the fireball, but.
That's a low reward for the
Exactly.
risk you're taking
Yeah,
anyway.
but that wild barrel coming for his face, there was no way he was avoiding that with barrels
think
coming down.
If he jumps the fireball, because his direction on the joystick is going in that direction, he steers the wild barrel as well.
It would, but it would. I reckon it would have steered it wide, and he would have been able to grab hammer.
Yeah, you want hammer.
Yeah, I know that's what you do. You jump and grab hammer.
Yeah.
But anyway, who knows? Easy to say it's sitting here. I think it completely changes sort of how you play in a sense, and Shane losing another man there. Oof. It's like
I didn't see that. I thought you were talking about the last one.
No. So the thing is, I reckon if you say put up an 80k, and the other person's got 78, they're going to play really, really, really safe. But the idea I think with level 3 should be maybe you want to push yourself beyond your capability a little bit. There's Anyway, that's just me. I am,
Well, no one knows if everyone agrees with you. It could happen next year.
Yeah. I'm on the BPAC committee. I'll push for it.
I like it the way it is.
No, that's right. Your mic's popping a bit because it's a bit
too easy.
Yeah, just a bit loud, that's all.
So how did you go in your little endeavours?
I went against Sean Tagster.
Oh, good player.
And, very good player. He handed it to me.
Yep.
And then I can't remember. I played someone else and I won. So I've got one man in the bag, shall we say?
Yep.
But I should be up soon.
You've explained the double elimination and everything.
Like, yeah.
Why don't you go through it with your mother?
Oh, she already knows.
She knows, does she?
Ready for me to win? Like, come on.
Well, she's got. No, I just wasn't sure. She knew what was going on.
So for those,
I don't know your mum. Come on.
No, she's like.
What's your mum's name?
Louisa.
I don't know Louisa.
G'day, Louisa.
She'd be expecting me to win everything. She doesn't know about Matt. As far as she's concerned, I'm the best.
Good, but that's fine. Of course, it's got to be that way.
Oh, if your own family don't think you're awesome, you have a tough sale anywhere else.
Well, if they're overconfident and you start believing that, then you become
that's
inflated
it,
opinion. As long as you realise, your mum supports you, but there are other players out there. You realise that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So you're in a good spot. You're in the sweet spot.
But you've never heard a pro boxer be like, I might lose this one.
No.
So you got to believe in yourself.
Well, the difference with boxing and Hong Kong here, okay, you might hurt your ego out there. You might lose you're going to be pretty bruised and battered. You're going to play in skin.
But I think the belief when you're going up against someone like Sutter or Tekio, they're such of a high caliber. You've got to go in and really play your best.
Oh, you want to,
and then play their worst. You're relying on two different things, and I think a bit of that might help you, like to be like, all right, I'm still good. I'm not a bad player. They're just amazing. I can't control that, but you can just control being good.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah, you think you've already lost, you're pretty good.
And those matchups are awesome. Like, we wouldn't have upsets and stuff if there wasn't
exactly it.
Players who can kill screen but not go in for $1 million. And it's good play there.
Very nice.
That wild barrel just never got close. I think that's what makes the level 3 fun as well, is someone who's really good could have really bad RNG.
Yeah, we were saying that it's a very very big equalizer within I reckon if you can get 100k, I think you're in with a shot of doing really, really well in a level 3 competition.
Oh, definitely.
I reckon.
Yeah, if you can get 100,
as in if you're a 100k player.
Yeah.
And you can do that consistently. It's. It ain't an easy feat, but I think again, bad RNG for another player puts you in the driving seat there.
I'd love to get your opinion. How much do you reckon RNG influences the 100k?
What you mean? Sorry.
So, do you reckon a good player can pull 100k with bad RNG?
Yes.
Depends how bad you mean, I guess.
A good player can pull 100k with bad RNG.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But bad's an evaluative. Like, how bad are we talking? Like, if you're...
Well, that's very true as well. What does bad mean?
Yeah, what does bad mean?
Yeah. I think it's with the really, really good players, they're just so much better at, finding the outs when that happens.
Well, then, to put it fair, let's put it this way. This is probably the best example. Imagine if you built...
That was a little bit unfortunate for Jeff there.
If you built an AI, and I spoke to a friend of mine who's
knows
in this
his
world.
AI.
Well, he's got a very specific skill set that he works in on. But he's worked for Toyota and all sorts of stuff, and he's got the stuff he's doing is next level. Like, he actually has got a very particular skill set globally. Anyway, I won't mention name. Might not want to be mentioned. Anyway, he shares the same name as a glam rocker. Anyway, literally a glam rocker. Anyway,
all right.
I asked him about it. I said AI, and he said, "Look, if you built the AI for this game, I was talking about it with this." And he said the way you can rent through Google and stuff, rent computers and play thousands of games in a day, thousands and thousands. And the reality is what we're watching is zeros and ones. And if you built an AI that could read all those zeros and ones and actually pre-program certain aspects, it's never going to get hit by a wild. But it'll become to a point where it's never going to jump wrongly. So if someone was so good that they could identify that wild barrel and recognise certain spots, I suppose the random numbers disappear. Because there is a pattern to this. Like, there are clues as to what's happening next. It's whether, and that's what Matt was saying, the ability to pick up those clues and adapt your gameplay is crucial. So some people fall into traps because they're just, well, you guys would know it better. I'm not playing it. But you just not see something like that Firefox coming up the later end. You just got to see.
Probabilistically, though, even with perfect play, if you get like 3 wild barrels thrown at you in a row, good luck to you.
And also, like, say on the pie factory, if you've got a fireball freezing on both ladders, we call that a screw board. So no matter who you are, like, the board screwed you, you can't finish. Like, we call it incompletable level. And I do wonder But AI is probably that good that it could throw a man there and still get to the kill screen.
Well, that's it as well. It's about sort of okay, this is done. I'm just going to go jump twice.
Well, it's not even making that decision. It's just whatever the zeros and ones are just measured. It's not got peripheral vision. It's just seeing. It's just crunching numbers, you know.
Yeah.
And see, humans have that like lapse of concentration. They're not looking in that spot. Overconfidence, underconfidence. Like there's lots. Yeah. There's too many psychological factors, and that's what I think this year we're going to see more of. You know.
Well, at least like
this one here. Like there's the result. You know. There's no surprise in this, and had they been flipped, there'd be no surprise.
Yeah, that's true.
This is where we're at. And a minute ago, I was saying, I wonder if this will go into above both those scores. You know, neither went above the high scores on those boards. I mean, I don't know if Shane finished his game, but clearly Jeff did, because, you know, or maybe they both finished, you know. But certainly Jeff had to have finished, and that's the result. So Barra still hot. I'm not making a point about Barra, and I can't remember who put that 84,000 up, but those two scores have been sitting there since the match began, like tonight's match began. So how much of it goes in where you start feeling pressured by the person you're playing? I mean, you guys are out there doing it. I'm not. You know, I wouldn't. You know,
I really don't care.
Do you know what's funny? You could.
You just get in and play.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Listen, I'm just here to spend time with my friends, be part of a wonderful community.
That's awesome.
I'm not too fussed whether I would like to make the top 16. I think that's my goal. If I make the top 16, I'm happy.
But you're also not immune. So what I'm saying is you've won one. You feel good about that. So even if you're not here for that, it's still a nice lift.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I got really, really upset. The only games I lost in the last level 3 competition were against Barra and Matthew.
Oh.
Yeah. But again, you can't be disappointed about that either.
Oh no! Actually, that level 3, I did really, really well. I was very proud of myself.
But Alan's going to be disappointed with his game against Patrick because he knows that he made an enormous blunder. It was just, and that's not taking away your thing, but he knows. Yeah. But
no,
that'd
exactly
be like I wonder if we spoke to Jeff and watched that Firefox and go, what happened there? Was it because he knocked it out of it, or he just didn't see it? There's all these things that are happening all the watches yours, and they're happening all the time.
You could look at it, say like one player's versing the other player. Realistically, we're both versing the game to get the best situation to make the most points. It really doesn't matter. You might get lucky and have a bad game and still win because they had a bad game, but really you're versing the cab still.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's right. They're not connected. They're not interfering. They're not connected in any way whatsoever.
And that's one of the reasons I would like to have.
You can stay on there.
I tell you what, I'm going to jump off. I'll grab Jeff. I'll jump off because I will indeed because I'm due a game.
Oh no!
I'm going to stay.
So we got 2 heavy hitters coming through.
Heavy hitters. You're the heavy hitter, Patrick.
Oh, I know that. Everyone else knows that, but I'm trying to support.
Gangster, mate.
Support the community. Oh, I was so happy to see the
Move up one, mate.
The Gallagher thing. I loved it.
What Gallagher thing? The video. Yeah.
I loved it so much.
That mic there, Shane. What have you got your backpack on? That's a bit Twin Peaksy. Where are you off to? Oh, sorry.
Can we turn that down a little bit?
I'll just no. Or I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah. And that mic next to you. What happened to Jeff? He didn't come over. Why have you got your backpack on? You got.
Oh, forgot that it was there.
You want to take it off?
Yeah. I'll leave it on.
Right, no worries. Yeah, that was a tight match.
Yeah.
It was good. Were you aware of Jeff's score through the game? Were you taking a peek or hearing lives drop or?
I was like listening, so I could know where he was at, but I didn't know what his score was.
I think Patrick was saying before, was it Aaron? Who said it? Were you saying that there should be a cabinet between the two cabinets?
Aaron was saying that.
It was an interesting idea. Like, do you think, because it'd be more, like if these cabinets were back to back or some way, or there was a cabinet in between so you couldn't hear each other, I think, would it be more comfortable or less comfortable? I don't know. There's a strategy to listening in into someone else's game, I assume.
Yeah, there is. I mean, I don't know. I think they might have done that in the US gone off, but...
what would you prefer is what I'm asking.
I mean,
couldn't care less.
No.
He's so cool, isn't he?
Yeah, I think...
Shane, I don't need, like I was saying before to the guys, and you haven't been on yet, have you? You haven't been on tonight?
No, not tonight.
See, when I get into this commentary, like the nights become long all of a sudden, not boringly long, but you think, who am I even talking to? But you're in Neil's awesome foursome, and you actually have won so many more games than you've lost. You are, but it's interesting, like the amount of games, and then I think there's four up there, you, Tekio, Barron, and Alan Storr, and that's at the rank A level. Then he's got a rank B, which I think has just got Johnny Bond in it. Rank C, no one's qualified. Everyone else is in rank D.
All right.
Yeah, because the amount of games, like you have incredible stats.
Yeah.
And I reckon I was saying, like, often you get into games with people and they just, you somehow, I don't know what it is, but they're forced to dig down deep, and that works for you, then it works against you because you're having lots and lots of long games.
Yeah.
And this, I think tomorrow, not tomorrow, but the game day finals, I think we're going to see some really long games.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. What do you reckon, Patrick?
To be honest, I can't even think that far ahead now. Like, I find tomorrow is a horrible day. Like, they're really long. You never know if you're safe. Like, you want to put up your best score you can. You don't know when it's a good time to go to Netherworld and have a drink. Like,
I think everyone's staying here this year. I think because of what happened last year, we'll all be staying here.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be doing commentary till 10, so I'll be here till late. And I think the reasons for going after last year seem foolish almost. Oh, you're up. Should you send Danny over? Oh, is he? Okay, well, he's not coming over. I'll sit down with you.
Yep. Yeah,
we can settle in for a bit of a chit-chat.
Yeah, there was that late qualifying game, wasn't there, last year?
Yeah, that was Mike's game who knocked out Bonaforce, or Michael Edwards. How good's the setup this year?
Oh, yeah. 10 times better than it was last year.
I remember my first one at Netherworld, we were sitting on a hard wooden thing and we were pressed right up against each other.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember getting cramps because my feet were pressed, my knees were right up against the table, and I mean, it was still great, but
yeah.
I mean, this is like for a long day for me to sit on the lounge and stuff and kick back and get 3 players on at once and stuff.
Yeah, it's much more comfortable.
Not having to throw my voice so much, like it's just so easy to sit back and talk,
Yeah, it's a lot easier to hear as well.
Yeah.
With these headphones.
Oh, it's good to see John's in there playing. I don't think he'll be expecting much of himself, not being rude, because he said, "Oh, will I play? Won't I play?" I don't know what John's PB is.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
I know he's not a kill screener. I don't know that much. It's interesting. John Tannill's one of those guys who has a very different life outside of his Space Invaders with his coaching. Well, they're not that different. They're competitive, but his coaching of rowing and stuff just back from London or UK over there doing coaching or captaining. I don't know. But he can fill it in later. But I like the diversity of that sort of stuff around gaming,
Yeah.
The sort of perception that everyone just is some guy who lives in his garage and never comes out. It's just not true. Like, he's a proper athlete.
Yeah.
And what do you think of the trophies this year, Shane?
Oh,
it's a good year to win.
Yeah, they're fantastic, aren't they?
Yeah. I was just showing them before, like, talking about them a bit, but I like all the detailing, like where it says, like on these etched things where it has the girders and everything, Let's see if I can hold up the camera, like you see up. The girders and stuff etched in, and the detail, the big heart and the lady and Jumpman. What do you call it? Do you go lady and Jumpman, or you have been like Penelope and Mario?
I think it's Pauline.
Pauline.
Yeah, Pauline.
And Penelope.
That might be one of the other characters.
Yeah, no, Pauline.
So they're the level 3 trophies, are they?
Yeah, and the big one there is the winning one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, which has got the big Kong on it. I'll bring it down later. So good luck taking that home if you don't live in Brisbane.
Yeah, I was saying to Barry, off to buy another bag if he wins to take
Barry said, how am I going to get that home? He said, I just have to wrap the belt around it. Carry it on. I think they can screw down, or I'll figure something out.
Yeah. That's if he wins it.
That's if he wins it. Well, it's interesting because of the previous, I was saying before, how international isn't it? Like, of the 5 winners, there's yourself, then there was Estelle Gonifat, then there was Billy Mitchell, and then there was Andrew Barrow, and then Matt Tecchio.
Yep.
So we've got 2 Australians, 1 New Zealand, and 2 US players. So
and what's interesting, there's never been the same winner.
No, and this year, like, you got 3 winners, like as it was last year, but Matt hadn't won. So if you look at the contenders who are finishing in those top 3s, or Alan does too, but it could be the first time we see someone with 2 wins.
Yeah.
And I was saying if Matt wins either tonight, then he's on a hat trick.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Which is, it's just one of those number things, but it makes for next year kind of interesting if he wins. But look, I think anything with any kind of competitive sport, the narrative just makes its own way, you know.
Yeah.
That's how it works. So whatever happens, happens. It'll be interesting either way.
Yeah, it'd be good to see what happens.
Unless someone we really don't like wins, you know. Like Pelly. No. I just looked over and saw Pelly there.
Oh, okay.
I was taken earlier when I want to get these guys on, Pelly, Tagster and Dennis Edmonds, the importance of keeping these machines stored, you know, like.
Yeah.
I mean, there's others involved too, but they're the three that I sort of know. Because do you know anything about them? Do you ever look inside them?
A little bit, but I mean, I know that those guys go to big effort to restore those machines and bring them back to almost new.
I mean,
it's pretty incredible.
Have you ever been to their garages?
No, I haven't.
Pelly's is like a workshop. It's like you couldn't park a car in there, and he's got and he's got them all lined like boxes, like they're like a pizza box with all these circuit boards in it. And you open up a drawer. Do you mind just looking around? It's an incredible amount of stuff.
Wow.
That I mean, there's lots out there, but the care taken to get these machines back into working order and keep them going.
Yeah, you've got to be pretty dedicated, I think, to undertake that.
Now I'm going to ask a private question, whether you want it out there or not. Have you been practicing before this one?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. I mean, it don't really matters.
Only what I've been doing on stream, but...
Do you know what the cash prize is for level 3 this year?
I have no idea.
No, I'll have to ask. I haven't asked. I don't know if it, in years gone past it's $1,000 for the winner. I can't remember. Not that I'm just curious, just to sort of. I'll find out soon enough.
I mean, those trophies alone are pretty epic. So.
Well, they're a sponsor, which is great.
Yeah.
You know, and they made them, and then of course Netherworld or BPAC had them picked up. I must find out. I know a few people involved in BPAC. There's Tanya, one up. I think there's someone involved. Of course, Netherworld's involved in that largely with Jimmy. But then there's so many other people, like of course Dennis and Adam and Dave, and I said like Tanya and some. Because I was here early today and things were still being set up while forklifts were moving pallets of beer out and stuff. And I was setting up stuff too. Nothing like those guys, but like I wouldn't want to have to move one of these machines anyway.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've had to move a couple just out of my car into the inside of my house before, and that's more than enough for me.
Well, at least the cabinets, they're sort of, but the pinballs, like there's more pinballs here than there are arcade machines, and look at them, like, good luck. Like, at least these things can be sort of laid down somewhat, but they've got to be pulled apart and reset up, and they've got so many moving bits. They've got on-site kind of, I suppose you'd call them engineers to fix them when things go wrong, all those springs and bands and whatever else goes wrong with them. When you said a couple of cabinets, what's in your house?
Well, at the moment I've only got one low boy cabinet, just from the 80s, but I've actually been downsizing my cabinet.
Oh, okay. So what's in your low boy?
Just a 60M1.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it for practice, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mainly practice on MAME, so...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just more comfortable sitting at the desk.
So, so did John get 60,000, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah. It looked like he... Oh, no, because he must have passed level 3, and that's why it sat, because hadn't been watching too closely. Well, I think Matt's easily going to pass that score.
Yeah. Matt must have heard he died or ended his game because he's...
Just going to finish it up.
Yeah, I think he's just going to get the points to finish it off.
So Matt's back in the driving seat with DK, I think, soon. Now he's back from Japan, going for that 1.2 still.
Yeah, he had a pretty decent game about a week ago, I think. He got
he was
really close
pace,
again. Heartbreaking, he missed out on it again.
Yeah, I saw him the morning after. I met up with him and Angela for coffee, but I mean, for me, he has got 1.2. Like, that's just... It's academic, the difference.
Oh, it's pretty minor, isn't it? I think he's had like 4 games that have been within a few thousand points now.
Yeah, it'd be like...
You've got it.
Yeah, it'd be like someone saying, buy me a copy, I can't afford to, and say, but you're a millionaire. And he goes, no, I'm not. I've got $999,990. You know? Yeah. What are we talking about, mate?
Yeah,
We're
that's
talking It's just,
Yeah.
because the way we do, like talking about ANZAP, I was talking about before there, the sort of assessment, it's subjective to a point, like, because there's so many different games out there, but there's a tracking for Donkey Kong because of its expert skill set. So Kill Screen's expert skill set, which gives players a certain amount of points.
Looks like I'm up.
Mate.
Yep.
Barrow.
All right, cheers.
Another big game.
Yep.
Best of luck, mate. John Tannehill in the house.
How'd you do that?
Sorry, guys. Something. What have you done there?
Kippy.
John.
Kippy. Someone want to change the names?
John Tannehill.
How are you, Phil?
Oh, that's
loud. Sorry, my bad.
I had to get people just to hold the mic back a bit, just getting used to it. Yeah, good, John. So, you've been out in the UK with your rowing, haven't you?
Yes, yeah.
I was just talking about it before, just saying I love that, or saying you particularly with your Space Invaders world record and their actual profession as coaching teams and state and international rowers. And I love that it's sort of, it should be outside. And you think, well, the guy is. I mean, it's one of those things I said to people, you can be both, Like I always quote Walt Whitman, I'm the hiccup, I am large, I have multitudes. You can do more than one thing in life, and you do,
Yeah, well, being back this week has been the first time I've touched a video game in a month.
Yeah.
So,
what are you doing in the video game world?
No.
I mean, you did an arcade championship Australia.
Yeah.
But you're not playing anything at all? You haven't found a game you really want to...
Oh, yeah, I've found a game that I actually want to... Got a couple of games that I really want to work on.
Tell me it's the Pit, please.
No, that's an old flame. That's an old passion of mine.
I'd still like to see it happen.
I'd love to see us getting it in a real cabinet.
They're bloody rare. You'd have to run it as a name or something. So what's the game?
Omega Fighter. We've got it on the floor here.
Yeah. You were talking about that the other day.
Yeah, so that's one of the two. It's a...
what year is that?
89.
Yeah, I knew it was late. I was wondering if it was early 90s or not.
Yeah, so it's a vertical scrolling shoot 'em up.
I love those vertical scrolls, like side runners, shooting.
But
run and gun games.
I've found myself becoming increasingly attracted to shoot 'em up games like that have really clever scoring systems that aren't just the usual shoot.
That'd suit for your analyticals.
Yeah,
like the way Space Invaders works.
For Omega Fighter, the concept is the closer you are to an enemy when you destroy them, you get more. You get a points multiplier. If your sprite is basically touching the enemy sprite, you get a 10 times score multiplier. So it's a real risk and reward. You have to memorize the patterns, which is where my analytical sort of sense comes into it, and so it's about placement, where you need to be, so you can get these enemies as they come in and get the biggest amount of points, rather than if you play it safe. You can just play through the game like an ordinary shooter, like most people would, but they won't score many points doing that. Yeah. The other game I've just picked up today that I've been playing at 1UP is Radiant Silvergun. Yeah, it's another shoot 'em up. This one's from the mid-90s. There's a Sega. It's developed by Treasure, who are well-renowned developer of that sort of genre of games. And it's a shoot 'em up. It's vertical scrolling, but on a horizontal screen, and it uses 3D polygonal graphics, but it still plays on a 2D plane. But it's clever in that the game has all the enemies are one of three colours. They're either red, blue, or green, and you get bonus points by either chaining together kills of the same colour, or you can get really big points if you alternate. If you go red, blue, yellow, you get heaps of points by chaining it that way. And so people have described it as almost a puzzle within a shoot 'em up, because
I was talking to... Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, sorry, go for it.
Jesse Bogey, it was at the Ekka when he was there. Jesse had the world record on Raiden. He may still do.
Raiden Fighters 2 was his record.
I don't know if he still has it or not.
I think he might.
But his knowledge of those games were really quite fascinating, because when I came into those games as a kid in arcades, I just treated them like another shooter. I didn't really ever play for points. You just played to see how you just want to be on, get your money's worth. Just shot and shot. But he was saying that he started describing how you unlock this, the way the points work. You hit that, then that gives you more points, and this. And because you were playing pinball last year, they behaved more like a pinball those later 80s and early 90s games. The way you unlock certain things and your points can increase.
If you do A, then that makes B possible. And
like some arcades ones have a little bit of that, but not enough to, unless you're really like in this, like the point pressing that goes in Donkey Kong, but not in the same way as those games where it's that sort of prior knowledge in that way to know these things
there's a huge community, particularly for those 90s shoot 'em ups, because a lot of those games do require, same way to Donkey Kong, a huge investment in studying the game, learning the game, how it works, and then actually applying all of that and the precision required. Whereas and while Donkey Kong only has 4 different screens you have to learn. These other games you have to learn 8 whole intricate longer levels. And memorize what the enemy patterns are, and then as well as just have that precision to be able to dodge these pixel perfect bullet formations.
It's interesting you said that about. I've never thought of that like with side scrollers. I've seen like run and gun games like Ghost and Goblins. It even shows you in the game the map you've been through. I wonder how long 1942 is. If we had A4 sheets of paper on the screen, how long it would go to the wall over there? Or
I think it'd be quite, because
it'd be interesting to see how long it. Like,
there's like 40 levels in 1942, and they're all quite long.
Different,
they're all slightly different, but they're also long. Like they're not over quickly. I reckon. I think you're right. If you measured it out pixel by pixel, and you put them on just a ream of printer paper, I reckon that would be quite a long game.
But you see it on there's YouTube clips that show you the size of games like like Zelda, Breath of the Wild, or what it's called. Then you've got and then they'll show you the size of where a game like Grand Theft Auto is in comparison to a map of North America. And then it'll show Minecraft is bigger than Planet, and it goes on and on and on. There's ones now that are bigger than Milky Way. But it'd be a similar graph. I'd like to see like a game, like Crazy Climber. It's probably, let's say it's that tall. Screens like this big. Then you find another one that it's a bit bigger. Then you get ones like Raiden or how tall or long. It'd be curious to see, wouldn't those old games?
Particularly if you picked a particular era, what was the longest or most dense game? And then when you look at something like Donkey Kong, and it has such lasting appeal, and there's only 4. There's only 4 screens worth of game level, game design, but there's enough in it that has still captured, and fascinated these people, and it captured the imagination 40 years on, which I think is incredible. The fact that it's still got such a large player base, and a lot of these players play considerable hours every week. Some of them play daily, and the fact that they've been playing like that for years, and to still not have felt like they've completely mastered the game enough to want to walk away or just become exhausted of it is a testament to the simplicity, but the beauty in that simplicity of the design.
If they were too simple, like Dragon's Lair, these sort of games that go. Crystal Castle, the games just couldn't be bothered to play.
Or Space Invaders.
Well, Space Invaders, and to be fair, there is a bit of a difference there because it's getting into sort of a marathoning behaviour, and it's a test of yourself, a particular type of mental concentration. They're not comparable in the same way. Yes, if you compare them like that, yes, Space Invaders is but it's not so simple that it's easy. It's actually gruelingly, like what you've explained, and it's clear. It's until you play these games, really, like when I spoke to Robert Murchek and talking about ends at like Ghost and Goblins, that score is not easy. It makes it hard to measure. Like we went to long detail about if you were to try and run it as
not all records are equal.
That's right. But even to measure it, like I was saying, we were talking about the Australian Arcade Championship last week, and I was talking before talking about with you and that, and I was saying how much I like run and gun games from an entertainment point, because here you're looking at a point, and we know it's got a ceiling with level 3, but I like the idea that there comes up an obstacle, now this is a difficult spot. There are a lot of people failing, like on Rastan or Ghouls and Ghosts, or Green Beret or Russian Attack, as it's known in America.
Yep.
These sort of games like that, it'd be so much like like there's an actual storytelling in those games. Oh, we're coming up with a boss, a major boss, and how's he going to do it? And he's lost this power up, and that's going to make it hard. He's going to have to just mash away.
Yep.
Or he's reserved some sort of. Often you get a button you just hit that just wipes the screen. Is he going to
the Hail Mary button?
Yeah, just sort of nuke 'em button. And there's so many of those run and gun games, and there's so much like Metal Slug is a great two-player fun game.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the first arcade games that I really got into.
That's because you're a young person.
So I was young, yes, but and once again, you played differently. You just credit fed with mates, and you just wanted to get through it. And rather than playing for score. Whereas, Donkey Kong is a game that doesn't have that element.
No.
That even if it did have a continue, there was no incentive to use it.
Continue. You're just going to see more of the same. And that's what I found when it was about getting your money's worth in those games. You want to say, I used to go down with a friend of mine, Kirk Homer, you go down to a bowling alley and play Jackal and games like that, and say, and Green Beret, I think a bit of Rastan time. But you just want to see, let's see how far we can get this time. You might go, we always bum out at this spot, and we've had some more money, you put it in. Moon Patrol's a great run and gun game.
Oh, Moon Patrol's a fantastic
Glenn
game.
Updike, that he reckons that's the best game of the classic arcade era. He thinks he says it's got a good mix of skill, like randomness and
even though there's only two loops, it's difficult and enough of a challenge that it's enough.
Have you ever considered doing that one? Having a crack?
Yeah, I've wanted to. I can do the first loop. Now, it's a game that I want to at least be able to clear the first two loops of. But it's not something I really want to go for the record on or something like that. But
we don't have. I wonder if Barra has a Moon Patrol score. Paul Hunitsky probably does, But otherwise, no one talks about it in this group. There's other games they're playing, but it just hasn't come up, has it?
Yeah, I think
Frogger hasn't come up.
Yeah.
Danny's going to join us in a minute, our other host for the weekend. Well, one of our regular hosts. You'll be a bit of a regular this week, too, aren't you, John? You're going to saddle in on...
Yeah, I won't be here tomorrow.
But you'll be here on
down the road
Sunday
running the Street Fighter 3 Third Strike competition tomorrow during the day.
What's this one?
So we got as part of the BPAC banner, the actual banner for the comp is just behind us, but we're running a Street Fighter 3 Third Strike competition at One Up Arcade just down the road, so I'll be emceeing that tomorrow.
Oh, nice one.
And then tomorrow evening we'll be running the Ultimate Punch competition here at Brewdog across 7 different fighting games.
It's good that we're getting more games in like that,
Yeah. I think Jimmy just mentioned I've been drawn up, so I better get to my match.
Okay, no worries, mate. Best of luck, John.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us. Always a pleasure. Cheers, mate. You right? Cheers. Hey, John, did you send Jeff over? Yeah? Jeff Sutter? Let's see if we can get Jeff over. I'd like to have a chat with the big guy. Here he comes. Jeffrey.
My man, Phil.
Just keep the mic. It gets pretty loud when you get. Just stick it on anyway. It doesn't matter. Just get a feel for.
Oh.
It's very good, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's so much more pleasant than last year.
Yeah.
Welcome, Jeff. Watched your last game against Shane.
Shane or Aaron?
Shane,
Shane, yeah. No. All I had to do was finish the damn thing and I would have won. So anyway.
Well,
that's what level 3 comp is.
Well, you saw Alan Stall's blunder.
Yes.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate for Alan, but good for Patrick. So, how many games you played now?
I don't know how many, but I've lost one.
Yeah, but that's what you've lost. Well, yeah, still in. Yeah, I figured you were. Yeah. And how does it feel out there on the floor?
It's decent. It's a bit hard. Like the level 3 comp is kind of like the first one of the whole weekend.
Yeah.
So everybody's a bit nervy. Like they're not quite playing it.
Well, that's why I introduced it. Well, so people are settled for tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's a bit of practice. It's a practice night.
Yeah.
Still, people want to win it. I think this year we've lifted that from last year. It feels like, for me, there's more people who are really thinking I'm going to try and. Not they're trying to win, but it seems to have turned into more of a competition this year.
And Shane said something interesting to me because he's now going for 1 million points. He's already got like 930,000.
Oh, is he going for the 1 million points?
He is.
I didn't ask him that.
So he's now doing bottom hammer with all his games
I saw
that he's
that,
practicing. So he doesn't really want to change his strat for the comp, but he kind of knows that he has to because he's been so successful with his board running previously. I think he should stay with the board running.
Yeah.
It's going to be my strat. So.
Yeah. Well, you've been bloody Mr. Kill Screen the last few months, haven't you?
Yeah, but that's in the comfort of my own home on my machine.
Well, of course, there's a psychological element, but even then, I mean, it's more comfortable knowing you've been doing that than not.
Yes, yeah.
So that's got to work in your advantage, you know.
I did take this year as very seriously as like I'm actually going to form a strategy, and I actually asked everybody else what their strategies were, and then everybody's going, I don't know, I'm just going to play. It's a fun weekend. But I felt like the main strategy I have that I've got strengthening is actually running boards and getting kill screens.
Well, certainly lately, yeah. Like you've got, you've got a 1 million point player, so you can do other stuff as well. But
yeah. So I'm trying for 1.1 million at home because I've already got the million.
You're mad.
But yeah, I know. But for this, like it was just so my strat, and I've said it to Deco and everybody is I need to run a 930k running the board game, which is what I've been doing on my last couple of kill screens. If I end up getting against him in the final, that'll force him to do a bottom hammer game.
Yeah, well, that's
more risk, which is comfortable with. But
yeah, that's the thing is that I think we've been talking about it a bit on the couch, which is looking pretty cool, isn't it? With this big drop.
It is.
And thanks for helping me with that this morning. I think in the finals we're going to see some games go pretty long because of that. Like if you start doing what you do and you're up against someone who can do what they do, we're going to see some long games on
They are. It's going to be very, very tiring Sunday.
And the one person who's very used to that is Shane, you know, and that's the... But then if it goes deep and someone follows, you know, like, you know...
But remember the Barra-Shane final on Kongo 4.
That's right.
Shane had so many big matches, he was so tired.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if Shane makes push other people in the same direction, if they end up with that... See, before with Shane, when he did that, that was an unusual year because it was COVID.
Yeah.
So there were these big, long matches. I mean, I don't know if that matters neither here nor there. I don't know. But this year, if you have a long game against Shane, win or lose, you have a long game against Barra, you have a long game against Tekio, you have a long game against Neil Kansas. A lot of people have been getting kill screens. There's a lot of kill screens out there. And there's people recently getting like Patrick Silva. He's knocked about 4 or 5 on the head in the last few months, few weeks, you know. Or a few months, like it's like when he came here last year, he had I think 1 kill screen he was saying, or maybe 2. Since then he's done another 4 or 5 or something just recently, and he had 2 PBs in this last month or something.
Yes, he has.
It's going to be an interesting weekend, I think, for me, you know, to watch.
Yeah, no, and for me as a player, because it's just a totally different. It is a different ball game. This Kongmoth.
Well, look at recently, like saying Neil, Tagster, like there's people have been getting kill screens and high scores and stuff, you know, like doing things. So even where people might be ranked on a leaderboard, you could get these long games really early on this year, really early on.
Yeah.
And I hope it is. Like, I'd love to see people really pushed hard.
And I think that they definitely will.
Because I'm a sadist like that.
You are, you bastard. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I just think it makes for a much more exciting thing. I think there'll be much more talk outside of this between matches this year, you know?
Yeah. So I don't know what's exactly happening with level 3 comp. So we just had, I think Barra's just about to beat Shane. So Shane's got 1 loss.
3,
Don't think Barra's had any losses yet.
Yeah.
But he's beat already. He's won that one.
Yeah.
So it's a really interesting dynamic because, like, my Shane game, all I had to do was finish it. It's just such and that's why it's so good. Really, is because I was like so confident. I just got to finish level 3 barrels, 1 last man, finish the rest of the boards.
Well, this is a good example of that because Shane hasn't pushed his score hard enough leading up to level 3. And we can see the previous scores here. I know that 91 to 200 is...
Tekio,
no, that's Barra.
Barra, yeah.
And I don't know whose 84 it is, but these 2 scores have been sitting there all night now, from early on. Yeah. So Shane could do I'm sure he can get close to 100,000.
Yeah.
And as we go into the finals tonight, people are going to go looking at these scores thinking, geez, a lot of people have fallen short because they haven't pressed hard enough early on. And this is an example. Shane can do more than that. Whether he tried harder to do more, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But Same thing.
in the comfort of your own home with a lot of just a few goes. 100, 112, 114 is possible. In an event like this, that takes a lot of risk.
But what I'm trying to say, I agree with you, but it's eroding away.
Yes.
So you're going to go, say you're in the finals and you go in and it's you and Barrow, right?
Yeah.
Just because Barrow's name's up there, or you and Shane. Are you going to go and say, I think I can win with 83,000?
No.
Now you've got to think, they know they lost at 83,000 a game.
Yeah.
You lost at a score that's something, you think, I need to get 90 plus. I might have to get 110.
Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah.
You'll all be knowing it. I don't need to.
It'll be, and
I'm
the thing
guessing,
is,
but I feel you must know.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, a single life in this particular competition means so much. So if you get an accidental wild on level 1 or 2,
That's a lot of points lost.
That's a
isn't it?
lot of points. That's
Yeah.
like 10 grand lost.
Yeah.
So it makes a huge difference if you cop one of those level. So at the end of level 2 barrels, it turns into the type 3 wilds, which are the nasty ones at the start of level 3. And of course, at the start of level 3, they're the type 3. So it's a very, very dangerous sort of section of the comp.
Yeah.
Oh, am I up?
That mic, you need to switch it on. Oh, that one's here. This one. Here, this one.
Thank you. Sorry, folks, just want to chime in. So on cabinets 3 and 4, we've got Kibby and Matthew going for the finals match.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, and Kibby is, so they're neck and neck, same men, same level. Kibby's actually about 4,000 points ahead.
Well, Kibby's the guy we need to switch the thing over, but we don't know how to do it.
We can't
can't
at the moment. Tomorrow we will be able to do that.
Oh, no, yeah, we can do it now, but Kibby's the guy to do it. But we're going to be shown tonight. So it's all set up. Like, tomorrow's going to be a very different thing. We've got profiles. We've got profiles on you, all the players who can pop up.
And they're very cool. They're very
awesome.
cool.
Yeah. Tagster's the one to thank for, Kibby and Tagster.
Kibby Cavs and Neil. I think Neil's been doing the blurb.
He's doing the blurb.
Because he's the stats man.
Yeah, Neil's the stat man.
Yeah.
And Kibby's doing all the grunt, like the hard whatever he's doing to make it all work.
Yeah.
And Tags has done all the design work, so like colour palette, all that sort of stuff. And it's going to be.
It's great effort.
Like tomorrow's going to be very different to today. I mean, this is great. It's fantastic. But tomorrow's going to be different. We're bringing up players, and there's more room to move around with the. So we'll have a time to go through all the players tomorrow.
Yes, that's correct.
Look at things, and then we get to the finals. We'll know who's up there, and there'll be someone who'll be over there moving. That button thing over there, I think that'll be over here at some point. We'll just press the button and move around.
Yeah.
So this
that
is
thing, the stream deck.
Yeah. The button thing.
Yeah, the button thing. It's got a stream, but anyway.
Yeah, next to that rectangle.
So technical, Phil.
That's that other thing over there.
Yeah,
with
the
magic
monitor.
colours. Oh, the monitor. Yeah. So it's.
So who we got on the screen now? We got. It's no longer Shane.
That's Danny having the game.
Yeah, and we can't switch the names because
we can if we can find Jimmy, we'll switch the names.
Well, yeah, it's just typing in the names, I think.
But do you know how to do it?
Not really. And the thing is, Kibby's the one that does it.
No, Jimmy can do it. Yeah, and Jimmy might be busy with pinball or something. But if you can see Jimmy, he was walking.
But just to give you a heads up, on cabinet 1 is the one on the left.
One's on the left. That's Danny.
Yep, that's Danny Fazakli. And who's
Dennis Edmonds?
Dennis Edmonds.
I'd like to get that changed if we could, because I just think it's important for play. Like we don't.
I think I can do it. It's just typing in names.
I'll go do it.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Jeff's going to get that sorted. Oops. A few mics on the floor anyway. Yeah. So Danny's having a pretty. I think Barrow's going to join us. I think. Mic 3 and the headphone. Mic 3 is that 1, 2, 3? I think. Sorry. Take that one.
Oh, I could fall asleep here.
I think Jeff will come back over in a minute.
Oh, okay. What's going on?
No, you can stay in.
I'll stay for a little bit. Yeah, it's nice to sit down actually.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, that's the thing this year. It's pretty cozy. Setup.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, that was an interesting game with you and Shane. We'll just talk about it then. It's going to show, like, after that game that you just won. Now, come in, Jeff. Yeah, come. Grab, what number's that? Not 4.
It worked. It's 3.
Oh, yeah, 1. Yeah. Is that one working? No, the other one then. Sorry, the other one. Yeah. And the other headphones. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can.
Oh, yeah,
So it's
sorry.
fine.
Sorry. There's just a monster of chords here. I was just saying that was an interesting game. I was saying about
Nice and personal here.
Very cosy.
I'll let you guys stretch out because you've been.
Oh,
you've
you're
been
warm.
Oh, thanks for
Your
that.
seat's warm. Thank you.
We're spreaders, me and Jeff.
Yeah.
We like to
I've
spread
heard
out.
that. No, I just figured because you've been playing, you can stretch out a bit.
Yeah.
I was just saying we were saying before, Jeff and I, with that game with you and Shane, it shows like now that what you won with, right, and what Shane lost with. Say you go into finals now with someone, what sort of, because people are losing at 80,000 and so,
Yeah.
so you go and go, well, you won comfortably, but you probably might think, I'd like to win more comfortably.
Well, it wasn't that comfortable.
No, but
really.
you know what I mean? But you had a man and you could have done, but it wasn't
Yeah.
like a huge difference. So it looks like anyone going in now might go, well, I lost at 82,000, I lost at 79. So your score from earlier is still there, 91. That's
Yeah.
yours. So
Somehow.
yeah, somehow. But I think going in now, like looking around, I don't know, what do we
Well,
see?
you're
as we
playing
go?
a little bit more cautiously as well when you play someone better.
Yeah, but when you go
Because
into
you
the
know
finals,
they're going to get 80K.
if you're going to someone in the finals going, I know people are losing at 80, what, are you going to push for 100 or?
Well,
you might have
just
to.
try and get the points, but you have to play
Yeah.
a little bit safe, which means you get less points.
Yeah.
It is.
It's getting close, isn't it?
Yeah.
The balance. As soon as you as we were saying just before, so if you accidentally lose a man to a wild or something, that's 10 grand.
Basically, yeah.
So it puts you at a huge disadvantage. So you got to play a little. I think, I don't know, sort of play your normal game until something bad happens, and hopefully nothing bad will happen.
Yeah, well, basically, yeah. Just praying
look,
to the.
it's very
the
easy.
DK
It's
guy.
very easy for me. I just sit here and go, oh yeah, this is what I think. I'm just trying to predict the behaviour of the players when they're coming off, because you all must be alerted to the scores that people are winning and losing by where you may have lost a score or where you lost them. You know, what I mean,
I haven't. I know mine.
Yeah.
And I know where I've made mistakes. And
yes,
stuff.
that's enough. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
See,
But-
I don't have to worry. I just
Yeah,
There's been
it's easy from the casting couch.
There's been a couple of really big brain farts, I call them, mistakes that people have had. I've had one,
Yeah.
a really big one. I know Jack Philippi had an extra man as well,
Oh,
and
Jack, yeah, I saw
so did
Sean, he had 2 extra men.
2 extra men, and he finished it.
Yeah,
Why?
because I don't know. It's just
and-
like it just takes. Your muscle memory takes
Yeah,
over.
so my muscle memory at the end of level 3 was like, I'm just going to finish it. I just finished it, and it wasn't until so those kind of mistakes, those what you used to versus what you have to do for the level 3 comp, catch you out. So I think we've warmed up now. I think we're more focused on where we got to sack and what we got to do.
Yeah.
But I tell you, like
it feels a lot tighter this year than last year. For me, anyway, watching it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I didn't last very long last year, so I can't really say much. I was out in about 3 rounds.
Sorry about that. But I feel like the thing with the better players is they're going to sack all their men on level 3-1, and there's still a springboard and a rivet board to get through. And if you sack all your men on level 3-1, even if you're Matt Tekio or Barrow or whoever, and you cop a bad wild and lose your life, that last life on level 3-1, it's like game over. It's definitely
pace means nothing unless you finish the game.
Finish
Finish the level,
But I was told that Kibby and Tekio are in quite a match, aren't they?
I
might go and have a look.
Like
I'll go and
they're
have a-
finished actually. They're not.
really?
Yeah.
Who's playing and who's
It's
not
only
playing?
these 2 that we're watching right now.
I can see Tekio still over there.
Oh, is he still going?
Yeah,
Oh, no,
yeah.
he is. Yeah.
Everyone's watching.
Everyone's
it.
No, they're both there.
They are both
there.
there. Sorry, I was
They're playing.
viewers obscured.
So if I can,
I'll go and have a look.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to get a grab last water.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Bye bye.
Bye. So it's unfortunately
I'm a bit of a cooler when I do this. I can go over and destroy a game. I'll go over and someone's dying.
What does he say?
he says he's a bit of a cooler. He could just walk behind someone and their game will die. But it's an interesting format this year, I think, for the whole because we don't see chat at all. There is no interactive chat.
Yeah.
It's more of a broadcast. And that's purposely
I
done.
think it's a good thing.
I think it
because
is.
you get, as we both know, you can get pretty caught up with what's going on in chat. And
Exactly.
and
You know,
things
you
like
get
that.
the old jammy there.
Yeah. Especially yourself, reading from bottom to top type thing.
Exactly. Yeah,
And
I'm
back
a
to front.
backwards.
Yeah.
I read chat from top to bottom to top and back to front. How's it going there?
So
we get an update. So we're getting an update on the
Alright.
Matt Tecchio and Kibby.
When I just looked, Kibby's on 86. He's probably on 87,000 on Rivet's last board. And Tecchio's entered level 3. I think it might be in the middle on the second. Is there a second barrel board on level 3? No, the first one. So he's just entered, and he's at about 80,000.
He's got it in the bag.
Yeah.
He's probably got it in the bag.
But he must be on level 4. He can't be at 80k on level 3 one. He must be on a
No, I think he's
120k pace.
I think he's on 80,000.
maybe,
Yeah.
might be, yeah.
But he's on.
He's got it in the bag.
But he's when I saw Kibby,
3,180.
Kibby was Kibby had sacked a man and was on his last, but Matt still got one left over. But like it's still a ways to go. So
Yeah, but obviously he's on barrel board, so okay.
I'm just going to grab a glass of water.
Yeah.
But I think we're about to switch like streams and games tomorrow, won't we?
Kibby's the
Yes.
guy who can do it.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we just don't get to see that one tonight. But
Yeah. So we're looking at just 2 cabs tonight.
Yeah.
Because they're direct feed into the Mr. Videos and into the system. But tomorrow we've got like a 16 port switcher.
oh, we're good. So we're going to switch
And,
back and forth.
yeah, we'll be
obviously
able to
that's what a
switch
switcher is.
That's right. So I don't know how many cabs. I don't know if we're going to switch the whole 16 or we're going to just switch 8.
Yep.
And then, but it is a 16 port switcher, so maybe. I don't know what technical marvel that.
Well,
Adam's
there's
made
going to
up.
be some good games going. I think some big games all around.
Yep.
Loads of people get into the kill
Are
screen.
you going to run boards and get a kill screen? Try and race for it?
Oh, yeah, we'll probably race
let's
for
all
one in the
race for
morning
one.
and then
Yeah,
see
and
what
then
happens, and then point press after that
Exactly.
probably for a little bit.
maybe you need to get the million point bounty, mate.
Ooh, hopefully there's a 1.1 this year.
No,
I've been lobbying for
Not
it the
yet.
last couple of years
Yeah,
after I got
right.
the million, but no dice just yet.
There's only 2 runners for that one, mate.
No, you can get it.
No,
Anyone
not
can get
yet.
it.
No. But we got a kill screen bounty of $500.
Nice.
Then we got a 1 million bounty of $500.
$1 million?
I think it should be a little bit more than
Oh.
500. Or the balance
it
of
was,
that should
it
change.
was 1,000 when I won it.
Oh, is it 1,000? It is.
It
It
was
actually still is. It's $1,000.
Maybe
for
in
million points.
jackpots 500 a year.
What's this? The
We're talking about the bounties tomorrow.
oh yeah. Have we found out what level 3 is? We were talking about it. We weren't sure what it was.
No, I've got no idea.
I think it's
A
something
big ass trophy.
Yeah, big ass trophy.
There must be, no, but there'll be cash. 'cause
I think there's
Yeah.
usually
These are sponsored.
it's like
These
5.
are-
It's like 500, 350,
Yeah, something like that.
200, or something like that.
They're great trophies though. There's Evolution up there now. Evolution trophy. Like just keep. We've got to
Oh,
shout
yeah.
out to the sponsors.
Yeah.
Because
Oh, absolutely.
They're just gifted.
They're amazing. I've never seen such big trophies. like this.
DK3 ones out there.
Yeah.
Plus, that might be unbarrow, the big one.
Oh, geez, I don't know if I can lift it.
Is it heavy?
I've already dropped one thing today.
Yeah.
You guys
You- yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Do it with 2 hands, sir. Is it heavy? It's pretty heavy. Oh my god.
You might as well hold it now because you may not get a chance later. Jeff.
Exactly.
It's the only
This is my
chance
one
I'm
and
gonna
only
get to hold
chance
it.
to get the first. So we've got a beautiful Donkey Kong on the bottom. Oh wow, Donkey Kong's on the bottom. That doesn't usually happen, does it?
Well, there was talk of having him upside down like this.
Yeah,
They were
yeah.
humming and ahhing about
Yeah.
having him down here crashed. They were going to make
Is that
these
a toy
orange.
or is that a print? It's like a 3D print. It's got to be a
no,
toy.
it's a toy or something.
Yeah.
But these they printed themselves. They're
Yes.
sort of on a bubble thing, and this is a ceramic heart for where how at the top,
Yeah, so Mario on the right over there for you viewers, and Pauline on the left with the heart in the middle. The
And
two
I like all
lovers.
this stuff, all this in the first here. And whoever wins, they've got spots. So I think we just send them the score they won with, and they're going to etch it in like this. So you can
Oh, beautiful.
post it to you and print it in, like
That's
stick it on.
They're just amazing. Like compared to what we've had in, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, which was fun. I like
it
the
was
barrel of
fun.
monkeys.
We,
and
we,
that, but-
we emptied a barrel of monkeys and painted them different colours.
yeah,
for the
bronze,
trophy.
silver, and gold.
But this is
There's nothing wrong with that though.
no, they were great. They were
nice,
cool.
yeah.
No, I loved it.
But you know what's great about them is they'll fit on your trophy shelf, but you won't have room for that. mate.
To take it back, no, I have to buy another suitcase.
I've seen Barrow's trophy shelf.
Is it
Yeah, I
big?
need to update it.
Trophy bloody wardrobe.
Needs space.
Room.
Are we? We must be kind of heading down into the bottom of the last 8 or
Yeah, I
something.
mean, we've had 4 games, I think.
You haven't lost any yet?
Nah.
Shit.
Hey, I was going to say something. Just this is off topic in a way, but it's still competition. When I come here, every now and then I have a look around, and this isn't a dig at anyone at all, so I don't get it the wrong way. But pinball must have such a level of intense behaviour because whenever I see the players come up, they sort of decompress. Like there's a couple over here, and there's a couple. They sort of It just must. It's because I've seen. We were talking about practice. Like it's like golf or something. It's such a frustrating because you go, I made a mistake. Whereas these balls are, they're just free radicals, aren't they? They do what they want. And I just think,
as non-pinball players, we can confirm that the balls just do what the hell they want. Usually straight down the middle between the two flippers.
It's all luck. It's all luck.
Well, I mean, there's obviously skill in it, but it's a. I couldn't. I mean, it'd be great if you're into it because look at all the different like this variety and stuff, and these guys clearly like it.
This is actually getting up. So we're getting towards the end of this game. Danny has a life to sack. He's at 70k, nearly 70k. So as long as he smashes at least one of those fireballs, he can block the other one and hope that it goes up the right-hand side. Don't take out that rivet. Thank you, sir.
Danny knows. Danny's game's lifted a lot, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Not saying he wasn't good, but like he's so... But for him to get a kill screen, I was so pleased for him because
he smashed it,
and that's all he ever wanted in Donkey Kong was a kill screen,
So Dennis has a small problem in that he's on his last man and he's on a pie board where he's being a little blocked. But if he keeps his cool, okay, keep it cool, Dennis. Keep it cool. Yep. Wait till it goes up. It'll go up that ladder. Here it goes. Okay, there we go. See how I can read what the fireball's going to do? Happens so often. He'll go down. He's safe. He's out. He's done.
Oh, here comes number 5.
He's good. But the thing is
Danny going to sack?
Is
he going to remember to?
Please, Danny, sack. But Danny has actually got a bit of... So what will Dennis get here? Maybe $8,000 if he's there. I don't know. $6,000?
Whereabouts? Oh, sorry.
I'm thinking Dennis might get like...
He might, probably 6.
7.
He's got both prizes, so finish with 4K or so.
Depends. I don't know if he leeches this man. Does he leech it? He's going to.
He's going to try.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, he knows how. Okay, so he'll come out with maybe 70. He should get 70. And then he's only got one man to go on rivets, which is probably about $8,000, so 78. Where I see Dennis is on his last man and he's about to hit that 78 threshold. Now he's going to 79. So this is...
Dennis is going to need a big rivet.
Dennis needs a massive rivet.
He
needs a Akuazu rivets, basically.
It's going to be... Well, no, he's at 70, so...
Oh, he's got two...
So what do you think of Dennis? What do you think Danny's going to finish at?
Tonight?
No, just this game.
Oh, well, you can see at the moment he's got $3,000 left. He's going to do it out. So
will he beat the high score?
84, 85.
No, he's not going to beat the high score, no.
You reckon?
Not with that fireball there.
That fireball could come up the right-hand side very easily.
All right.
He's not going to beat 84, though.
The super champs.
Oh, it's level 3, so that it's a faster bonus. He should be able to get to 84.
Well, come on, you got to say. What are you saying? 84? 84
I'd say 84, 500.
Oh, then 84. And you're saying what?
Oh, I don't know, 80 something. I got no idea.
I'm going to say,
don't
say 102.
Don't hold a gun to my head.
Keep going, keep all the way, mate. All the points.
Dennis
okay. It's 80. It's 84 for sure, but not 84, 500. I think I'm pretty fucking good there.
You obviously been playing more than me.
Bang, 84, 500. 84, 600.
Wow.
700.
You got it wrong, Jeff. No prize for you, mate.
Yeah. So,
well done.
Dennis can't win, unfortunately.
Danny's going to be over the moon. You watch Danny's face from here. We can see it on the stream. There's Danny in the screen. Those who know him. Yeah. He's got the hat on. They both got hats. Hats the closest to us. He's got his hat.
I often call Danny and Danny.
Danny's having the night of his life. He's going to be loving it.
He actually did put in a bit of practice on this and got $100,000 at home.
Yeah.
So he knows what to do.
He's good.
But it's over.
Dennis is a good gamer, though.
Yeah,
You know.
General, I mean,
he's so modest though. I think he's doing,
he actually plays himself down a lot.
Yeah.
Well done, boys.
Well done, Danny.
So I'll just grab Kibby if I can. Who won the Takeo Kibby match?
I'm not sure.
Who won?
Yeah, Matt did. I think he gave the thumbs up.
He gave the thumbs up. He says.
But Kibby gave him a run though.
Yeah. Do you want me to get one of them? I might.
Are you getting off there? Send Danny over for me if you want to get one.
Yeah. Danny and maybe even Kibby or Matt. I don't know.
Oh, just if someone wants to follow over.
Well, it
but
depends. I
certainly-
think we're all going to have to
Get
play in
Danny
a second.
Barrow.
We're all going to have to play in a second.
Oh, we just put that Danny on it for a bit, have a bit of a chat. Tell you what, I've said it a few times tonight, but these mics, normally my voice is so shot by the end of the... No, come on for a minute, because we're going to run out of time.
Yeah, I've got a game, right?
Yeah.
I think it's been you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but you can sit down for a second, that's what I'm saying. You don't need a cigarette.
Oh.
Are you off already? All right. Well done, Danny.
Thanks, everybody. I know you're all cheering for me. Hey?
What's up, Phil? Let me jump on. I'm pretty fucking knuckled, but
If you're too drunk, I won't have you on, mate.
I'm alright.
Jerry's... Hey, you're going to destroy the equipment, that's the problem. Hop up. Hey, get off for a second. Just, Jesus Christ. There, now sit down. Well, you're sitting on the microphone, the headphones.
Yeah, why'd you put it there?
I didn't, well...
I'm not too drunk, but I'm rather...
Here, this one, Kibby. This one's on.
That one?
Yeah. Jerry Scott.
Jerry.
Oh, scoot. Congratulations, Kibby.
Thank you.
I mean,
Awesome.
what was the score in the end?
For which?
For you and Tekio?
Mine was 91-2 and he got 91-6 or something.
Yeah. So he just topped you.
Just topped me, yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Very close
I
game.
saw that was pretty close. Hey, guys, come on, catch it on the mic. Yeah, great game. Geez, you pushed him to the limit, though.
I think that's the best level 3 game I ever had. So
yeah, you can't be disappointed.
I'm glad it came against Tekio.
Is that your first loss, though?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, great. So, yeah, it's a tight field. Have you been watching this, Jerry? Much or?
Yeah, I've been watching it.
Yeah.
One of those
Yeah, no,
guys
you're,
playing.
you're one of the true fans, mate. You're a true believer. You come
I'm more
up every
a fan
year.
than a player.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Jerry, I was saying before, like when you walk past our great patron, you know, you're always buying tickets even if you don't turn up. You're a big supporter, buy a lot of merch, get a lot of stuff signed. You love it.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
Where's Adam this year? You mind? He's not here this year.
No, he's way too busy lately.
No worries.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because you've been watching it, and of course you've been taking those too. Could be like, all of a sudden we're seeing scores where people have done really well and just falling short, like Shane and Barra's game was one of them, you know, and like this one where Matt's gone in and then almost is so close to losing it, you know, and he's playing his good game. Like as it gets closer, people are going to have to start probably taking bigger risks at the finals.
Yeah. And you see the difference in people's play. Shane plays particularly, I wouldn't say safe, but he sort of just runs the boards. He doesn't really press a lot. Whereas people like Barra and Tekio, because they have the experience running 1.2 million point games, they know how to leach out those extra points and do it a little bit safer. So it is potentially just going to come down to that at the end. Who can
It's going to be very interesting this year, surely just for qualifying. I think.
Oh, you mean tomorrow's?
Yeah, tomorrow's qualifying is going to be completely different to every other year. The amount of players in Australia we've got going on now, it's actually going to be a real comp over the last couple of years, I think.
I think you're right. I think tomorrow, like the old idea of just getting a kill screen for the bounty, but tomorrow might be a chance to practice a kill screen because you might be forced to do one in the match.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Or certainly head up that direction, you know.
Well, definitely, yeah. I think a few players are actually going to have to do a lot of shit they haven't done before, honestly, just to qualify. But you can't play too safe tomorrow. The amount of kill screen players we have in Australia now.
How many kill screeners are there tonight? I mean, tomorrow in qualifying. It must be 12 or 13. Can we count them up?
15, isn't it? I think it's 15.
I couldn't count them on my hand.
I'll try it. All right, you tell me where I missed some. All right, we'll just go through Shane Saul, just the previous winners, Barra, Tekio, then we've got Alan Stall, Danny Fazackerley, Patrick Silver, yourself, Kibby, so that's 7. We've got Ruland,
Jeffrey Sutter,
Neil. So that's 10. We've got 10 already.
I forgot. What about what was his name? The guy that came.
Michael Edwards, Tagstar.
The guy that came to Kong off one.
Not Neil. Pelly.
Greg Pell, yep.
Yeah, that's 13.
Who was the guy that came to Kong off one with Barra?
What?
Guy from New Zealand.
Oh, Graham.
Yeah,
he's not here though.
No, he's not here.
No, but he's another kill screen player.
No, we're looking at one. So we're here tomorrow.
Here.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Sorry.
So that's 13. So let's look at so that's 13. Let's just count the other ones we may have missed who are playing. Like, okay, Mike Cooligan's not a kill screener.
Close, 500k.
close.
Dennis is very close,
Yeah.
700k player.
Yeah. Like, well, Mike's 550, 700k. So who are we else looking at around that are pretty
Even
regular?
Aaron on occasion, he's got a game that
Yep.
he could
Oh,
pull
yeah,
that
Aaron's
kill
up there.
screen.
He can- yeah,
he
he's-
pull that kill screen on a game.
Well,
you know?
he's 500 plus though, Aaron.
Yeah,
isn't
you
he?
can never
I'm not
know.
sure what
like,
he is.
You'll get that game.
But anyway, that's 13 out of over 16 slots that can kill. screen,
Exactly.
You know, and we got more than 16 players. You know.
Yeah.
So
It's going to be great. It's honestly going to be so goddamn good.
I reckon we've missed one, but anyway, that's 13. You know, I thought 11, 12, but 13.
It's going to be a killer.
And then if we had had a few people that couldn't make, like Jane Mack, who wasn't here this year, that would have been another one.
Oh, yeah. What happened to those lads?
He's on holidays. Yeah, I think because
This is a holiday.
No, but I think he might have got a family one or something because of COVID and stuff. You know, just
Yeah.
the opportunity of school
Fair
holidays
enough.
and stuff.
Fair enough.
It's always, it's always great to have the Falcon up here and Jane Mack. They're always good value. You know, that's always good anyway. You know.
This is the best weekend of all time. Like, this is my one weekend I have a holiday a year.
And you're here till Monday?
No, till tomorrow. I got to go back at lunchtime,
bummer.
man. Like, yeah, I'm out.
Well, that's what you did last year.
And I got to do it again tomorrow. I got to
Well,
go back. I got to go back to work.
Oh well, next year.
No, yeah. It's all good. I catch up tonight.
So let's have a look at the game. Who do we want to look at first? They're pretty close on the scores, but you'll be able to give us a bit more info, Kibby. You star, you inductee. How was it? You enjoyed it?
Yeah, it was really good. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, Kibby got inducted tonight into the Hall of Fame, which is our first ever. So we've actually officially established it this year at 2023 from the lead up. So this is our first ceremony. So we have now the Australian New Zealand Arcade and Pinball Hall of Fame, and Kibby was one of the, well, more purely for competition inducted. So there was yourself, good company, yourself, Andrew Barrow, Neil Cairns, and Rob McCauley, the legends. You know.
Yeah,
incredible company.
Oh, and also vice versa. They'd be more than honoured to be standing next to you. So yeah, it went smoothly. It was a good event.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It was
There was some free champagne flowing, and we videotaped it. Next year will be different, you know. But it's good to get it started up. It's good we haven't rushed it. I don't think we've made any mistakes regarding who's been inducted.
I think it's really good. Like, honestly, like the way you guys are pulling it off now is amazing. Like,
Yeah,
honestly.
cheers, Jerry. Like, well, it takes a whole bunch. Like, Kibby's been very involved, particularly with this. We've all been raving about the setup. This is all the work of Neil with the stats, and Tagster with the graphics, and Kibby with all the actual IT stuff, all the you know, because Neil's been putting up the bios and stats and stuff. But
Yeah.
and all I do is sit back and go, yeah, great, can't wait, you know.
Well, Kibby actually set up my Twitch stream that I have used like maybe twice
maybe
in
since
about
then,
a year
yeah.
and a half when he set it up. So yeah. it was
But
pretty
how
good.
much more comfortable? Kibby? We used to do a bit of commentary, and we can just talk quietly.
It's so
I
much
just
easier
blow my
doing it
voice
like
out
this,
by
yeah.
midday tomorrow.
Yeah, compared to last year, this is insane. It's so good. Every year, it's just gonna get better and better. Like, honestly, it's just it's. Right, look how many games we have now. Like, how many Donkey Kong cabinets?
I think it's 16.
16, yeah.
It's just gonna get better and better every year.
Well, they'll never need more than 16. That's probably as much as you need, isn't it? But everything around, like,
Why not get a couple more for help? Shits and giggles.
yeah. But you wait till next year. Like, even this setup, things will change for next year after doing it this one time. You know, like hands at next year, then everything's just it keeps lifting.
It just
like
just
saying.
keeps improving. That's what
Even
it
the
is.
nuts of
Every year
merch
just
that you
keeps
can
getting
buy
like
here, you know.
yeah. No, nothing's set in stone. They just keep it going. That's exactly it.
Geez, these scores are close, aren't they? Let's have a look, Kibby and Jerry. What do you reckon?
Yeah, they're very close. Danny's one man behind. I'm not sure if he lost that man on the barrels or the springs, but I mean, the scores are pretty much dead even apart from that man loss. So Jeff does technically have an advantage here, but by about 10,000.
Yeah, at the moment,
maybe,
that's what everyone's saying. A man can be an extra 10,000 points.
Yeah,
you know?
roughly that. Yeah.
So if he keeps it, but he may lose it before.
Exactly.
Then, you know.
Yeah.
I know what, but since last year, Danny's gaming, like Donkey Kong game, has just he's
solid.
gone through the goddamn roof. The way he's playing now, it's
He's improved significantly,
insane.
yeah.
I was lucky enough to watch his first kill screen a couple of weeks ago, and it was amazing. Like, he played so well. And got a big score for his first kill screen too.
I love the involvement. For me, when I come up, you guys might not notice it the way I do, but I remember back at Kong Off 2, my first one, I had to drag you onto the screen. I'm too shy, you know. But just and like your involvement now, Kibby, on this sort of stuff, and Danny's involvement, getting up. He'll do the speech tomorrow, and he's one of the hosts. Like we've got a good, solid team, you know, that can come in and step in and out of certain roles. It makes it really smooth, doesn't it? Like Neil said on the commentary this morning, he said I could do that all week. You know, he just likes it. You know, he's just digging it. But it does make a difference. I was talking to Paul Hanitsky last week or the week before, and he was saying how much he enjoys you see, without the commentary, so you're just watching Donkey Kong. With the commentary, even though we're not watching the game right now, we're still talking about stuff around the game, about players and what's going on.
And the culture and the whole, like, you know, the camaraderie we all have with all of us. Like,
There's Boners wander on the screen.
He's pretty knuckled tonight, actually. It's pretty funny.
Tell you what?
He's had a few
drinks. Oh,
yeah, he's pretty, I haven't seen him like that in a while. It's actually pretty funny.
Started pretty early on.
He likes to give some hugs tonight. It's good. Oh, he's an absolute legend as well. Again, just all these people you meet that just don't play Donkey Kong, and they're all top-notch players in other games. That's
his Nibbler score, Kibby, you could talk about his billion points. It's not easy.
It's definitely not easy.
It brings people together. It doesn't matter if it's Donkey Kong or not. We just all get together, hang out.
On that, Paul Hanitsky asked me, are you going to go? Because he said, it's such a talent. Is he going to go for the Nibbler score again?
Probably not.
No.
Not the marathon score. I'll go for the 5-man record, I think.
Oh, nice one. Well, you've already had the other one. Yeah, do something different. Yeah, great.
Because there's a lot of potential to get in that. Because on arcade, I only have about 16 million. But Rick has 40 million on MAME.
Yeah.
And the lives roll at about 50, 60 million. If you didn't lose 5 lives, you'd roll the lives around there. So Rick's almost maxed it out.
Yeah.
But I'd like to hopefully be the first person to push that to roll the lives.
I didn't know about that 5 score. That's a big 5 life one. Yeah, right there.
Yeah,
I'll
that'd be
hang
cool.
out while you're doing it, man.
How many hours
That'd
is
be
that
rad.
one?
It'll only be about an hour and a half, 2 hours, so much shorter game
that's
length.
sensible.
Yeah, that's why I'll stick to that,
That's
I think.
a walk in the, well, I mean, there must be a different concentration, like, for the lack of error.
Yeah,
but to know you're only playing for an hour and a half, you can say, I'll start again.
Pretty much, yeah.
Game.
As opposed to 53 hours? 53, was it?
Mine was 50, pretty much 50 flat.
Oh, I didn't want to... Oh, 50 flat, was it?
Yeah, like 50.2 something.
So you must have... Did you do that in quicker time than others? Or?
Yeah, fastest billion, fastest...
Yeah, I was going to say, that's pretty quick from what I remember.
Highest pace, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, when I rang up and congratulated you, I'd really thought you'd sort of put it behind you, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, I was told, you got to see the Twitch, like, Kibby's going for the billion, he's on his way, like, you know, like, world record. And I thought, wow, that's great, because I thought, he's just sort of thought, I've had enough of that, you know. But no, there he was. He'd gone back to his fortress of solitude like Superman, rested up and come out. Boom.
I remember the first time you went for the one at Netherworld.
Yep.
I was you were doing
the
Johnny
main one
there.
or the
one on the
arcade
keyboard.
Oh, sorry.
When you're doing the keyboard back in
the keyboard, the main one, yeah.
Yeah, and I was watching. That was that was a long time ago, and I was watching live, and then I messaged Tim McVeigh and told him that you were playing.
Yeah.
And then he just like jumped in the chat. He's like, "Yeah, man, that's the way to do it." Like, yeah.
Well, the interesting thing is that 500 million point score that I got on MAME in 2016 or whatever it was.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah,
the person whose score I beat, AXL Axel, he's the person who just beat my record back on arcade.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Huh?
So we came full circle, and he's taken the record back on arcade from me.
I've been out of it so long, like watching any scores or anything.
Looks like Jeff's got this one, but I was going to say, Kibby, it's an interesting community yours, because that score, like I said before, I talked to like Robert Murchek and that, it's such a small club of people over such a long time. Like, how many people have held the world record? Is it like 6 now?
It would have been Tim McVeigh, Enrico, Rick Carter, Elijah, me. Yeah, I think 6, maybe 7 if I'm.
Well, that's Dwayne. Someone. You're probably thinking, but that was
yeah.
That's
800 mil.
Yeah. But you know, But yeah, so it's a very small community. Like other games with such small community, you wouldn't probably talk about it so much because it's such a bit like Asteroids is the smallest and Berserk. Like Asteroids, Johnny Mack and the kid whose name I can never remember when he was so young.
Well, even actually,
Space Invaders
like
with Tannehill and Richie Knuckles
and Donald Hayes.
Three people.
You even think about like Wonder Boy. Like you had Neil and Shane there. No one even really knocked it on before they did. Like there was Merchek had actually reasonable good score on it for a while,
and now it's way further ahead than them now.
But I think the difference is with Space Invaders, and this isn't discrediting John's score. Like it's great, but it doesn't have the depth of understanding to know how good that score might be. Unlike Nibbler, we know Tim McVeigh a long time ago put up 1 billion points and went, wow, that's hard from the get-go. Same with Asteroid. So. And we know what it means.
And like Space Invaders too. That game is that's insane to actually still get the score that Tannehill got. Yeah,
like it's hard to know until we had a deeper leaderboard how difficult John's game might be.
No, you're right. Yeah,
but I don't know if anyone's going to do it because it's just
the Space Invaders.
Well, someone could, but it's just
it's a grind.
Someone will.
Yeah, but mentally,
it's a big grind.
Someone has to make a decision to want to do that. Yeah,
it's a big grind. Like you get in the Nibbler, it's a big grind. You just got to sit down and power through it.
But because of the glitch in the game, you could be on your way and all of a sudden then you go, I'll start again.
100 points from finishing.
It's like Frogger's a similar one. You think it's just one of those games that you're 2 hours in and it's over and it's not. You can't get the points. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
Whereas at least with Donkey Kong Go, I can't do it, I'll start again. But you just got to wait for the glitch. And that's what I think the testament to John is like, how many times did he glitch? Like just...
Got that close and then
said, I'll go again, I'll go again. But that might be the rower in him, that persistence that a sportsman has.
That's actually a good point, actually,
Any of us mortals would have said, nah, I'll give it up.
And he's about 10 years younger than all of us.
Alrighty. I got to jump up and burst Jeffrey super
Cheers,
down.
Kibby. Good to have you on, mate.
Thanks for having me on. And
I need another beer, actually, so we need to get you host as well.
Yeah. Here's your beers here, dude.
Oh, yeah, I do too. Oh, there you go. Alright. I've got my beer. Alright, so who's going now? Jeff versus Kibby?
Yeah, I think so. So we'll hopefully...
Is this
Jimmy
a showdown?
Change the names up. Yeah, Kibby.
Wait, 1 versus 2? Like, this is the last one?
Just watch you don't knock the mic out or something. Just talk again, but not too loud.
Is this
that's good. Yeah.
Is this it? Like, this is the final?
No, this isn't the final. Not the final. No, there'd be more attention if it was the final. I don't think Kibby just casually go, I think I'm going to win the final.
I know, I just... Shit, how many people are playing the L3 comp tonight? This is bigger than last year.
Well, it was... I think it was it like 24 players, I think?
Really?
I think so.
Yeah, nice.
So it's a few to go through.
Every year it just gets bigger and bigger. This is awesome.
Bigger, better,
I might actually have to play one year.
Got to keep this alliteration
So
going.
I just don't play most years just to help Alan get one more point up the ladder.
Alan's better than people say.
No,
he is.
I know. I just
I
love
that's
Alan. I just
yeah.
like giving him shit.
Yeah. Well, he likes to give shit to everyone else, so it's only fair that he cops them.
Oh, this is pretty cool, man. This is really... I love the new setup, too. This is
That's
rad.
great, isn't it? Oh, well, tomorrow you'll see it in full throttle.
Yeah.
Hey, Tagster!
Yeah, where is he? He can jump on the mic now because I'm a terrible host.
No, he's having a break. I want to get... He's always good company on here too, Tags. Just as you are, Jerry. I'm not... Scooch over, I'll sit on the couch.
I'm more better at speaking crap than actually speaking any...
What do you think I do all weekend?
Dude, you know what you're doing. Like, that's it. I just... But no, I'm loving this setup. How you been anyway, man? It's been a long time.
Yeah, it always comes around quick. It seems like last week since I last saw you.
It does. I have to say I'm loving your art I'm seeing on Facebook and stuff like that,
a few
man.
things I put up. I don't put much up there. Yeah.
What I'm seeing, I'm loving, man. You got some fucking talent there. I really do it.
Yeah, cheers.
That's cool as hell.
Here, look at these 3 barrels. Whoa. These. Ooh. What happened there? Jeff ain't going to be happy with that. Kibby would have heard that loss. Well, they're both down 1. So let's try and do some commentary on one of these games. What do you reckon? Who do you want to watch, Jeff or Kibby? We'll pick one.
I was watching Kibby. I didn't think a Kibby would actually go for that little handbag now. Because he just triggered the fireballs early.
I'm going to watch a bit of Jeff because the rivets is a bit duller at the moment.
It's a point game now. They're just point pressing, so it's a different... different style of playing.
Well, it'll be interesting with Jeffy on this bottom hammer. Just have a close look at it. Like I was watching him before when he was playing, or what they do on the bottom hammer now. Like it was such a.
Oh, now they can milk the shit out of the points. That's why they're doing it. Yeah.
But I remember at Kong 3 when Billy Mitchell was here. Like he was picking up bottom hammer. Few were, but now everyone's doing it in level 3. You have to, you know.
Yeah. That's the thing about this game. It just constantly changes. Like, honestly, it really does. People are finding more and more ways to get to that 1,000,000 points or like before the kill screen, you know, like how Robbie and Wes found to get the 1.1 and whatnot like that. Like,
well, it's Dean Saglio who they're all standing on his shoulders because he had that 1.2 in 2013
exactly,
or something.
Like
you know?
there's so many, like, I don't think, honestly, anybody's going to be able to figure it out anytime soon, but there's probably a possibility for a 1.3.
No, not 2013. Dean Saglio had that. When did he have it? Like, he'd have it in 2011. Like, it was really early.
Yeah.
I think it was so early he hit that score. Like, I mean, okay.
And people are still finding little tiny glitches and just giving you a couple of extra 100 points.
Well, Matt was talking about that tonight, what he's got to do to lift his... Well, I don't think he needs to lift his score at all.
Oh, he doesn't need to, but he probably will do it. He'll be one of the guys that will show, you know, who go for a new world record on the game by even 100 points.
I reckon my feeling is Matt will get one... When, whatever, 1.2. I see he's got 1.2. It's effectively 1.2. I don't really see the difference.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally.
But
he
I think
is
he
the guy
wants,
that would do it too.
Yeah, but I think he wants to get 1.2, and when he does, he'll shift to something else, I think, because he's just... It's such a long torment.
Honestly, I hope so if he does. Like, he's spent way too much goddamn time on this game. Like,
well, I was talking... I met up with him the other day in Melbourne, him and Angela, his wife, and it's amazing that... Like, because the sincere support from his wife, because it's just so... People don't realise the hours that put in to get these scores. You know?
He is... I don't know how he does it. I play like 1 or 2 credits, and I'm like, I'm done with this game. I'm going to play something better. Like, but he just powers through it every time just to improve that little bit.
I think that's the thing.
And a lot of people don't notice. Like, he'll get a 700,000 point game, and it's not his 1,000,000 point game or his kill screen or anything like that. But in that 700,000 point game, he's improved his game.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I think it's people say I couldn't do this if I wanted to. Well, that's the key thing. You've got to really want to do it.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not saying that I could do it if I want to do it. I mean, that's an easy thing to say. I know I couldn't do it because I just think the whole task is so daunting. You know, for me, it's like an eating contest. Someone put down and said, "Oh, you got to eat these 15 hot dogs in 15 minutes." And I couldn't eat 15 hot dogs if you gave me all day to do it. You know?
Yeah.
It's I do not have it in me to do it. You know, I do not have it in me, whatever that is, to do this.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
It's just too much.
I do. Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's like Kibby's score. It's just.
That was,
kill me now.
But I give them all kudos to just say, screw it, I'm going to do it.
Well,
and
that's
then
what
they powered through it. I just kept going and going and going.
Well, that's what I was saying in the ceremony. Oh, that's bad luck. Kibby just took that to the face. But in that thing up there, I was saying I was genuinely, you know, humbled by being with these guys, because when I did my score years ago, there's nothing like this. World records back then, you know.
No, yeah, that's
like, you know, like.
I've watched your game. It was cool.
Yeah, Weeby
it was really good.
Weeby still had the world record on Donkey Kong back then, you know.
Yeah, he had like 800,000 kill screen or 850.
Look at this. This is fatigue coming in, I reckon.
Ooh,
psychology, I don't know. Like, Jeff's on his last man.
Oh, that's actually Jeff's though.
Yeah.
Jeff's saving his shit for tomorrow.
No, I don't think so. I think
Jeff's a contender for tomorrow, man.
Oh,
for Sunday.
No. I'm not saying that, but I don't think he's saving anything. I think he wants to play good. I just think
he's had a few beers too.
Oh, I don't look. There's lots of like all those things. I just think that at this point of the night, you could start second guessing. Should I press harder? Should I go now?
That is true. Like, what is like 9:30 now or something? Oh, it's 10 o'clock. All right, yeah, no, that makes sense.
Is it 10 o'clock now? Is it?
Yeah, that's what it says down on the bottom there.
Oh, jeez.
10:02.
Danny.
I'll jump into you if you want to. You want to go get amongst the crowd, brother?
Yeah, you take over, man. I'm out.
All right.
Thanks, Jerry. Just don't drag a cord with you, mate. You're free. And the other one? Jerry, thanks for coming on. Danny, you've had a great night, mate.
Oh, well, first round was up against Tekio, which is a given. I'm glad to see that my last game was on the stream, which I shat the bed harder than any other game I played all night, which was great. So,
but you can't be disappointed.
I know I'm stoked. I didn't expect to get that far. So I managed. My second game was up against Owa, which
who were you playing?
I don't know his full name.
He
goes by Owa.
I'm not sure.
The bald dude over there, and then had a good game against Paddy. The bald dude.
Yeah.
He's over there somewhere.
Yeah, I met him earlier.
And then had a game against Paddy, which was a really good game.
Yeah, that was a good game.
And then had a game against Denny, which was So those are my three.
Oh, Dennis.
Yeah. Those are my three sort of
that was
even kill games. Yeah. And then went up against Jeff, and then just nothing went right.
Look at this game. Like Jeff's on his last man. Kibby's got one in store.
Yeah. And also, I think my mother is actually watching on Twitch for the first time ever.
Oh, nice one.
So she sent me a message saying that she's watching, and she sent a message on the chat, but we don't have the chat there. So, hello, Mother.
What's your mum's name?
Sue Ellen.
What is it?
Sue Ellen.
Sue Ellen. Hello, Sue Ellen. You've got a fine boy.
And Mrs. is probably watching as well, so hello, Sam.
Hello, Sam.
We just don't have the chat up here like we normally do, so...
for good reason.
Yeah. It gets a bit too chaotic, so that's why we can't
It's too much of a distraction. It's a lot of... And it's also real estate lost. This stream going over there where you can got room for the event going on, people talking as guests come on, more screen for the games themselves.
Yeah, 100%.
Much better.
And
also
and
the
end product.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But yeah, we definitely acknowledge that we've got a lot of friends and family watching, which not just for me, but I know even Paddy would have said that his mum was watching the stream, for example. So a lot of friends and family I think are aware of the event and are watching at home, and don't think that you're not being noticed. It's just that we don't have the chat here to interact with.
Yeah, I mean, but that they can talk with each other, and we can check through it later. But I also know that this will be sent out tonight. The URL for this will be sent to, I guess, the Con Club and whatever else, and will get passed around to a few other like on Facebook or whatever, which would be good. So especially those people who've missed it, and I know there'll be people in America who are pretty keen to see it. I know one, George Riley, he's a big fan.
Justin.
Wes, I often see, normally when we have the stream, Wes is always on and off,
Yeah, there's a lot of people that they might not necessarily be on like your streams or or your mates' streams, but they're all like part of the community in other ways and just more interactive with certain other players. So the event certainly gets a lot of international players and even community members and just people who enjoy watching people play Donkey Kong. So obviously, welcome to all those people. So I'm sure you're all enjoying the event, and you've probably got a few predictions going in the chat, I'd have to imagine.
Yeah, we must have a look at that.
But I think I made the top 10, bruv.
Oh, mate, yeah. Well, yeah, you would.
I think it might have even been like 8th or something like that. I'll take that.
Yeah, why not?
And
you can take that as a ranking.
I will. And I had a I must be behind the couch here, but Aaron Rayner actually made me up with a 3D print of like a Donkey Kong thing.
I'll grab it for you, do I?
Oh, if you want, yeah, that'd be great. I'll show you. It was a pretty cool little gift that I was given. Yeah, so check
what it was. I just put it behind there because you asked me to.
Yeah, so check. This is what Aaron Rayner made me as a present. So it's like a 3D print with my PB there.
Oh, that's your kill screen score.
Yeah.
Oh, nice one.
But I've told him he's got to fix it up and make it all coloured. Like, come on.
I think you should at least sign it.
Oh well.
To Danny, I love you. You're my hero.
Well, I've been told by a few people, I'm their hero. So what more can you want? That's pretty cool, though. That's very cool, though.
Hey, and Tag's just gonna. Is that for me, mate?
Big hat for you, mate.
Oh, mate, you're gonna come and join us? Sorry.
Anyway, but whilst we're here enjoying each other's chats,
I'll come round.
Yeah, come round.
We have got a game going on here. So what we've got Jeff, last man, point pressing now on the. Do you want to go this one here?
Yeah, come over this way. Whichever way you want, Danny.
Do you want to go this side so you can put you right? So we got Jeff just finishing up his point pressing on the rivets. So finishing up now, 44,500, and we got Kibby, who's quite a fair bit further along in the game, still on his last man as well, but he's on the level 3 springs doing the point pressing. So be interesting to see where this ends up. Like obviously they're both one wrong move and obviously it's game over. So it's going to be.
Could have our big upset here if it happened.
Yeah.
Just quickly want to welcome Sean Tagg, and our resident artist for all the graphics he's done for us this year.
Oh my
Just
God.
check your mics, can't you, mate?
Good day, all.
Oh, good day. Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Yeah, there we go.
Sorry, full on.
And he's our UK player, our international UK player.
Yeah, we got our European representative. And all the amazing artwork that you guys will see if you haven't already. This was all collaboration between yourself and Kibby for the most part. If I'm not,
And Neil with
if I'm wrong.
stats. Yeah,
And
Neil,
with
the
stats.
team is Kibby, Neil, Cairns, and yourself have put a lot of this together, haven't you? Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and using kind of Nelson Gibbs's kind of original kind of artwork.
Whoop.
Yeah, so using Nelson Gibbs's original
That
artwork.
doesn't get you the Gormless Award, mate.
I win that every day without even trying. So that was a good catch.
That was a good catch. Yeah, that was a good recovery.
I think I got any on my actual jumper. So
It was my fault anyway.
I think Barris got that for the medal.
Jeff just lost his man.
All right, there we go.
That's over. Do you want to have a chat?
He's not happy.
Okay,
He's
go
not happy.
have a
So
walk,
what were you
Jeff.
saying? Who else was the person you were saying? I didn't catch what you were saying about the graphics.
Nelson Gibbs did the
So that
original
means-
artwork for the whole of BPAC. So,
yeah. So
yeah.
So you riffed some of that off that. Not
Yeah,
ripped, but
I'm
riffed
kind
on
of
that.
like, let's say I edited it.
I didn't say ripped. I said riffed.
With
You were riffing.
with permission.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you want to make it fit in with because
exactly,
he did a BPAC logo, did he? Or was that you?
Yeah, he did the logo. He
Yeah,
did he did all of the artwork.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, it makes
across
sense.
the different competitions.
It's very fitting. I thought that
So-
you might have done the BPAC logo because it all sits in really nicely.
Yeah,
the colour
yeah.
scheme. and
So I
that,
just
yeah.
wanted to make sure it didn't like look out of place.
Yeah.
So
Oh, okay, good. So I can
Yeah.
see because you've in this. We can't see it here, but the circles around the graphics. You've done the same around the player profile.
yes, yeah.
Oh,
So I
nice
took
one.
those things, and
Yeah.
the actual font that's on all of this is off Super Hang-On.
Oh, is that where it's from?
That's one of your favourites.
I'm a bit of a Sega.
No, he's an outrun man.
You know, I'm an outrun Sega. You know,
Yeah, you
Super
love it.
Hang-On. So that's
Danny's got to
you
come
know.
up to Melbourne, hey? Come out of the arcade.
Yeah. More than welcome.
Tags has probably got one of the best private arcades in Melbourne, I reckon.
I've seen a few photos. I'm
it's great.
definitely
Yeah.
keen to have an
Propaganda.
evening at Tagsters. You know.
No, you got to come up.
We also got a new game going here. We got
Right.
We haven't got.
Shane
it's already been
Kibby.
fixed up on the thing. So
Oh,
there we
okay.
go. We got Shane and Kibby going. So this would be
Another deep game.
This would have to be semi-final
big,
then,
yeah.
wouldn't it? Would be winner plays on out of these
Yeah, that's true.
to the final. I have to imagine, isn't it?
Yeah, must be. Just leave you for 1 minute. I've got to get my.
Yep.
But so. How long ago did you start working on like the artwork?
Look, I think all up I've probably spent about a month getting all of Neil's stats, pulled all Neil's stats, and then obviously Phil actually took a lot of photos, didn't he, of people last year?
Yeah.
With his pretty decent high-res camera and whatnot. So we had a good standardised kind of photo set of most of the guys. So Phil sent me those. I used Nelson Gibbs's artwork.
Yep.
And then and Neil's stats, and we pulled all that together to make an individual kind of stat image for each person.
Yeah.
And then Kibby's worked his magic and pulled it into this great kind of stream image, which is brilliant.
Which is really looking great. And what we've got planned for the rest of the weekend with all the other footage we're going to have captured and stuff, we're really going to have something special to present.
Yeah,
once we edit it all together, like we're going to, this is just the tip of the iceberg as to what's to come for the weekend, which is it's going to be something we can all be proud of, and we got to show our mates and be like, this is what we do. Everything we like, because that's what I've sort of been trying to work on behind the scenes is like. Getting the cameraman and stuff for tomorrow and for Sunday for the free roaming and interviews and stuff like that. So when it's all said and done, we can pull it all together and make something that's just like, check this out.
Yeah.
And it'll be a passion project with that
definitely looks more professional than previous years,
100%.
right? And hopefully you guys who are watching it kind of get to enjoy it a little bit more because it makes more sense.
100%. And then it's so it's just the way it looks, Yeah. So.
Who won out of you and Jeff?
play the winner of these two? Yeah. So we're down to the top 4. Would that be correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, so the winner of this plays on, then you play the blue. Okay. Wow. That's Barra, by the way. Who we're talking to off screen.
One of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, I believe. That's the Australian now term that's been used.
I think that Neil coined that one. So he's got the surefire winners every time. But who knows? There might be a spoiler alert.
Yeah. Even though Barra's close by, we're hoping for an upset.
On the waters now, Barra.
Hey everybody! Somebody take a photo of Barra. He's got a water in his hand.
You can't ruin the mystique.
He's been up. I don't know, Barra. You've been up for a lot of hours. How many hours have you been up for? 20 hours, 20 plus hours, and he's still delivering a pretty hot.
Do you want to sit up here? Do you want to get up here?
Give it to you. I'm just going to grab some Pandol for Barra.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I've got some as well if you need anything.
I've got codeine. I've got the good stuff.
I've got some
I was just going to go up.
Take your headphones off.
You want to jump up your round?
You need a mic, Alan.
Hey.
Hey.
Like an ice cream.
No, it's too loud. Yeah. How's it going, Al?
Yeah, all right, mate.
That was a bad loss, that other one where you...
Oh, it was ridiculous. I had a Brian Allen moment.
There was a Brian Allen moment.
I was wondering how far into it before you mentioned Brian Allen. You are up for an award with that event, though.
And it doesn't look like Tiger Woods is eating out tonight.
That's right. That's right. You've got to remember.
So, what do you reckon about this game, Al? Have a look. Just, I mean, it'd be good to hear your commentary because, I mean, you can see what's going on. Who do you want to watch, Shane or Kibby? Who you want to look at?
Both, mate. They're both good players.
Yeah, but which one do you want to look at while we're watching?
Oh, Shane.
Okay, let's have a look at Shane.
Yeah.
So, well, you were doing the same sort of point pressing.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they're both pretty much on point with each other now. Like,
yeah, look, we're in the same position even.
There's by the end of the board, there's going to be about 2,500 if they both get an all right sort of point press here.
Unless, of course. Oh, sorry.
And they've also got all the 3 men in the chamber as well. So it's going to come down to how the next rivets go, which I reckon they're going to probably end up pretty close. And then you're probably looking at the level 3 strategies, which I'm guessing they're both going to go with.
I'm just going to have a break, Danny.
Yeah, you're right, mate.
I'm sorry, but
you're
Shane,
right. Yeah, that's all good.
Yeah, mate.
And I reckon if I'm going to guess, I'm going to say they're both going to do 2 deaths on level 3 barrels, and they're going to keep a man in the chamber. That's what I'm thinking they'll most likely do. I know. Do you think they'll probably go the same sort of route? Like,
yeah, it's hard to say what they want to do. Who dares wins, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Mike Whitney, mate.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah,
you love it?
Classic.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
For some of our older Australian listeners, I don't know. I haven't seen Mike Whitney in 20 years.
Oh, no, I think his afro's gone. I think he's bald.
Yeah, that's a shame.
How's that?
And who was the other one that did that? Adriana Exenides, wasn't it? Was that how to say her name?
Adriana on the Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, didn't she do Who Dares Wins as a co-host as well?
Oh, I'm not too sure. I can't remember now.
We're getting deep into the law now.
Yeah, mate. I can name some other programs.
No, she was a classic back in the day.
She was. She was good for the boys.
And that chick that did Hey Hey It's Saturday. What was her name? The blonde
there was
chick?
a couple of them. Day, someone. Was it? Oh yeah, I know. I can't remember.
I can see the face. I can't think of the name.
Yeah.
But anyway, we've got a game of Donkey Kong going. Let's stop recollecting on early 90s irrelevant TV shows, you know?
Yeah. Humphrey was good. He didn't say nothing.
That's how you want them, though, isn't it, Alan?
That's what she said. But anyway.
Or didn't say.
That's right.
Exactly, yeah.
It does get in.
Oh, geez.
Oh,
So now
classic.
we're hitting level 3. We're hitting the level
Okay.
3, so this is crunch time.
So we got what are we going?
Oh, he lost. Kibby lost a man.
So Shane's got the advantage
Technically,
in
but it,
score and in men, right, at the moment.
Pardon?
it'll be interesting to see what they do here. So whether Shane, because Shane usually plays it pretty safe. He doesn't sort of take too many risks. He's a very consistent
So
player.
They both took the bottom hammer.
This is where I start to get scared when like you start getting the wilds
There's a
coming
lot
down.
going on, right? Shane's been pretty heavily practicing like a different game, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Bottom hammer and point pressing, so he's a bit more familiar with it than what he was a year or two ago. So maybe that's going to pay dividends for him. Kibby's been practicing, aiming for that 900 plus to a million, hasn't he?
Yeah, but also like he probably does it off stream, but like his strategy for his 900,000 is being not bottom hammer. It's solely getting like tight springs and stuff. So he probably doesn't practice this format very often, or if he does, he certainly doesn't do it online.
Yeah.
I had a bit of a practice around in like the last sort of week coming into this event, just to sort of work out what works for me. And for the most part, well, it actually worked out okay because I managed to get it further into this comp than I anticipated.
Yeah, wow, look at Shane, look, he's got 2 fireballs going on and he's still point pressing, he's pushing it at 1,000 points.
Freezer.
He's got a man to kill here.
He's
So
just trying to take as many points as he can, isn't he?
yeah, so he's
yeah.
killing a man off here, which is convenient because he's in a little bit of strife.
There's a lot of heat. There's a lot of heat.
There is a lot of heat.
Yeah. Oh, fair point.
Good
Fair
sack.
point. Yeah,
That is a good sack.
Yeah.
Kibby's
That's
in.
what she said.
Okay. Yeah, got him. There we go. Phil goes away for 5 minutes and it just turns into the. I don't know what show you want to call it, but it's past 9 p.m, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a watershed, right? The watershed.
Well, Kibby just lost another man as well, so I'm surprised to see that he's still going bottom hammer, given he's only got one man. Like, if I was in that scenario, I'd 100% be going with the safety route, like top hammer only, and trying to clear it. That's just me. But
Yeah. So you don't use your level 3 barrels to maximise down to that last man, or?
No, yeah, so I did it. Well, tonight I had one man left, and then I just do the top hammer and finish off because that way I've got that reserve in case something goes wrong on, like on the pies or on the rivets, for example, because if you end up having that and that being your last
Some
man,
bad luck,
the risk of an extra 3,000 points compared to clearing the levels. That's the way I looked at it. And I'm not at that skill level where I don't know how to juke and jive and steer the wilds. Like the wild comes, I'm just like I'm about to die unless I'm lucky.
Yeah, I made the mistake of trying to use those men on that board and had a few bad mistakes and also a bit of unluck, and then I didn't get anywhere near the end of the level 3. Which sucked. Yeah,
because that's again what I did with I just went ran the boards. So with my strategy, I literally just did top hammer level 1. Like I didn't, because at home I was playing around with it. And I'm like, my success rate of getting through
from bottom hammer up.
And when you're trying to extract everything, I was like, the amount of times I'm dying. It's a risk versus reward.
It's not a good.
And then if you die and you've already lost a man on the first board and you only got like 1,500 points or something, it's like it's not worth it.
That's why I think that's how I came across it. I got through 3 rounds, but then pushed myself on the bottom and failed. Yeah.
Well, Alan did the old classic. I've still got a man in the chamber, but I'll clear the board. And you weren't. We've had Sean did it as well. Neil did it. And Neil had 2 men left, so did Sean.
Changing your whole mindset on it, isn't it?
Because it's instinct. It's instinct to clear the ball when you're in stride.
Muscle memory and all that kicks in. And
I was just closing my eyes. I didn't see anything.
That was a Hungry Jacks moment.
I know. F Hungry Jacks.
No free refills. When you clear the board like that.
Carl's Jr.
Game over. Anyway.
Classic.
Looking at this game now, Shane has definitely got the advantage, right? So they're on the same board. Shane's got more.
Yeah, the upper hand.
More in the chamber.
The upper hand's definitely with Shane, I have to say. But again, it will come down to.
What do you do with their men, right? What do they end up doing with those men?
You can still get a really crappy rivets. You can still get like that trapped in the top left, and you
lose a few thousand. You can lose a few thousand there, couldn't you?
Or you're in a point where you can't clear the ball, but you've got nothing else you can do, and you're sort of trapped. So
this could kind of flip flop, right? It
100%.
could be super 100%. Tight in a minute.
Because you got to think like Kibby's still got a man in the chamber, and you got to keep in mind that Shane can't clear the board to sort of make up points. So it's going to come down to Kibby getting a good points on the rivets. And see, I don't know, if I was in this position, I'd be wondering, do I point press on the springs even, because you're guaranteed points. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he needs to get over there pretty quick. He's on 200, so is he going to sack the man? He's going to sack the man. He's going to sack the man on the springs.
Which is not a bad strategy, because it's...
I did that, but I fucked up.
That's guaranteed points, and it's safe points.
Yeah.
Like, it might
be safer than the barrels, right?
Yeah, well, for example...
He's already got a lead, hasn't he? So...
And he got 7,000 on the counter.
So actually, they're in. Yeah.
Well, no, Shane's going to have to be hoping that Kibby doesn't have Kibby needs to get a big point press going here. That fireball needs to come down. There we go. And he needs to make sure he doesn't take that rivet out just to be safe. So he's going to go up here and point press and run that to the end.
That's going to get him an extra maybe 5k, yeah?
If it's going to depend on what this fireball does.
Yeah.
But again, he's got there's nothing else to really do.
It's come up.
I feel like flicking the microphone like an ice cream cone.
Remember when they had 30-cent cones at McDonald's? That was classic.
I know. They've gone up to 85 cents.
Coward.
All right, inflation.
Money grubbing.
Unbelievable.
Cowards.
So what's he going to get out of this? He's going to get another 1,000 points,
classic.
Maybe.
Yeah, it is classic.
So 73.5, just a bit beyond that.
Yeah, so he's got to
drop
he's
down.
Got one more, maybe.
He's on 0. He's got to go. He's going to sack the man. Yeah,
so,
of course.
So Shane's going to come in. It still could go either way. Again, it's going to be very unlikely that Shane's going to lose in this current situation.
Yeah.
But again, if he gets a really bad rivets, that could be it.
Yeah, you could drain a lot of points.
Kibby needs a big rivets here for it to have a chance. Which is this is not a bad layup he's got at the moment.
2%, 3. There's 3 there. Plus
500,
1,500.
big 300. Let's go.
Yeah,
500.
1,500.
Oh, come in spinner.
Yeah, is he going to get another one dropped for him? No, he's not. So he's going to... Yeah, he's got the top hammers to try and get a bit more.
I would have gone down and grabbed that prize, but...
what are you doing?
But Shane's already got a pretty safe setup here, so I think...
Yeah, I think it's over, right?
There's not really much that could happen here for Shane not to win.
Shane's going to sack that man anyway. He's 1,000 ahead almost.
And he's...
Yeah, it's tight. It's tight, but I think we can call it, can't we?
Yeah.
So the maximum he's going to end up on is going to be about 80. If that fireball doesn't mess around with him, he's going to get about 83.5.
Shane's got a full board reset yet, so it looks like Shane's gonna get through this one. Has Shane got any lives left? Did he?
Yeah, Shane's still got one man left in the chamber, so
yeah. No, I mean, as in resets. Like, has he got another reset in the bag as well?
No, he's got a sacrifice here. He's got a sacrifice here before.
Yeah.
He'll go on level 4. So, but
There we go. Unless something dramatic happened. There we go. That's the game.
Yeah.
So we're going to be finished up here right now.
That's it. Yeah.
So
that's
there we
it.
go.
Yeah, he's
So Shane's through.
Yeah.
folks.
Decent scores. Decent scores for sure.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that would be. So now we got.
So what are we-
Barra's going to go up against Shane for third place, and that's going to have Kibby versus Tekio, I believe, for the final. I could be wrong, but I believe it was the Barra was going to play the loser out of that game. So.
We interrupt this program. We're crossing over live to the Galloping Ghost.
Sorry, it's Shane that's going through to the final round. My apologies. Yeah, sorry, go on.
That's good.
How good do the trophies look this year, by the way? Like the amount of, check out that freaking thing out.
I know.
That is a beast, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah, I love that.
I missed out on it.
They're like the
That
old,
is a classic.
They're like the old BMX trophies. Like the amount of effort that has been put into everything this year is.
Yeah.
It's just leaps and bounds every year. Like you can only see the positive route that everything's going in for what the events are going to hold in the future and what's down the track. It's really starting to show that momentum, which is really fantastic to see. Kibby would be stoked that he got 4th. He'll be stoked with that.
Yeah. No, that's
He'd be
pretty
fifth.
respectable.
That'd be
effort there
5th.
from
He
Kiwi.
would have been 5th. I think. I don't know how this scoring thing
So
works.
we got Barra versus Shane.
This is going to be a good game.
This
Clash
is going to
of the
be
Titan.
two of the horsemen, 2 of the 4 horsemen.
2 of the 4
battling
horsemen.
there.
Hey, Tech. Hey, Jeff. No. Well, people want to hear from you, mate.
There's no chat. Well, the thing is, we've got no interview.
You're gonna unveil.
I bombed it bad.
Are you
I
out or
lost
in?
all my men on level 1.
Oh,
Except for 1.
Did you?
Except for 1. And then I would have had to take it to the end to even come anywhere near.
That's pretty much kind of what happened to me, actually.
You know, this TV is at the worst distance for me because it's too far to put my mid computer glasses on.
Yeah.
And without them on, I can't see it anyway.
Not missing.
Yeah,
much.
so you was going to go for the point pressing on level, the bottom hammer. Was it bottom hammer stuff, Jeff?
No, it was brain farts by me. One of them was a back jump that just didn't register on the joystick. The joystick I was playing on was really fucking loose.
Right.
Like, really loose for me.
Barry just lost a man.
Oh, really? Oh, sugar.
Jumped
we
up.
should watch this. Yeah. So
He jumped up and boom on top.
bugger. So let's see.
And this is
watch
how
this.
it starts.
Yeah, let's watch this. So we'll try to give you a bit of commentary as we go along.
Okay, so Barra's skipped the bottom hammer here. No, he's not. He's going for it, mate. He's going all the way. This is
Wowzers! Yeah, he's fighting it with a fireball there. So
it's
that's-
interesting because I quite happily jump charging fireballs like that, but he was like, no, I do not want to die again.
Yeah,
I'm going to go around the outside.
He's got that 500 points from it, so he wanted to really.
He needs a big level
maximise.
1, and he needs Shane because Shane's level 1 barrels is very small. Like he's only just
7,000, 8,000, is it?
Oh, not small. That's not small either. It's just it's not as big. But then again,
oh wow!
Sea hair for the
Not
fans.
only was it tight, he milked 100 points.
It's a mollusk in the sea.
Yes. The funniest thing
we're all
is,
speechless.
Yeah. if we could see chat, it would be like, it'd be an interesting little conversation there. But everybody loves to see the Alan Stall on the stream. They're looking at you now, just going, "Look at that champion, Australia's national treasure."
Australians,
nobody.
People's person. He's the people person.
Nah,
Yeah.
just a washed up.
But I do like. This is
like a mollusk
from the sea.
Oh jeez.
Where did we end up? How did we end up here?
I don't know. But Shane is okay. He's on level 2. He hasn't got any bottom hammers, and he's
just playing a safe game.
What is going on here?
Yeah, he's playing a safe game.
I mean,
right?
the thing is, if you get a bottom hammer on level 2, by the time you get to the top, it's type 3 wild, so it's very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
Whereas if you go straight up and get the top hammer, it's elimination. Yeah. Okay. So the format. Let's talk about the format. I did a video of this before. So basically, everybody gets two chances. If they die twice in any head-to-head battle, they're out. They're eliminated. Yeah. So, for instance, I lost one very early on, but I managed to sort of scope through for the next couple of rounds. But eventually, I lost again. So we actually have. Now it's to the top 3. Matthew is the only one. Mr. Tech is the only one that hasn't lost any matches at all. Surprise, surprise. But before that, Barrow hadn't lost any until he went up against Matt. So Barrow and Shane both lost one, obviously.
Somebody's going to get
wiped out. So this is an elimination. When you lose twice, you're out. So you've got 2 bites of the cherry.
Yep.
Or the apple, whatever you want to say.
Yep.
To
banana.
To continue on. As soon as you lose that first life, you're in danger of being knocked out, basically. Sorry, as soon as you lose the first game.
Yeah.
So these guys are both on their second elimination, so it's
it's
sudden
it's sugar or bust, isn't it?
Exactly. Now, Andrew did lose a man. Maybe Shane is counting on that with his board running that he's doing right now.
Yeah.
But he's really not milking. Like, I got to tell you, these guys have got to milk the hell out of it if they want to go up against Matt. And Barrow was on that first board after you could tell he was trying to make up for the points that he'd lost, because he was really going at it, all the risk.
Yeah. He was running up and down
all the risk, mate. All the risk.
Yeah, he knows what he needs to do.
Yeah,
no doubt about it, and he's got the ability to do it. So,
and the problem is,
you've got 4 barrels there.
It all comes down to if he becomes aware, like if Shane loses a man on any other barrel board other than any board other than the barrel board, he's going to know that there's less points and he hasn't actually sacked. He's actually, not got full potential points.
Potential from it.
So that'll help him a bit. But so far, Shane is just doing what he needs to do to get through. Point pushing.
Oh, this could be interesting.
As long
He's got 2 fireballs there now. And that's caused him a little bit.
Okay.
All right. That's
he should. Yeah, he's got 3 actually because there's one below too.
Yeah.
So as soon as there's only 1 fireball left, he's actually quite safe to go up there and that's fine.
Yeah,
so he'll go back up and he'll finish his leaching because
they're going to stay up there.
Yeah,
they're going to
stay up there, and it's a freezer. And more than likely, when he actually comes down the ladder, that freezer will follow him down if it isn't currently frozen.
But it'll be ahead.
It'll be ahead, and it'll probably freeze at the bottom of the ladder.
Yeah. So he's going to get about 4,000 out of that, isn't he?
So for level 2, every 500 points is 1,000 points. So if you're jumping, you get 1,000 points for every
2 for 1.
Yeah, 2 for 1.
Yeah.
2 for 1.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the kitchen, love. Yes, got him.
Bit of Richie Beno there.
That's right.
Okay, so now it's going to be interesting. I want to see if Shane gets bottom hammers and sacks and groups on this level.
Yeah. So this is his last chance This is his last chance really to start getting some big points
on a previous game. He literally one-manned it to the end of level 3, and that was it. It was like he didn't really. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
He's got point press.
Let's definitely get the bottom hammer. I like to see their grouping because I know Barra, 1.1, top 10 fucking top 10 in the world player.
Classic.
Top 10 in the world player. I mean, that was one of the old.
Yeah, he's lost a man there, so yeah, he's not reaped the most out of that man, right?
No, so that's an advantage.
And running boards has probably leveled the playing field a little bit.
Barrow would have noted that probably, I'd say. And Barrow's in the prime position for looking at the other player. Yeah. It's very hard to look to your right and see the score and everything. and the players, whereas
So this is going to be pretty tight
I
now.
can see you just fine.
the king of comedians here,
Classic.
Alan Stall.
What the?
Hello?
Oh, that was
Yeah.
really loud.
Sorry, guys.
You got the fourth one working, have we?
We're in. All right, so where are we at? 37 versus. I mean, it couldn't get any closer, could it? 200
Wow.
points,
Sorry.
both on the same man, but we are on different levels.
Like The Simpsons.
So in a way now, I think Barra does have the advantage here at the moment.
You're right. Yes, no, you're right. I can sit on the edge.
Yeah, so what we were saying is Barra lost a man very early, but Shane's now lost 2 men to unfortunate incidents, right?
Yeah.
So Barra will be, whereas Barra's behind before, and he really went at it. When he lost his first man on level 1, he really went for the risk play to get the points, but now he can go on a bit of a cruise control.
Yeah.
Well, Barra's struggling. He's just taken painkillers, as we know. He's
Yeah, I gave him some headaches. I
he
gave him
said,
some
I walked up
ibuprofen.
and said, I've had enough of this, I want to go home. I said, well, what happened? Do you want to go? I thought he meant New Zealand. He goes, no, I'm getting a migraine or something. He's just really fed up.
That's where I was last year.
He was
I
up
had a
at
bad migraine.
he was up at like 2:30 in the
Yeah,
morning.
he's knackered.
Yeah,
he said it's
but
like this every year, but this one's really. He's always comes in Friday and gets the point. And this is a late night. We normally finish by now.
Yeah, it's pretty late.
There's
Was it
24
now
players.
10:30?
Yeah.
10:30, something like that, is it?
Yeah, it's nearly 11.
Yeah. It's pretty late night.
Yeah,
so I think the tables turn a little bit now. Barra has got the advantage. So I think Shane was hoping with that man that Barra lost that he could just cruise a little bit, not risk it for the points.
Yep.
And hope things were going his way, and it looks like things have now started to go Barra's way a little bit.
Well, I do know with Barra that I mean, I've spoken before about each year because he comes up and you all hit the beer, but he doesn't mind a bit of a headache because it gives him something to concentrate on.
Yeah.
So he might actually start to focus. Like I wasn't making an excuse for him before, but I said, he said, one time he said, I'm a bit worried. So wine goes, my migraine, my hangover headache's starting to wear off. Like he sort of felt late for the night. He said, I don't mind it. It sort of gives him something to.
Shane will not sack this level because he wants the spare man. He's feeling the pressure of actually finishing level
Look at that.
3.
It's nearly.
But
what have we got? 1,100 in it. 1,100 in it.
But look at the lives.
Yeah.
And look at the position. So
Yeah.
So Shane's already on pies. So he'll probably do this pretty quick. He won't do a lot of point pushing, but he will sit on springs and get as many points as he
wow,
wants.
he's actually backed off
He
on that
wanted
one.
he wanted the 800 out of that pie, but he's about to get another fireball come out right about. He needs to get up there. Fireball comes out now. Where is it? Oh, it's late. It's a late fireball. So that can be a real tricky point because at 5,000 on the bonus clock, around 5,000, a fireball comes out, and he's usually a freezer. So if you're on that, if you're about to go up, it will chase you up. So here we go. So let's go back to Andrew. Okay, Andrew has Andrew Barra. Andrew Barra. He actually has a man to sack. So each one of these levels is at least 10 grand. So if you think about that, once he's finished this one, he'll have another 10 grand on top of his score, and then he's still got another man like Shane has. I would say he won't sack till his last man. He'll sack this man, sacrifice this man. So when I say sack, I mean sacrifice, obviously, for those that don't know. He'll sacrifice this man. He'll point press on the next man, hoping not to die and finish the level. I doubt he will sacrifice down to his last man because he knows he's in a good position. I hope he knows.
I think the thing is, for me, like talking to players and stuff, this is where, like, the level of fatigue at this point, like it's just, there's things that must start to settle in, disappointments of previous games.
Yeah.
That was impressive. I mean, he jumped 3 barrels with a straight jump.
He's actually, like, headache or not, like you say, it's allowing him to focus. He knows what he needs to do. He just did a move there that, like, literally only the top 10 people do.
I've done heaps of times.
He knew that
Yeah.
he could straight jump 3. Those barrels were going to...
That was on purpose.
Oh,
that
yeah,
was a
of course,
sacrifice.
yeah.
So he
Bonus
will.
there,
I almost guarantee I'm going to put bets on that he will
What are you
not.
gonna bet?
Shane just lost another one.
Yeah, he won't sacrifice this life. He'll play it out and try and get maximum points, but he'll leave before he dies.
Shane's on his last man.
Yeah, and Shane is on the last. So he knows he's in an absolute dominating position at the moment. So if he does.
It's interesting with you here, Jeff, talking, like some of the players come on and talk about all the nuts and bolts of it.
Yeah.
And it actually, like, when I watch it... Sorry?
Excites you?
Pervert. Might excite you, Al. I just find it interesting. No, I find that, because when I watch otherwise, I think, like there's... It sort of pulls the curtains back on a lot of things. You know, you start to see things in a way going, oh, yeah. I mean, I can sometimes see it anyway. Like, I think, oh, yeah, I can see that these players are what they're doing. Like, you can get a sense of stuff. But how neatly they can do it.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about yourself. I'm talking about Alan. I mean,
I didn't do anything neat today, buddy. But anyway, yeah.
Oh, no, you did. You just didn't.
Yeah.
You know, that you have good darts. And
I had bad run.
Where are you going, Sean?
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, it's always interesting to have the players on like yourself, or any player. Like it's always interesting for different reasons and what they focus on. Like you're getting into the real sort of analytical aspects of, you know, gameplay and game theory and stuff. You know, like high risk, high results, low risk, low results sort of stuff, and that's all really interesting stuff. But I'm not taking away from that. That's all there. But there is another element in this, and I'm at a guess like your, you know, game tonight, and as I thought might happen as players move into it, whether maybe it's subconscious or maybe I'm just, you know, don't know what I'm talking about, but there comes a point going, well, what should I do now? Because I know where the scores are sitting and what's going on. And in this case, Andrew Barrow, as you say, Andrew Barrow, he knows that Shane's going to be pushing hard. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I told you.
Shane's going to be knowing that Andrew's pushing hard.
I knew he wouldn't sack it because he's got so much dominance right now. Sacking, if he sacked this live and then got hit by a barrel and it was all over, he'd just hate himself. So
this is Barrow you're talking about.
Yeah, Barrow. So he's making sure that he finishes the level with a man spare, gets rid of all the risk, it's done.
Yeah, it's just amazing to watch how some players. It's always nervous, but when they succeed at stuff, like watching yourself or Alan or Barrow, and you go, of course they were going to make that. You sort of go, there's a threatening, oh no, of course it's like jumping a pie or whatever, you know. It's a very peculiar game, and if you didn't know what this was, there'd be people that go, I can't see anything.
Yeah, I don't understand. Why did it, you know, what does that mean when he jumps? The risk, So it's like the risk in jumping a fireball on rivets is very high, but sometimes you just got to do it. And I got trapped twice by two coming up each ladder there. You have to jump one to try and survive.
It's like
and when the RNG doesn't, I mean, it absolutely is a Barra game. This one, unfortunately, like it was just unfortunate. I mean, it's interesting because Barra did die on level 1, and he really pushed hard. He really, really pushed hard. And then as he saw Shane dying on his lives, then he just played to the game, and it was very well done. Now the next game is obviously the final, and it's Matthew Tecchio versus Andrew Barrow. It will be a really interesting one. Both these players are on the top 10 leaderboard in the world. I think if I need to get it correct, but Matt is 7th,
I'm
Barra's
not sure,
9th.
but I'm going to get the other hosts on for the final. But you stay there for a second. I'll just go grab them.
Okay, so I'm just going to look that up quick. I should know this off by heart. Like it shouldn't be a hard thing for me to find.
Matt's 7th now.
Yeah, we're about to get kicked off, mate. They're gonna the important people are going to come on.
Is that right? All right.
Yeah.
Brian Allen.
Please.
That's all, folks.
That's all, folks. Okay, so just so you know, here's the stats man's coming on. The stats man is coming on, but just so you know, Matthew Tecchio is currently He's currently 8th in the world, and Andrew Barrow is currently 9th. So Matthew Tekia is 8th in the world, Barrow is 9th. Okay, thanks guys.
Thanks, Joe. That's great.
Enjoy your stats.
Will do. So Phil, I'll open up with a quick stat for the finals.
All right.
So who do we have here?
Oh, do you want the stats?
No, we don't. We're good.
We've got Matt Tekia versus Andrew Barrow.
So
a previous last year's winner, Matt Tekia, and the winner before Andrew Barrow are now head to head.
And even more excitingly, the winner of the level 3 competition has gone on to win the actual Kong-Off.
What?
So.
Oh yeah, in previous 2 years.
Last 2 years.
Yeah, that's true. So Matt Tekia won level 3, then won the Kong-Off, and Barrow won last year and won the Kong-Off.
I wonder if you can read something into that.
We can if we're like, if we have an astrologer on board.
No, just wondering, like, day one confidence.
Yeah, true. Let's get Danny in there. Here, Danny. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Psychologically, you mean, like feeling
confident going into qualifying, and I was just talking to Matt Tekia, who's I feel pretty comfortable saying that he's definitely going for the million tomorrow. So
1.1.
1.1.
He doesn't care about the million.
So
doesn't care about the million. That's confidence.
So that's well, I love that, because like these people are setting the standard for how the competition goes through. You know, like they're not going to. Usually, you would see players put up scores that are much less than what they're capable of.
100%.
But to hear Matt just come out and say, "I'm going for 1.1,"
yeah, that's big.
That's
But is that could be a psychological thing too? Coming in and say, "Look at me," put a 1.1 up.
Yeah, totally.
Wear it, And did that last? So Shane, that's the third position. Shane, was there another game? Yeah.
So Shane's secured a trophy, and he's stoked as hell.
So the 3 Kong-Off winners in the history of Kong-Off is now third, and they're going to be set. So it's the order of previous winners, not in any order, but the 3 winners of the Kong-Off are now going to be in the top 3 in this event.
Yeah,
that's right.
100%.
So it's a clear demonstration of skill,
Well,
it's no.
And keep in mind that, Jeff won last year. We got third last year.
Yeah, good point.
I think he'd be he wouldn't be saying it right now, but he's probably pretty dark that he didn't get as deep as he wanted, because the game he had against Shane, he could have easily won that. He decided to go bottom hammer when all he needed to do was clear boards, because Shane was done at 78,000. He was only 2,000 behind, and he had one man. He was on his last man. He decided to go bottom hammer on the level 3 barrels, which he didn't need to do. He could have just run boards and easily. As soon as he cleared that board, he would have beaten him. And that's what got him down to a loss, which at the end of the day makes a difference.
100 points between them.
Wow.
Yeah.
And keeping in mind that for Tekia to lose, he has to lose 2 games. So this is not actually the final. And if Barrow beats him, it goes another round.
Oh, they play. Oh, okay.
But if Tekia wins, then it's all over. But if Barrow wins, it's done.
Oh, right.
Because Tekia hasn't lost a round yet.
Oh,
And Barrow's lost 1.
I would have thought they just neutralised it at this point.
Well,
this is like the.
Yeah, so if Barrow wins...
Was it the Betterslow Cup or whatever? Where you go?
Yeah, so Barrow has to beat him and then beat him again to win.
Oh, God. That's punishment alone.
Welcome to Australia, Barrow.
That seems unnecessary to me. I feel like...
I think it's just trying to keep the competition even. The fact that there's... That it is a double elimination.
I'm not saying that in favour of Barrow. I just thought, this is it. The final.
No, not at all. Just
potentially.
Yeah.
That's true. They might not come to that.
And apparently, my mother wasn't on the stream before when he said the hello. So, hello, Sue Ellen. Hello, my mother.
Sue Ellen.
Phil loves it.
Yeah. You've got a very, very fine boy.
And the missus is at home looking after my dog, watching on the big screen, I'm guessing. So, again, hello. Yeah. Big enough. You know, you don't want to be, you don't want to sort of go too far.
You don't get a monster. You don't want
No.
to push the boat out on a big screen.
So,
and it's not the size that matters. Okay.
Is that what she tells you? whatever helps you sleep at night, Danny.
That's a struggle best of times.
So, Dak, when you've got two players like Andrew Barrow, who's I think he's 10th in the world, and Matt Tecchio is 8th, I believe, or 9th.
Yeah, I think there's 13,000 between them. I think Barrow's 1178 and Tecchio's.
Jeff corrected that a minute ago, and I said, "Oh yeah, cool," and I just forgot what it was. Whether it was 6th or 7th, I don't remember.
You're the stats man.
Yeah. When you've got two players so close, aligned in score, and you have a level 3 comp like this in the finals, do you feel like this is just more of a chance of getting good boards?
I'd probably say it's going to come. Well, I've got my beer over there.
Sorry, I was just going to interject just for a second. So Tecchio is complaining that the joystick's not going left. Now, this is something that I encountered. I tried to do a back jump left, and it didn't work. So there could be a little bit of a technical advantage Barra has here by playing on that second.
Because what's the rules on that? Don't get a seat, Jeff. You're here now.
So this is
don't have a seat with us, Jeff.
This is something
better from here than over there.
This is something that happened to me a few years ago in the head-to-head competition, and it's unfortunately it's a bit of tough luck.
Yeah, because I think that was the ruling. Like, unless you can demonstrate early on that there's a clear technical error, like really big, like I don't know, something odd. It's hard to, because it leaves it exposed to saying, "Oh, I'm having a bad game. Let's just throw in the towel." Oh, my joystick. It's like it's like tennis players. I've got a cramp. Bring out the massage guy. I need a rest, and they sit there for 15 minutes. And,
I remember actually at Kong off 4. Speaking of a technical disadvantage, it was actually my red cab that was there. And
painted red.
Yeah, painted red. George Lusty sung a song about my cabinet. Painted red. I loved it. It was the first round of finals, I believe, and Johnny Bond was actually playing like my cabinet, and we all know Johnny's pretty
vocal,
animated, but the actual jump button actually popped out of the machine.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Whilst during the finals. So that was that's definitely a technical disadvantage.
That's a
to Johnny.
A joystick breaking, it's clearly not working. The button falls out, the screen goes upside down. But it's hard to know with these when this sort of stuff. It's only on good faith, and then you'd have to stop and test it to see if it's real.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I believe even if it's triggered early on, that it's just tough luck in this competition.
And nothing plays like what you used to. Like I think it might be the 5th or 6th cab down. Like that's the only control panel I played on that felt similar to mine. It's because you're used to playing, and then you're used to your screen looking a certain way. Yeah. And you're also used to your control panel reacting a certain way.
Yeah.
So it's like if you get put onto a cabinet that you've never played before, it's kind of like it's kind of like not. It's kind of like a disadvantage, but it's like you got to learn how that plays and feels and looks.
Yeah,
especially when it comes to some of the tighter stuff you might need to try and perform. Like it really does make a difference trying to do something like that.
There was one of the cabs had a.
Oh, we got 7th.
Well done, guys.
Right, there we go.
I think Kibby must be bringing this up to give us some information or something.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure.
He might be bringing it up for later. He might be just sorting it out for later on.
Okay.
I came 7th, boys.
Okay. Yeah, well done.
All right. That's it for me. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
It's an interesting point you make.
What were you saying before someone put you in the top 10?
Did you just see that? They both ended the level at exactly the same time.
Oh, we're in perfect sync.
Like in perfect sync. Look at this. What the heck?
It's like Tetris, perfect synchronicity.
So obviously Matt is slightly...
Not Alan Stall's Tetris.
Speaking of, did you know we actually have the Grandmaster? We actually have the Grandmaster of Tetris here.
Yeah, I want to talk to him later.
And Tecchio went and showed him the Grandmaster trailer video, and he's like, this can't be real. No one's this bad at Tetris. Yes, they are. Let me introduce you.
Have you ever seen drawings? Have you ever seen drawings when they fed different drugs like marijuana, LSD, and speed to spiders and got them to build webs?
Yeah.
That's like how I'm playing.
The old bridge technique.
Weirdest shapes you've ever seen. Like, what's going on here? Anyway,
What
you
a
were saying,
classic.
Jeff, about the scores and how even
it's just
play on the board.
Matt,
I mean,
obviously, Matt is ahead by actually quite a few points. See, like
Yep.
he's 37,000, so he's 7,000 points ahead at pretty much the same position. That's a huge deficit for Barra to make up at this point in time. So,
That's very true.
unfortunately, it's not. It's like it doesn't seem like a lot, but it is actually a huge deficit.
Well, 7,000's a board.
I wasn't.
basically, in a way.
My eyebrow about something else.
Okay.
There was in a way, like a 7,000 could be like your pies. For
Exactly,
example.
it's a whole
Yeah.
board in some
Yeah.
cases.
Oh, look! No, I wasn't. I was. There was something
No,
else
that's
happening
that's
on
fine.
screen, yeah.
That's fine.
No, I trust you. I don't know.
Jeff knows.
Well, I can see
Now,
it's a
now
lot, you know.
looking here, Barra is getting the full leech out of the board, and Matt is not. So this will drop the gap. You know,
It's gonna
reduce
even
the
up a
gap
bit, you reckon?
a little bit.
Yeah.
And you know what it comes down to? The most important board for players of this caliber.
Like yourself.
We're talking 8. No, not like
here.
myself. We're talking 8,
I was
9.
being
It's level
serious.
3-1. The
Yeah.
level they're about
Yeah.
to do. They're going to sack. I would say they're going to sack all their men. They're not
Right.
going to leave any men on the board to finish this unless they notice someone stuffs up.
And
yeah,
Tekio
so here.
just got early fireball coming up as well. Well, it's gone back
What does
down.
that mean for us?
Well, so the fireball went back down, but like if you have the fireball come pretty much straight away, you're pretty much forced into getting the bottom hammer without being able to
Too
sort of,
early.
Oh, okay.
see how Barra's got a bit more time to.
Yeah, I watched him sitting there for ages, jumping barrels
so he's,
before.
so he's got that advantage, whereas Tekio had to take the hammer a bit earlier. But sometimes you have the, Jeff would know more about this than I would, but like you'll have the fireball come up pretty much after the second barrel gets thrown, and you don't have a choice but to actually take it straight away.
Yeah. So what you do with the bottom hammer here is you wait until the board's as full as it can be of barrels
noticed
because you
that,
want
yeah.
all the hits
Which
possible.
is what Barra's
And
got.
it looks really dangerous, but
It probably, if you get 11 barrels, it's really good. It's
Yep.
probably 8 or 9 is the average hit count.
Barra got a couple of good.
Big jump.
Oh, that was a big jump.
So
they just make it so easy.
So you
don't
see
they?
what Matthew is doing now. So this is the more advanced technique. He is grouping barrels, and he will.
And he's also got a fireball coming up
Barry
early
just lost
too.
a man in a wild barrel.
Okay, so that is actually a really big deal.
Yeah.
So Barra's already lost one, but Matt hasn't lost at all. Is that correct?
Well,
Yep.
Yeah, no, and the thing was,
Oh, no,
Matt was already
games.
ahead.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
Matt hasn't lost. Matt, this is a clean sweep. If he gets this,
Yeah,
it's a
over.
clean sweep.
Right.
It's only if Barra wins this that it will go to the second game. But Tekio's in a pretty
Dominant
spot because
position,
he's only got 2 other boards to deal with, and he's got his sacks. He's going to go with here. He's going to go up here and do double back jumps. I'm guessing.
This technique is called, what is it? The Gerdigus. What is he doing?
Who are you talking
What
about?
is he doing?
Who?
Matthew has just changed his strategy. So this is how Matthew's head somehow works. Instead of sacking his
Barra just
men,
lost the man. Was that deliberate though?
I think it might be deliberate because Barra now has lost so many points.
Yeah.
Matthew's gone, I'm going to secure this by going to the
Rivets.
the rivets.
And just-
Yeah.
No, not the rivets, to the springs, and he's going to leech the crap out of the springs because it's a safer
and that's what
point press.
Yeah, that's
So
what-
this is where he's
that's what we were talking
changing
about
an
before.
overall
He's just
strategy.
changed his overall strategy.
Yeah, we were talking, and you were talking about it before too, like the ability to adapt. Like
Yeah.
when these things go a funny way, those players, who can move around the game. We were talking about Allen, not being critical of Allen where he can get lost. You can see he plays really well, but can't adapt so quickly. Matt was talking about it too. So he's just flipped the.
He's flipped the switch, and now Barra has to sacrifice this man. He has to get as many points as he can, kill this man off, and then he has to risk level 3 barrels again to get a big barrel board to be able to even get close.
And you got to, like I say, Tekio, I'm guessing here he'll go
leech
up here,
the hell out of
He'll
this.
just stay here
Yeah.
and die off exactly where he is right
He'll
now.
kill all of his men now.
So-
I'll eat my shirt if he doesn't.
So what's
I'm
the?
gonna hold you to that.
So barrels is the best to sack on.
Yes, because it's
points.
it's so many points.
Because
And
you,
then-
can do the grouping and
yeah,
stuff like
as soon
that.
as you get to around 3,400, you
Yeah.
can start doing the grouping and looping.
What would be the next best board to sack
This
on?
one.
Springs.
I think this one because it's so close to the end,
Yeah.
and you can get 8,000 points
And
if you
it's-
get a
and
good
it's
freeze.
safe.
Yeah, and it's safe. It's super
whereas,
safe.
Whereas rivets, it's a crapshoot whether it's going to go your way. Whereas here,
Right.
you're guaranteed to be able to sit here and leech. There's
Yep.
nothing that's going to kill you.
I'm just amazed at how quickly he adapted to and changed the game plan.
Obviously, just heard the death.
Yeah,
and triggered it. Yeah.
Yep. He knew he was ahead already. Plus, he heard the death.
So Barrett's probably going to go here and do back jumps and then go again, you reckon?
I reckon he will.
He's got no choice, really.
If he leaves now, I'll be eating my shirt, remember? Because he can't play it safe. There's no way he can play this safe. He's going to do it to the death. Yep. He doesn't give a shit about that fireball. He's just trying to get extra points with it.
So now, called it.
Yep. So now he has to do this again. He has to risk everything. He has to
take it down to the
So
wire.
what would you guys do? I
wouldn't be able to do it.
No, but I mean, what would you try to do?
I would try to
group.
Yeah. So I would try to get as many barrel hits as I can. So lots and lots of barrels. So delay it until you got a lot of steering control of those barrels.
Yeah.
And then he's going to get it very soon. No, please.
What just happened?
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
Kibby's
So he's
magic.
got his hammer.
I've got a feeling it might be the maybe a problem with the video connector. Maybe.
No.
It looks okay in the capture over on Kibby's side. I'll go double check.
Just ask him. We've lost.
Oh, dude. Oh, that was just the microphone. It sounds bad, doesn't it?
It does.
Break your teeth or something.
Yeah. So we really wanted to see what Barra does there because he's risking everything at this point.
See what happens. Whoop, we've lost everything.
It's alright, I'm sure he'll be back shortly.
What happened, Danny?
Oh, he's just cropping, making things a bit
There
tighter.
we go. Oop, there we are, we're back. So Barra's on his last, as we knew already.
Okay, so see what he's doing here? He's risking everything. The wilds that are going to come out when he's doing this is huge.
Can he actually do it though? Is there enough points? Probably not with Tekio's
well,
two men
I suppose
left.
he's got nothing left to lose, right?
No, he's just going for
he's
it.
just
He
got
has
to.
to. He's got to do everything. He knows how far behind he is. And look, Tekio's doing exactly what we said. He's just killing himself off, leeching those, because that's the next best thing to do. So this could only backfire for Tekio if Barrow just absolutely caned points in that level. So let's think about it now. He's going to be, 66, 67 maybe?
Yeah.
And he's going to have to go, obviously, either hammers on pies. He's got no choice.
67. He's going to get maybe 8, so 67, 85.
Yeah.
By the end of springs him.
He's
He's dead. That's it. It's over. It's done.
I was thinking that. I was just thinking, this is getting too tight.
Okay. Well, I'm going to head off and help him. You guys finish up.
Cheers, Jeff.
And I think that's the final we all wanted as well. We've never had a Barrow and Tekio final either. That's been the final that we've all wanted in the last few Kong offs as well. So Barrow's a bit exhausted and tired, so he's probably not playing at his absolute peak, which we know he can. Like he's just as good as Tekio on.
I think. Another game would have been pretty painful for Barrett to deal with. So.
And the other one's up there.
Oh, that was exciting. That was really cool to see different strategies come and play and like.
And you got to think these guys are higher than what the majority of the level 3 final points were coming into the springs. I think my best I got the whole time was like
87 was my best.
Yeah, I think I got 84700. I think.
Yeah.
And that was out.
And we did well.
That was out finishing out. We came 7th, mate.
7th. So I'm quite impressed with. Quite happy with that.
Lucky 7th. Lucky number 7. Whatever you want.
Again, it's just better each year. This is better than.
Do you guys mind if I be a part of that?
Of course.
No, you go for it. Because I'll get them on afterwards. You go for it. Danny, our man on the floor, is going to go out and cheer on the dudes. So what do you reckon, Neil?
Yeah, I thought it was really exciting. That was really good.
Yeah. What are you doing pressing all those buttons?
Just putting the other mics on mute.
Fancy,
so
man.
hopefully everyone can still hear us.
If the mics, we can hear each other, they can still hear us.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think it's funny with those top 3 players, even though they've all finished top 3. I think, in a strange way, they'll be happy. Like Shane will be happy, but there'll be still disappointments in a way. In a funny way. Like I'm not saying I can't get the right word.
Yeah. It's funny. The more you're into the competition, like I didn't realize I finished 7th, but like the more you're into the competition, the more serious you start to take it. So, So. Shout out to Phil for doing all the commentary.
Not
the
alone.
crowd, so,
I've got all the other guys helping out, yourself and everyone.
So, just handing out the awards at the moment, which is great.
Trophies.
So, 3rd place went to Shane Saul, super competitive
but like
player.
I said, tomorrow will be interesting to go over these names again and look at the stats.
There's Shane getting his award.
Hope someone's getting some photographs. Someone must be.
It's going to be chuffs. They're great. So they actually came from a mate of yours, or
a couple of guys I've known for years, and they do these bespoke trophies and stuff. And I said, hey, would you be interested in sponsoring it for? And they said, yeah, definitely, because they love doing this stuff.
Yep.
And originally it was going to be like they had the idea of doing a laser cut, perspex cut sort of cabinet with a see-through and that. And I said, how's it going? I said, we've got to get you on in a minute.
There's Tekio getting his award.
I'll get these guys. Can you talk for a second?
Yeah, of course. So another win for Tekio, who's well-deserved victory tonight. He didn't lose a match for the whole event, which is amazing. A very skilled player. And as I said, the winner of the level 3 competition has gone on to take out the Australian Kong-Off each year. So he's really talking it up at the moment. Expecting a 1.1 million game tomorrow for qualifying, which will certainly put him into first place. I think on that kind of level, we've only got Barra, who could put up a similar score, and Jeff Sutter. But it would certainly take Jeff's best to get there. I think it would be a PB for Jeff. So here's our winners for the level 3 competition, and I'll leave it with you, Phil.
Thanks, Neil. See you in the morning for the pre-show.
I'll see you then. Oh, is everyone leaving? They're leaving me. Hang on. I'll stay here on the end, if that's okay.
Yeah. You get in Barra or whatever.
Are we putting our trophies in here as well?
Yeah, bring your trophies in. We've got to have those in here.
Yeah, good idea. Oh, you got one down there, or?
There you go.
Somehow my shoelace last time.
Yeah, that happened to me too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to sit in the middle?
Oh, I'm not fussed, mate.
Is your mic on there, Barra?
Hello.
Yeah, you're all right.
One of these is yours.
Hey, pass that down to Techie. I'm going to put it on his lap. We got it. I'll get you to hold that, Barra. I know you got a headache, mate. Just rest onto it.
Maybe just put it, yeah. Hello, everyone.
Well, thanks for. It's a neat and big. Barra's been exhausted. It's been a big day. I won't hold you long, but it's been a terrific day, and I just think this keeps lifting from year to year. But it's interesting that the 3 previous Kong-Off winners in the Kong-Off were actually the 3 winners this year in level 3. So anyway, where does this feel for you guys going in tomorrow? Not that I'm saying it's a measure of anything particularly tomorrow, but are you going to reveal any overall strategies or how you feel about it? Not straight, but just tomorrow.
There's no strategy. There's just do your best.
No, I know we can say that, but I'm just saying, like, seeing the field today, like, because there's been a lot of solid games, and like games with the not lower scores, but people losing, not losing, but there've been some funny finishes. Where what I'm saying, people who have finished at a certain spot or forgotten things and lost. I mean, that happens. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but I think tomorrow, like this past year, the amount of kill screeners, like I think we had 12 or 13 kill screeners here tomorrow playing. So I think overall qualifying match or chasing for the bounty of a kill screen, I don't know, just going tomorrow.
That stuff, like, money doesn't matter. Winning matters, but money doesn't matter. So you know, chasing a bounty doesn't thrill me. It might thrill other people, and that's cool. I've achieved my goal. I kept Jeff from winning tonight, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day. But I don't know. I'll see what these guys say, but I think tomorrow is a much more stress-free day.
Yeah.
Because you got more time. You're not head-to-head against anyone tomorrow.
Yeah. No, it's a comfortable day, but just I don't know. Just getting your thoughts on it. What about yourself, Shane?
Yeah, I mean,
you're Mr. Kill Screen when it comes to the qualifying days.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to see how I feel tomorrow.
Yeah.
How the cab I'm sitting out plays.
Yeah.
Depending, that'll probably dictate how I'll play.
Yeah. And yourself, Barno, you got a bit of a headache, but you're just
1.1, baby.
Yeah.
All day.
I won't hold you up. I know you're tired, but I've got to get you guys on the couch at some point, as well as the previous Commonwealth winners, but I got you here already as well. So we'll have to do that again tomorrow and have a bit of a talk more about the years over. So it'll be interesting to have you guys on the couch tomorrow, just having been third, second, and first, and also previous winning and how we feel the Commonwealth's grown over the years, particularly in the main. Not saying this isn't, but the bigger tournament, but I think I'll let you guys get off and go home or get another. I know Barra's been struggling a bit, but don't want to hold you up. But I just wanted to get your eyes on and say thanks for such a fantastic. The games have been terrific to watch. Really a joy from and having the game is coming like you've been on, all three been on, and giving a great insight to the whole match, like being able to drill down to all those little tactics and stuff. But yeah, it's been really exciting. Like some of the games where I felt there might be some bigger upsets that have got very close to that. But anyway, just congratulations again, and I'll see you guys in the morning.
GG.
Thank you, Phil.
Well
no, thanks.
Thank you for your hard work.
No, well, it's easy for me. I talk all day, and I know nothing about Donkey Kong. I'm just winging it.
Just like us.
Well, thanks again, guys. I'll let you guys make your way out, and I'll just finish up. So that's the end of the Level 3 Donkey Kong for 2023. Just again, I want to thank a few people. Kibby for all his hard work, putting up the stream. Also Tags for all his graphics. And also Neil with the stats, and now my other three hosts, which are Neil Cairns, Danny Fazakli, and Aaron Raynor, for all their contributions, and also all the other players, just for actually being here for the competition. Of course, Jimmy, who was he was our referee today and kept things running, and of course the whole thing's powered by BPAC and the effort they do, just getting machines in. Just putting it all together, we'll be able to show this more tomorrow. Early in the morning we're going to do a walk around the room to show the cabinets. I'm coming, 1 second. A bit of a walk around the room and see what we've got installed, and we'll be doing more player profiles and where the states they're from and origin and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, it's been terrific. Thanks for those who are watching, and we'll put the dress up for this who's missed it, particularly in the North America, who might want to catch up. All right, see you tomorrow. Thanks. Hey, Kimmy.